Hello everybody. Gonna be streaming Resident Evil 1. Here's hoping I can beat this game in one stream. That's the plan. If I can't, so be it. But at least 2 streams. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Alright, let me just change my earphones. Let's check this out. I'm gonna play something on audio. See if it's the right one.
Audio Jungle.
Hey, it's working out.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Oh god, it's so pretty.
Audio Jungle.
I'm gonna stop. Alright. Good, audio's working now. Sorry about that, Alright. So, I'll load up Resident Evil 1. Then we'll get started. Pretty much. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, right. It started as yet. Oh, I do have RE now. I think I already have. It's really unnecessary though, so I'm just gonna drop it. Yeah. Alright. We're not here for anything else, we're just here to finish the game. Finish the game and that's it. Can you guys hear the game? Because I can't hear the game. That's on my side. Shit. I'm too scared because it might be too loud. Hold on a second. Oh, that's what happened. I need to restart the game. This is starting to become iconic now. Every time I try to stream something, it's just not gonna work first try. Ah, shucks. Let's see if this works now. Should be ominous music playing. Yeah, that's ominous music. Okay. The transition real quick. Here. There it is. Resident Evil 1. Finally got it working. Alright. See if my stream is. Hey! Okay. Yeah, it took a little longer. I'll register later. Matter for now. Alright, let's finish this game. Resident Evil. Where's the original? by climbing a mountain. We're gonna play this on hard difficulty. Alright, we're gonna make it lore accurate. Alright, I kinda have the gist of how the game
Alpha team is
first
flying around the forest zone
works.
situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots,
Hold on a second.
Bravo team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
There.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports
That
of
character
families
is
being attacked by a group of about 10 people.
stuff.
Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris.
Bravo team's helicopter was a derelict.
Is it working? This is so janky.
Save for the remaining body of Kevin. We continued our search for the other members,
Yeah, that's also.
and it turned into a nightmare.
Alright, let me fix this first. Alright, we're already running through technical difficulties right now. Second. This is a strange thing that just happened. Character turned camera shy for a little bit. I don't know why. But I kind of got the idea why. Oh, there. See, now it's working. Okay. All right. There it is. Oh my God, this is taking so long. All right, we're back. Actually, this time. Okay. Frozen fear. This is where it all started.
Chris, this way.
PC port is kind of laggy when it comes to the cutscenes, eh?
Damn it. Make for that mansion.
There it is! The resident that's evil. There's evil in the residents, in that one particular resident. I don't know what I'm saying. Hold on a second.
There are only 3 STARS members left now. Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself.
Captain Wesker,
We don't
Jill,
know where
and
Barry
myself. I don't know where Barry is.
Is everyone all right?
Barry. Where's Barry?
He's...
No.
No!
What was that?
I'll go and check it out.
All right. Jill and I will stay and secure this area.
Chris? Take care.
Oh, take care.
Yeah.
Yeah! Alright, this is gonna be really fast. I know the first beginning of this game. We're playing this on tank controls because it's the only way I know how to play this game. It's just, guys, secret, right now. Look, oh wait. Oh, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. Should put that back real quick. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Alright, I remember now. I remember now. If you guys don't know, I played this game 5 years ago actually. I didn't have well, anything yet. I actually played on an Xbox. It was great. We're gonna do that again. Oh my god. Oh no, I forgot how to use tank controls. Okay, okay. Watch this, bitch. Oh! Stay down. Stay. Oh, fuck, wait, I might die. No, this is gonna be so embarrassing. I can't die like this. I think I'm dead. Guys, don't look. Don't look at the stream. Don't look at the stream. Look away. Look away. Close your eyes for like 5 minutes. Give me like 5 minutes. Oh god, I don't know how to play this game anymore. Oh no. At the rate this is going, we're gonna play this for 5 streams. Not gonna lie. I'm starting to regret my decisions here. Yeah, we might have to. We might have to. I'm sorry. I'm letting you guys down. Oh, here we are.
Wesker? Jill?
Where is everybody? Alright, so how bad are we doing? Oh no. Oh, this sucks. Oh no, okay. Shit, is there a herb somewhere here? Fuck, I forgot. Wait, I'm in the wrong way. Not supposed to be here. Supposed to be somewhere else. Yes. Good. Remember correctly, in hard mode, everything's bullet sponge, so it's really unnecessary. Right, so I think we do golden key first. Baby. Oh, baby. Sit down. Well, I got my way out, right? Yeah, it's this thing, it's this thing. The arrowhead is... I forgot where the arrowhead is. Oh my god, it's like I'm in an exam, but I forgot everything. Alright. I need to get that golden arrow first. That's what I know. Might be the worst stream you guys will ever see. I'm not gonna, not gonna lie. I think it. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is disastrous. Came in here with confidence of a lion. Confidence is no more. It's not here no more. Zombie gone. No, Kenneth. It's a film that belonged to Kenneth. The video player to see what's recorded on it. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate everything you do. Well, you're dead now, but bet you were cool. Win. Yes, please. The other one. Yes, please. Find this. Use this real quick. Oh, baby, we're back. We got a mag. Yeah. What happened in this dimension? I don't remember. There's supposed to be a room here, right? Am I wrong? Wrong. Don't mind me. I'm just aphantasia, I guess. I'm just making shit up as I go. Oh hey. 3. I just need you to. Forgetto. Oh! Oh! Yeah! Watch this. No! No! Fuck. Okay. We gotta conserve everything we have, because, I'm not good at this anymore. Hey, watch me get my get back, though. After I finish this in 0, and we play 2 and... Yeah, 2 and then Code Veronica. Oh my god. You'll see, you'll see. I'm goated, I swear. Don't leave, don't leave. Kenneth will turn into a zombie, if I remember correctly. Not right now, thankfully. But later in the future he will. I remember when I first streamed this game, I was just kind of roaming about, not knowing what to do. I mean, that's still the case. This is not my game. I grew up on 2004, so the game that I played was Code Veronica. So this is like for old people. This is for the unks. Before me. I'm considered an unk now, but before, there be monsters. Oh. Yeah, you missed. Wait! Salmon. Get rid of the other hilt? Yes. Peridot is a gem, guys. You down here? There's gonna be a boss fight here that I'm not prepared for. What is that sound? Book is fitted perfectly with the invitation. You take the Book of Curse? Yes, give me a curse. Examine this. Oh, there it is. There's a key empty in the back cover. Will you remove? Yes. I got the mansion key. And I got the Book of Curses. Alright. 4 masks. A mask that speaks no evil. A mask that smells no evil. A mask that sees no evil. A mask that cannot speak, smell, or see evil. When all 4 pieces into place, evil will awaken. I don't know what he's saying, but that's not our concern. We're gonna get on up in here. Please tell me he's not like here. He's not camping me, right? These guys can't camp, right? Oh my god, he's camping! What? I did things! Did I just... Chat, don't look. Don't look at the stream. Fuck, wait, I don't get it. Why? Why'd that happen? Who did that? Was it you? Did you do that? I was just fine just a while ago. Oh boy, this is gonna be bad. I think I'm gonna stop the no save rule. I don't think I can do that one. Yeah, no, I don't think I can. Alright, no save rule and the hard difficulty thing. I mean, I would have done it, but I just can't. I'm just not good at this game anymore. I don't remember everything.
Alpha team is flying around the fort.
So just a rundown of the introduction.
There are only 3 stars members left now.
They came here, the
Captain
stars,
Wesker, Jill,
investigate.
Is
I guess, you
everyone
know,
alright?
the missing people
Barry.
incident
Where's
and
Barry?
the deaths of people. Is random houses are invaded and are seen kind of mutilated, eaten perhaps. So they went to this mountain to check what's going on. Then they, you know, they got killed. Except Jill, Wesker, and Chris. I don't know why we came here with no guns, but a pistol, but that's alright too. Alright, let's just get this going. You know, I kind of like the original port better because in this scene, the zombies, like the Kenneth right here, his head is gone. Oh, wait. I swear there's a way to prevent that or to struggle. I mean. Gotta report back to Wesker, my friend, my only friend, who will never betray me ever in my life. Wesker is my friend, and he's a captain of some sort. Wow!
Wesker?
Where is everybody? Please? Okay, we're gonna head on back. We're gonna get that arrow, go down to the basement. Don't get camped. We'll work out just fine. Promise. Yeah, I gotta get used to looping these guys, because it's different, you know? Because what I'm used to is you knife the leg, they go down, then you win. And here it's different. It's a different premise. Well, it's not like I need this right now. I'll keep this here for now. This is for when we don't need it right now. We're goated. We may never need it again. We'll never get hurt or die ever again. Huh? What? What's the struggle button? Yes, please. Status screen. Select an item and then select the examine command. Yes, I know how to do that. Thank you though. This game. Okay, you. We're gonna pre-remove this. Yeah. Poor man's emerald. Take this. And save all these little bits. Wait for him to do stuff. Yeah! You missed. Loser! Loser! That's mean, I'm sorry. Down here. Down here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there. No door skips for me. I like it. It's the charm of the game. Skips. On the way we go. The basement we go. Not really a basement. It's like a small cave thing. Man, it's really hard to move the alternative controls. But I think there's like new mechanics. I don't think I should be able to go back to the original. Like different things now. Oh, they magically disappeared. Wonder where they went. Where did they go? I'm confused. And also, why am I still walking fine and caution? I guess Chris is just like that. Pain tolerance of a... Let's see, what animal has like the best pain tolerance? Of an ant. Yes, please. Curse me. With this gift, I summon Maharaga. No, it's just a key. Yep, about the 4 masks, the faces of evil. Spencer was on some shit, man, when he made this mansion. I'm gonna take this opportunity because no one's here now. So I'll take the shotgun shells. Wait a damn minute. There be dogs right now? Hope not. I don't know how I can handle dogs in this one. Alright, so the mansion key is for something. I think we should go to the safe house first. First thing we should do. Which is... Yeah, I think so, Right here. Oh, Knife! I need this. Yes, please. There! This was not in the original game. Using defensive items such as daggers will allow you to escape momentarily. And grabbed by an enemy. Yes. Thank you for your help. Appreciate you. I think we need to push here. That? Whoa! Where did you come from? Stab him! Oh, well this can't be pushed. I can't afford to use my knife right now. Watch this combo. Watch this combo. Wait, are you dead? Okay, good. I'm a combat genius. No one's ever thought of that. Nuh-uh. I pioneered that. That was me. In danger. Probably fix that. I used the mansion key. Use the mansion. Never mind. Yeah, okay. We're... Is this it? Is this the... It's not that one. Should be downstairs, right? Please don't. Oh no. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fuck, man, that's so many. Okay. Is this the place where you need to burn bodies up? Yeah, right, they turn into crimson heads, which turns into liquors. Fact. Oh, we're here! What? First aid. Huh. Why? Why do I have these? I swear I didn't cheat. I don't know what that is. Sorry, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Alright, I'm gonna go use it. Thank you. Just look at the mansion key. Still, there. Special instructions for disposal of dead bodies. We have new information regarding these beings. They may appear to be dead, but in fact, they are able to come back to life. However, there are ways to prevent them from becoming active again. Currently, there are 2 known methods to seize the resurrection. Incineration, or the destruction of the head. Further methods are discovered, be notified immediately. Meanwhile, to those of you who still have the will to live, oil has been placed on the first floor of the mansion. As much as you need. You need something to light it with, which you'll need to find by yourself. Lucky. Got a lighter. Alright, we got everything we need here. We're safe, we're full health. Dogs? No dogs yet. Thank you. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. Sorry. Oops. Got ahead of myself. Can't be. Here? Oh, I can just walk past you. Alright, I unlocked this. I need to kill this guy. Like, stat. This guy keeps getting in my way. Fights, really? Bastard man, die! Dead? Okay, thank you. Alright. There. So I got the mansion key so I can unlock this. Did I get that gem yet? No, I did not. I don't remember getting it. Oh, hey. Yeah. Right. It's the right door. I think. Bunch of knickknacks. There doesn't seem to be anything useful here. I unlocked this for a reason. Not really sure what for. Take the wooden mount. For now. I don't really need it, I think. Shiny. Big dog whistle? Yes, please. Crumpled memo. Today, Sir Spencer told me to hide something where no one can find it. Well, I had this idea. I figured if I could somehow have it protected by dangerous animals like the vicious canines that live here, no one would be able to get near it. As far as I can tell, the mud is always hanging around the second floor or balcony on the west side of that terrace. He ought to come running at the sound of a dog whistle. That's where you come in. Thing is, I reckon you're the only person that can get near that damn dog without risking a serious mauling, which means only you can put this collar on him. The objects that Sir Spencer wants hidden is concealed inside. You're the only person I can trust with this, of course. Get something out of it as well. Remember, there's certain items that you've always wanted to get hold of? In exchange for your service, I just might be able to get it for you. This could work out well for both of us. John Tolman. Thank you, John Tolman. Saul Goodman. Dog whistle. Balcony. Dog whistle, balcony. Uh-oh. Guys, I'm so goated. Oh my gosh. Oh. It's like DBD all over again. Alright, I need to get this out of the way. This wooden mount can stay here for now. Master key still needed for something. Yes, please. Alcohol? Drink it. Yes. Canteen. Bill. Alright, so this is needed for prevention of the Crimson Head stuff. I think I'm gonna get rid of my knife, honestly. I'm not gonna be really shooting that all that much. Wait, no, that's a bad idea. Doing this wrong. I feel like. Yes, I'll take the old key. I don't know what that is. Stop. Okay, it's a lantern. Thanks for letting me know. So the old key can just stay there. The fuel canteen I can use with my lighter, I think. Let's blow that whistle. Whoa! Take me to dinner first, will you? The one-way trip. right? Huh? Oh, I guess not. Yeah, we're gonna go back. I need to open. Oh my. Oh, that's not good. I need something else. Where does this take me actually? I don't know where I am in the cave. Or, cave. The mansion. Is there a way to find it? There, the map. There, map. Mansion 1F. I need to go. The stairs was right. Should have went to the stairs instead. I feel like I'm in the wrong direction. I'm gonna go back. I'm missing something vital to the whole quest. Just gotta get rid of this guy. Stairs is good. Whoa! Get in there! Got. Oh. Was here all along. Well, I'm in danger again. Oh, caution. Right, caution. Mission 2F? Am I right? I'm right. This is it's moments like these I wish I had like people backseat, you know? I don't recognize half of these things. I just fucking looped. I looped. Damn it. Alright, this should be it. Master key. No? Mansion key? Mansion. No. Oh. Oh, never mind. Unlit fireplace. Can I use the kerosene on this? Why? This is the right place, no? It's not. I do want to heal right now. I can get rid of these things. Can I drop things? I fucked myself. Gosh darn it. Alright. Enough distractions. We're going to that balcony. Before I heal up. Gotta heal up first. So this, because I don't need to worry about Crimson Heads right now, because they only kind of show up in later on. Need that herb. I really need that herb. Hey, please be nice. Please don't. I might be dead. Why didn't I just kill this guy right now? Get greedy. Whoa! That got him. That guy's not going up soon. Guy's a goner. What? Doorknob is broken. You can't pass. This is why you need the old key. Not. Oh shit! What? Since when can they do that? I can take advantage of this. Are you dead? Please stay dead. Well, that's all of them. Alright, so we can't go through that place anymore. I messed up. So I have to go down the hard way. Alright, this is the walk of shame, because this wasn't supposed to happen. It happened. Yeah. Oh, who's that in chat? Loser, -2. Yeah, I know, man, I know. Might as well take this gem. Push. I wonder, can you self-lock this? I probably shouldn't attempt it. Oh, hey, look at that. So I need to go through there. See that red key? That's the place. There's the mansion key. There. Alright. Don't mind it. No dogs allowed. Please. Why did I do that? Oh, I did this wrong. It's supposed to be the other way. There you are. Dagger. Yes, please. Take it. Another dagger? No. Dagger? Oh, other way. Bang. Yes, please. We're gonna need that for a boss, I think. What's the first boss that comes by? I don't remember anymore. It was the snake, right? Locked, old-fashioned. Am I in the right spot? Hello? Full of dirty water. I don't want to remove the plug yet. I feel like I'm gonna activate something. Let me check everything first. Alright. Unplug it. Oh! Oh my god, it's John Resident Evil. Alright. Watch this really easy confrontation. 3, 4, 5. Run, bastard child, run! Okay. You dead? It's good. That that didn't scare me. I don't know what that was. Honestly, that wasn't even scary. You know, I was debating. It was either this or Sons of the Forest. I mean, or the Forest. Old key? Yes, please. Man, hello? Oh, that's a dog. Hey, hey, stay cool, stay cool. Chemical to use. I like if that's very necessary. Okay, this I would really need right now, but I can't equip it. Alright, enough dilly-dallying. I'll come back here if I need it, but not right now. We got something. We got a fertilizer or something. I do remember though. Something. Something. Can I open this? I think that's the room where the roof goes down. Dagger! Yes, please. Yeah, this looks awfully familiar. Shotgun, please. No. Probably save. Man, it's so hot in my room. Oh my gosh, I'm boiling. I'm boiling! I might need to BRB to increase the AC. Why? It's so hot. I'm playing like this game and I'm sweating like a wet dog, and it's not out of fear, it's heat. Yeah, I'm in heat. No? Passing through? Ah, good to be safe. Good to be back. Let's go save. Yes. Overwrite. I'm gonna stick into a one save basis so that if I fuck up and I regret my decisions, I can't just roll it back. I think it's funnier that way. I feel like it's gonna be way funnier if I do it like that. Up we go. Over here. All the way back. Nothing ever happened. I'm sweating so much. I forgot where the balcony goes. Shit, I don't know where the balcony is. It would tell me, right? 100% in progress. So, top. Up there. Up there. Alright, I see it. Okay. See where I need to go. Right? Because I still have the mashing key. Isn't it like in every Resident Evil games, if you use up a key, you get to, like, kind of get rid of it now? Like, it's gone, you don't need it? Or am I wrong? Is it not in this one? Locked from the other side. Fuck! Well, I don't know where it is. I'm clueless, guys. I'm gonna go charge my... Second. That's what I need, an old key. Oh, I hear the doorbell. I need to get that. Alright, I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys. Oh. Alright, I hear my doorbell. I'm just gonna go check out my neighbor. Whoever that is. Second, be right back. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Hey, it's working now. I think. It is. It's not working now. Fuck. Hello? Gotta change that now. You know, one thing I don't like about changing microphones, I mean headsets, is that this one doesn't really work as proper. It doesn't help the fact that Resident Evil is like I guess a third person. A little tough. Yeah, no, this is gonna be 1 hour, but I can already tell that this is gonna be hell. Alright, so we're gonna change our earphone fast because we need to change this. Second, folks. I'm sweating like so hot, man. Watch. Oh, baby. Alright. We're back. We're back now. Hello. Testing. Testing. Yeah. That's just way better, man. Don't tell me the fucking audio glitched out, guys. This is so bad. Okay, we might need to change things here, because. Alright, alright. This is bad. I need to change a pace here. I think what I'm gonna do is I might low-key play this on the console instead. This PC port, this port, I don't like. I don't very much like it. Really bad. Alright. Start this whole thing. Guess it didn't do things on me. You can already tell what title I'm gonna put on this. I'm gonna put worst stream ever. Why is it not picking up? It's just not. Okay, cause you guys hear stuff? Oh, you guys can hear it, I can't. Alright, so that's my fault. Well, why is it doing that? Why can't I hear things? Hold on. Is it working now? No? Is it working now? Good? I'm not sure if it's working. Alright. Not working out, honestly. Well, I can't hear it, but I hope you guys can. That's that's what I hope at least. Down a little bit. Alright, let's get in there. Fight your fear and survive. You got it, sir. You're not working. Sorry, I'm so itchy because it's so hot. Oh, this is so bad. I have to do this now. Audio jungle.
Audio jungle.
Well, I can hear that.
Audio jungle.
This is just fucking Resident Evil flaking on me, man. Ah! Capcom, what is this? What did you make? What is this? This is straight up just not good. Fuck. Okay. Hey, if this works out way better, I'm gonna flip out. Oh, yeah. Alright. Okay. I know what to do. You guys ready for something? We're gonna make this better, alright? Fucking playing the best version of this entire game. Like, just need to. Yeah, that works. Oh, baby, that scared the shit out of me. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, there it is. Working now. It's working now. Alright, now to just capture this window. Or this game screen, I mean. And is it working now? Hello? Yeah, there it is! We're gonna be playing this one instead. Because the other one is just not. Okay, the remaster sucks. This fucking sucks, okay? That is a good old fashioned way. Oh, there it is. Okay. '98, July. Raccoon Forest.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest
Oh,
zone
no, it's not
situated in
capturing it.
northwest
Sorry.
Raccoon City.
My fault. Was it working now? Oh, there.
I don't know what happened.
Barry! Where's Barry?
Well, I'm sorry, but he's probably...
No!
No.
What was that? What is
What is that?
I'll go
I'll
and
go
check.
and check.
Okay, Jill and I will stay in the hall in case of an emergency.
Chris,
Take care.
take care.
Little wave. Alright. No choice this time. Tank controls. Are you ready for this? This is way scarier. Does it not show? I think I should capture this through window. So you guys can see everything. Let me change this. Holy shit, I can't get out of the screen. My mouse does not work anymore. How do I exit this game? Oh fuck, if I die in this game, I die in real life! I guess we'll do like 8 or something. 6? Oh, this is dash. Get ready. Low screen. Option. Okay. I'm gonna need to change the way I capture this because on game capture, it's not really capturing cutscenes, which is not good, you know? I think I skipped like 2 vital cutscenes already. I don't like that. Relax. Oh, it's gonna touch me. Oh wait, this is way more narrow. Wider. Oh, we gotta report to Wesker again. Where is everybody? Wesker?
Wesker?
Jill?
Jill?
Gun!
What happened to Jill and Wesker?
Jill and Wesker. Fucking synthesizers, they're going crazy right now. Jill's gun. Sheva. Hurry up. All right. Exit this real quick because. Yeah. I don't remember how. Tab. Task Manager. Resident Evil. Oh, there I am. Alright, so I'm gonna change the game capture. Let's add source. Oh, I deleted it. Window capture instead. Oh, wait, cancel that. Main screen. Window capture. Resident Evil. I'm gonna change this now. There, so anytime a cutscene plays, I should be able to show you guys. By theory. Oh shit, I changed the thingy again, dude. Honestly, this should be A. This should be Y. This should be this. Alright, we're back. Okay, I solved everything. Guys, I think we should go up here. Mind you guys, this is harder than the remake. This is way harder than the remake. Holy shit! Oh my god! It's a walker! This control stinks. Excellent. Okay. It's so wonky, It's way too wonky. Four, five. Yeah? Oh, well, watch me cook. Don't combine that! Oh, I couldn't. Hit. Fuck. Alright, yeah, that should work now. Ah! Yes, of course. Of course. That would work way better. That should be this. And action should be this. Alright, now watch this, guys. I can just keep running. I hear walking. Can I go in this? It's locked. Parking armor. Hi, bye! In common. There's a book, botany book about medical herbs. As you may know, there are many plants that have medical effects. Since ancient times, humans have been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we're going to sample 3 herbs that grow around the Raccoon Mountains and give their outlines as an example of those plants with medical properties. Each herb has different colors and different effects as a medical plant. The green one recovers physical strength. The blue one neutralizes natural toxins, while the red herb does not have any effect by itself. The red herb is only effective when it's mixed with other herbs. For example, if you mix this herb with a herb that recovers physical strength, The recovery effects will be tripled by adjusting the amount and experimenting with these 3 herbs to create various kinds of medicine. But I'll leave the details in your hands, because that's the best way to acquire true knowledge. There it is, folks. Lore of herbs. Hold on, I'm eating a popsicle. It's really hot in my room. Oh. Oh. I only had this in my room for a minute. It's already wet. No. Oh my gosh, my life is ruined. I just deep-throated a popsicle on stream. This is where it's all wraps. Oh. Hi. Bye? No! Stay away! Stay back. 3. Flip. Hit. Hit. Stay back. Flip. Hit. Oh shit. Too much. Man, this angle is fucking messing with me. Hey look guys, a herb in the same spot where we found it in the remastered. That means this is a safe room. Yeah, I was right. Is that a pesticide already? Huh, it's already right here. Fast. Okay. There's already clips here. I'm taking it. This I might need now, so just use it. I'm loving the sounds I'm hearing right now here. Very satisfying. Increment, I can save my progress. Alright, they don't give those shit out like a lot in this game. I need to actually look for it. Hi. From the inside. Oh, I need to go back to the opposite way. Oh, you can skip cutscenes here. Yes, bro, I guess. Hi. 6 shots. Oh, I forgot that they spit acid. I'm just fucking eating these guys, man. Okay. Over here, what is put in the stove occurs on the wall. Oh, I'm in danger already? It doesn't show, eh? Alright, let's use that. Yes, please. It's locked. Carving of a helmet. Like a slow version of like babies crying. Uh-oh. Oh, you need to go down, snap. This works. Oh, they're just dead now. I just wasted a bullet. You saw that. We saw that. We. Alright? Me and you. We wasted a bullet. We. It wasn't me. We did it. Look, you're alive? Why? Why are you alive? Stop being alive. Not funny. Got the chemical. What is that? Take the small key. Yes, please. Alright, this sounds very ominous. What am I getting myself into this time? Why do I always feel like I'm in a monster movie? It's crows! He's been pecked to death by crows! Oh no! Crows! Holy shit. Oh my god, they're mauling me. We gotta get out of here. I got everything there, right? It's just clip? That's it? Did I just go there to clip farm? Probably missing lore in there. Alright, I'm gonna go check it out later. Hi! Six. He's not dead yet. Just playing it. Yeah, no, he's playing dead. That's so stupid, man. He's just bullshit. Oh, look at him going silly. Hey man, not in front of the statue. Just a little silly guy. Nice kid, I like him. Oh my god. And so how am I gonna do this? I forgot they could do that. All they are is walking obstacles. Numeric key panel. You don't know the pass number. Yeah, you're right. Bunch of things I'm missing here. What's going on? Hi, bye! Whoa!
Whoa! What is it?
What? Oh! Oh no! Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
You must be from the Bravo team.
Yes, I'm Rebecca. Rebecca Chambers. I'm a newcomer. I just joined the Stars Bravo team last month. Well, I'm really sorry. Are you all right?
Yes. I'm Chris Redfield from the Alpha team. Are you the only person here from the Bravo team?
Well, because the helicopter made a forced landing, I just ran into this house anyway, but
I see.
I see. There's nothing else you could have done anyway. It's good you're here.
Yes, sir. But it's strange. I serviced the helicopter recently, but something went wrong with the engine. It was such a short flight.
It's so charming to see Rebecca Chambers so early.
I wonder if everybody is...
You're not dead yet. Don't say that. It's just a mansion key. Alright, everything is in its place, you know? The places that are good. So we're gonna fix these two. And then the clip, I can just kind of put back there. I'm liking the safe room house sound is really nice. I don't know how to explain it. It's because it's not calming. It's just there, you know.
I wonder if everybody is... Well, what should I do now? If you go out to search for the other members, how about letting me come with you?
Will you take Rebecca with you? Wait, since when was this? Let's see. Go ahead, kid. Follow me.
All right, let's do it.
Yes, sir. I'll do my best. I have to prepare something. Would you like to go ahead?
Okay. Just don't get yourself killed, kid. I say that, but I already know what's gonna happen. Alright. Herb! Oh shit! There's too many of them. Why is there two already? There's so many. Right, we should probably go check out that this thing. This feels like a fever dream. Oh shit. That's calling me. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hey folks, I'm back. But I saw that off screen while I was talking to my dad. I know that we're fucked. What do I do? Oh shit, okay. Ready for this maneuver? What a maneuver. No, fucking pro gamer! Pro gamer! Get out! Get away! Okay. Dead now. Oh, what a pretty looking door. Piano? Fine, grand piano. So I'm clearly not supposed to be here. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be here. Alright, let's head out. I'm glad that this guy walks really fast. Look, he skips a step for us. He's a really nice guy. Push this while we can. Why can't I push this? kill this guy. I need to cull him. 3, 4. Knife. 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 Knife! Fucker. Gun. 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 Knife. Oh, he's dead now. He's dead now. We made it. The longer path, but made it. We did it. We're here. We're gonna go get that gem. Or this? Oh, that's Resident Evil 5. What's money here? I guess it's just dollars, eh? We're still in America. Hello. There's something I need. There it is. There he is. It should be a gem. Gem! I can't carry it anymore. Oh shit. I guess I'll have to use this then. Can you take the blue jewel? Yes, please. Let's take the grandfather's clock. This is really wonky. Weeds. There's like there's plant monsters in this. Yeah, I gotta not forget about that. There's plant monsters in here. I really need to save though. That's the truth. So where will I be able to get some ink ribbons? Maybe there's an ink ribbon. Yes, there is. Okay, good. Oh, but I can't use it. Too full. Oh, I guess we have to go this way. I'll go up there. I'll go up there. I guess this is, yeah, this is way older, so I have to do it this way. Oh yes! There's just a stair hanging about. Oh, convenient. Oh boy, I sure hope there's something on top of the statue that is not of my convenience. Oh wow, it's a map! No way. I love survival horrors. This is great. So who would ever think to put a map on top of a statue? Oh shit! Kick it! Ink ribbon. I'm almost dead, by the way. I need to get a stat. You know what I should probably do? I should probably go back to Rebecca. Rebecca again? I forget where Rebecca is. Oh, Rebecca's here. Just need carving. Hi, bye. Over here. This has to go over here. Goes over here so I can mix that. Jewel I don't really need right now. Action key I'm gonna need right now. Alright. I say we save. Should be an ink ribbon somewhere here, right? I guess it's in the front. Okay. Alright. I can work with it. This is so bad. This is horrible setup. I'm playing this game and it's fucking hot. Man. This is the worst stream ever. Well, for you, maybe you guys might find it enjoyable though, suffering, but man, this sucks. Oh, it's so hot. I got a fan going on right now and it's not doing shit. Oh, I already came here. Oh no, this is I can't even think straight because of the fucking heat. Okay, alright. I'm playing Resident Evil game. I'm playing this Resident Evil game, but I'm dealing with a heat stroke. You guys ready? This is the challenge. Can I beat Resident Evil first before I die of heat stroke? Tune now to find out. Stay in tune to find out. I mean. Right, I'm supposed to go here. Or not. Is it this one? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Hi. Please don't. Okay, this is ridiculous. I need to be right back. It's so hot. I can't think straight. I can't plan straight. Shit, man. Hold on, I'll be right back. This is like immeasurable. Like the heat is just so bad. Give me like a second. Feels like a microwave. Hello, hello. Can everyone? Okay, good. Alright, so. Made up my mind. Way too fucking hot. I can't play on my PC right now. Because it's way too hot. Like, I can't explain this. So, my room, right? There's like a certain airflow. And, my PC is like at the very corner where there's like a heat spot. Anytime I'm in that spot, I feel like I'm in a microwave and I can't really. So I'm gonna just stay in my, I guess like right in the middle of my room where the fan is, so that I can at least get some airflow. This is way too hot. We're still gonna play Resident Evil, just not on the PC. I guess it's fucking cursed. You know, this is the book of the curse, man. It's the book curse. That's what did this. I'm gonna change it up. Playing. We're gonna be playing Fortnite, eh? We're gonna play some Fortnite. Cause that's the only game I have right now that I think like would be fun to play. Fuck. Okay. We're gonna change our title first. Okay. Fortnite. I'm not really sure. Fortnite has a lot. I think Fortnite has too bright music. Right? Loud. No. Fortnite is horror, you know. It's a horror game. Yay! Fuck, man. Alright. Stream. Oh, the things we do. Oh man. This is not a stream anymore. This is a variety stream. That's what this is. A stream with no category. You guys ready for Fortnite? Ah. Watch this guy. Blue. No. Alright, Resident Evil's playing. Okay, it's installing. We're just gonna be playing this because this is the only thing I can think of. Turn off our speaker. Put that there. Alright. Sometimes people have to compromise, right? I guess. Alright, it's working now. Take out my headphone. Alright, so one simple goal. We're gonna try to get a battle royale. I know it's a simple task, but That's the only thing I can think about right now to do. Because oh my goodness, it's hot. It's so hot. Check out my drip. Stormtrooper. Stormtrooper? Stormtrooper? And I didn't even bother to change my my character. Just way too hard. Mando. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Oh fuck. There it is. Apply that. Alright, we're back. Did that apply? Okay, I did. Sound good? Yeah, that sounds good. Why am I playing this game? I hate this game! Alright, if we get streamed tonight, that's gonna be really funny. I hope that happens. Alright, fellas. Let's nip this in the bud. Let's win right now! You guys ready for some Fortnite skills? Fuck. In a second. Watch this! I'm gonna get my first kill. I hear enemies. I want their head. Fucking skinning them. We're gonna skin them. God. Don't shoot! I'm Polish! I missed. Fuck. Bruno Mars! Give me a second! Oh, okay, thank you. Oh fuck! I'm not ready! Watch this, let me cook. It's fucking Mando! Wait, what?
Did someone call a doctor?
Alright, this is what we're gonna be doing for the next 5 hours. You ready? Or at least until this is done, alright? Fucking Mandos. Who made that name, man? Mando? Stupid name anyways. What Mando? Well, now we know how everything goes, so. It's really sad to see when there's just no music anymore. We're just kind of dancing here. Wait. It is currently 33 degrees where I am. What that means, folks, fucking hot. In Canadian standards. You know, ever since I've been playing this game, I never got to feel the bus driving. I want to drive the bus. Once, at least. Come on, let me get it. I didn't get it. Go there. That's the plan. You know what the plan is? Follow the plan. Plan is we're gonna follow the plan. This is the fastest way I know to get you. Let's go get some. Oh, there he is. Hi, buddy. Thank you for your service. See, a quest thingy. I need that for my XPs.
The scientist. Status.
God, I sure do love Fortnite
Lost
lore.
to the chrome.
Everything's my fault, so whatever happens to me, I deserve it. I'm sorry it ended like this.
Oh, that's way too long. Hold on.
I'm sorry I didn't find you in time. I'm going to make you proud.
The TV thing is on my screen now, and I can't really get rid of it. So there's an overlay you guys can't see. Oh hey, look at that! Someone wants beef. Fucking Bugs Bunny. Now shove that carrot up your... No! Crashing out. Crashing out. Oh. And out of all the games I play, like, what's those games, yeah. I hear them fight. I'm double hitting. Oh, here he is. Bugs Bunny was not one of those guys. See him. That is not Bugs Bunny. I don't know where Bugs Bunny is. 80. Alright, we gotta get a win. Okay, I'm gonna lock in. Which is, I love brain rot. Love brain rot. Won't do me any good if I keep losing. My aim needs work. I forgot the heat debuff, that's why. I got the heat debuff. There it is, the fucker I was trying to find. Where were you? Find you, man. Actually, a pretty good combo. I don't know what this means. So I was trying to get a headshot with the Vector 7 EMR. Headshot kills it. Oh, I'm gonna sleep. Oh, sorry about that. Come on. Let me do my thing. You're shooting. I want to join in. Fuck. Nah, I'm getting a call again. Give me a second. Hello, this is working. I'm just getting left and right calls from my mom and dad. That bad. But, you know, there's nothing you can really do. It happens. So, that went horrible. I mean, I won my rivalry, but holy moly, man. But that's something. I think I need this. Alright, so where's this vault? Down there? We'll use this. Okay. Alright, it's good now. I open it. I don't know what I just opened. Oh, money! So much money. Take this, put this on. Combat quest? Go range. Open so that nobody gets it. Can I break this? I can't. Hey, money! A lot of stuff here that I've never used before. Gotta make sure these things are out of the way. Can't let these guys heal. Remember, divide and conquer. That's how we win. Through the art of Sung Ju. buddy. Woo! Yeah! All according to plan. I saw right through you. I'm like a beast or something. Gosh. Alright. Hey you! The Rock! I need your help. Alright, The Rock. Trademark. We need to win. Got me? Win so bad that don't need to play Fortnite anymore. Just play Resident Evil. Chest here. Am I getting shot? No, that's someone else. Coming from there. Alright. I think he got confused by that. I'll see, fair enough. The other one. Out of sight, out of mind. Shoot to kill! Ah! Just gave, thank you so much. Alright. We're winners! How do I get a headshot? Hold on. Fuck! We get a headshot. Oh. Dead now. I gave you, I guess rescue? I don't know why that happened. Well, he's safe now. Good for that guy in particular. I don't get it. So what is this about? So if I hold it, I make a rift? That's convenient, actually. Great. Great. It's just the vector, right? No, this is a rift rifle. This is something else. Well, it doesn't matter. We need to get this anyway. Win by now? Alright, where's my target? Oh, there he is. Good lob! You know what? The Rock's not bad. Not at all. No, I think I kind of like The Rock. I mean, I think he's pretty great. Someone killed my target. You're gonna pay for that. I will have their head. Come on, The Rock. Gotta kill somebody. There he is. Don't leave. Boom! Holy shit! What is that? That thing's pretty strong. Well, I did not get their head. They got mine instead. Can I just claim through here? Oh, I can. How do I claim it? Here. I need to hold it. There it is. We're gonna do this slow and steady, I guess. Very convenient, right? I think I might have like lost like 50 million followers. Like I have like 20 right now, but I feel like I just lost all of them in this one singular stream. This career ending. Feel. This is the career ending stream. After this, I have to wrap it up. Is that SD Kid from that popular famous rap song? Louis V. Sandals? Wow. So neat. Get it, brother? No? Where have we not landed yet? Where am I? Well, I guess we're here. Grit Tide. Trying to fight me? I think he is. Will I win? I won! Yay! Oh shit, there's an enemy spider. Look. There he is. Is it propaganda? Come here! Ah! Get pickaxe. I fixed that pickaxe them. I'm just so cool. You know what it feels like? You know, like when you're like in a wrong place, like you're in like a really bad place. I feel like that's what I'm doing right now. I feel like I was just like taking a stroll, cutting the lawn. Then I go to like kind of drug club or something. Feels so unnatural. I don't. Oh hey, look, it's an enemy. Oh, it's just. Oh yeah, this will take me places. Places I need to go. That man, I need to fight. I do like the premise of rivalry. That's pretty cool. I gotta give props to Fortnite about that. Because with this, I can pinpoint an enemy and I can just fight. I don't need to look for things. Alright, let's see. Am I going to my death, or will I win this one? Let's find this guy. Oh. There's this guy. I think I found him. I think that's him! Hello? Well, he's not here. There's a quest, though.
The visitor, Reality Zero. Status.
You?
Lost to the crowd.
Whoa! What was that? The Nemesis AR again. Okay, I think we found out what the strongest weapon is now. That Nemesis AR. It just takes like a few headshots and you're gone. I'll remember that. Look guys, I think he's gonna clip for me. Do it! Oh. You know, I thought I was gonna do a trick, dude. I've been playing Fortnite for 7 years. I think I was 13 when I first played Fortnite. I was one of the OGs, actually. I never won one. While everyone was using double pump, I loved my tack. I think that was, yeah. Then I grew up. I mean, I still play this game from time to time. Practice my aiming. Great. Alright, let's go to the frigid floors. I'm the bus driver! This time. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm the bus driver. Look, I can control the bus, guys. I'm like some kind of bus driver or something. That's it. I forgot. I didn't know. I didn't know it was that hard to steer that thing. So every time I like, they're like, "Oh, why did you go to that supply box?" It was really hard. I respect these guys now. They did it. An underground base. But underground problems. Yes? Yes. Indeed it was. You're walking, but I don't know where. Wow, I'm so good in this game. There's fighting, but I don't know how to get there. I guess I'll drink it. Oh, yeah. No fighting. Fighting's going on. Let me see. Oh. That's alright. I stole that kill, I'm so sorry. And I killed him too. That was not fair. That was really not fair. Because I had high ground. Wait, right, I can just do this, right? Yeah. Go in the air. You know what I should get? We get 10 kills right now. Right, he's right there. I won. That, I think. I think we should hire him again. Popular WWE wrestler, The Rock. Hello, The Rock from the WWE. I need you again. We are of the same foundation, and I don't know what that means. I'm just saying words, man. Oh wow, I need to fight. Or whoever that is. So far away. Did you even reach that? Hope so. Oh, this is gonna be a while. No, I'm not here. We're not here yet. Dude, Resident Evil 10 is done. You can play Resident Evil now. Took me a while to realize. So I was just suffering for no reason. I hear him. Lord. I want this to stop. I see something glowing there. Oh, is that a quest? Well, I should probably go get it. We should probably get that quest. The first to hire someone. Oh, hey, look, I found it. Hi. That was scary. Well, we won our nemesis. Wait, that's not him? Wait, he's not dead yet, look! Huh, neat. There's a cheater amongst the game. Wow. Man, I need the Vector 7 DMR, but can't get it to drop for me. Start a rivalry again. Oh wow, is that popular singer? Oh fuck, I forgot her name. The one that made Pink Pony Club. I forgot what, That's not Lave. That's not Lave. That one girl that made Good Luck Babe. Wow. I love that singer. Your skin. Thank you. You don't have what I need. That was a waste. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh. Oh my god! Ow! Phoenix Bimbo? Bambino?
Let me get you patched up.
Good shit. That startled me. Complete, what do you mean? I'm done yet. Alright, folks. You know what that means? I think we get to play Resident Evil now. It only took an hour. Are you guys ready to play Resident Evil? I'm gonna go search it up now. Resident. Wow, guys. That's it. What are your actual players here? Wait. That's dead ass just Jack. No way. That's actually pretty neat. Go check it out. Oh, wait, I need to go into character. 1 second. Let me get into character. Yeah, no, this works. See, look, I'm an Umbrella agent, guys. Oh, I got distracted. I was just looking. All right. Wait a damn minute. Look, guys. It's the Los Pollos CEO in Breaking Bad. Wait. Guys. Okay. Escape Jack Baker and Evelyn. Resident Evil Requiem, by the way. Oh, spooky. Oh no, the sway is gonna make me nauseous, I bet. Get that sway, guys. Oh no, staticky. Oh my gosh, guys, it's a BOW. Run away, run away. Hard to find. Alright. Oh no, this character moves like a drunk. Make me dizzy. This is gonna make everyone dizzy. Jump scare trigger. Scary. T1 creator. Good on you guys. Yuri Gun. Hello, Yuri Guns.
Ah, again? Could this night get any worse?
Again? Did this night get any worse?
I think I should sleep now.
What was that?
What the hell was that?
Well, I guess that works. The only thing I want to investigate is this damn drink. Why are you drinking in the morning? Oh, it's nighttime. Yeah, it's implied to be nighttime. Wow. Wow, what a very ambiguous fridge. Yeah. Wow, is that a gun? Oh, just have a tech walking about. I don't get my gun yet. Alright guys, survival horror time. This is Resident Evil. Come on, let me out. This is nauseating, by the way. Oh no! It's locked. Go back. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, the placement of objects here are pretty good. Good job whoever made this. Good map. Oh, it's scary. It's Jack Baker. Oh no! Oh,
He's crazy.
Yeah, sure.
I need to get out of here quickly.
To get out of here quickly. Got a key. Can I open this now? No, not yet. I know where to go now. What? Yeah, it's this way. Oh, okay, wrong way, I guess. Okay. Yo, someone just has a HD TV running about. Is that a Roku TV? It is. That's the cheapest one in the market right now. Good. Oh wow, is that a key? That leads to another key? Oh wow, oh, I need to escape now. That way. Oh, it's this way.
Going somewhere.
Well, that's just not how Jack sounds like. Oh no! That's a animation straight from Resident Evil Biohazard. At the end of the game. Oh, look, my J's.
Oh, what the? What?
My black Air Force One.
Where am I?
Where am I?
Somebody help. Why you were doing this?
Oh, you're...
Help! Somebody help me.
Oh no, I thought that was Miller.
Don't look so scared, my boy. You and me, Ethan. We're gonna have so much fun. Let me go. Please. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Look at the way he walks, dude. It's so silly, man. Rump, you know?
Come on.
We made it out, guys. I'm surprised the game's still going. Wow, there's just a light spot there. Where am I? Am I in a jungle? Am I in an outpost? There's something here. Oh, look at that. Is that a light spot again? Oh, they used the gilded stones. So what happens if I just soft lock myself? I'm not even supposed to be here yet. No, not even at all. I don't even think I need to be here at all. Oh wow, it's water, guys. I made it out of bounds. Well, I guess we escape now. Is that where we just were? Wow, look at that. made everything except this. Okay, I came here for the Resident Evil experience, but instead I got Subnautica. I guess I just follow the sand. Sucks that I can't jump. Well, I won, didn't I? I escaped, no? Come on, this looks like an escape to me. Make me sleepy, man. The long bow, the long cello sound. I feel like I'm in a Jaws film. It's a stinker. Oh hey, it's red. Maybe if I can just keep forward, I can win. Guys, this is the worst stream ever. I don't even blame you guys if you guys just not watch the VOD at all. I don't blame you. This one you can skip. For sure, this one you can skip. This is like filler episode on like a Naruto series. Alright, this is not gonna just give me anything else. Alright, let's go play Resident Evil. Thing we were trying to play this whole time. The whole entire damn game. Ah! Right, I'm gonna put in the beer effect screen. Set this up. Wait, opportunity to eat. Give me a second. Hello, hello. Oh shit, I forgot to put on the main screen. Give me a second. Give me just a second. There it is. Look at that, guys. We're playing again. For the third time. This time there shouldn't be any problems. And it's always Resident Evil, like one... Yeah, just this in particular. Where it's a little hard to do things. I don't like the PC port of this game, so... We're playing this through our stream, because... I mean, through our I can't even talk anymore. Fuck! But just a heads up. I played this game before here. I don't know how far I got. Wait. Yeah, no, this is from before. This is from last stream, actually. If you want to watch what happened, I think I still have, like, the VOD running around. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna restart. We're restarting.
Resident Evil.
Just a heads up, I can't hear any notification. So if you guys are like talking or anything like that, I can't see it. But you guys can still chat. I'll still see that. Alright, let's get this done. Let's win this game. Let's do whatever. This is gonna be fast, okay? I promise you. After this, we get to play Resident Evil 2, which is way better.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone, situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we are searching for the helicopter of our compatriots, Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of their mission.
Found it yet?
No, not yet, Brad. Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. The Bravo team was sent in to investigate, but we lost contact.
Look, Chris! Look, Chris! This is where they see the
Bravo
zombies.
team's helicopter was a derelict. Save for the remaining body of Kevin.
Poor Kevin.
We continued our search for the other members,
Guys, look how
and it turned
this
into
looks.
a nightmare.
Did I not submit? Pretty sure I did. It still says Fortnite stream. I swear I'm gonna go back to that fucking cursed book that we saw in the basement thing. Everything's gonna go wrong again. It's frozen in fear. I hope that would be in the server. I get it, man.
Come on! Hey, Brad! Where the hell's he
I hope the fan is not really picking up too much.
Chris, this way.
It's Barry!
Damn it! Make for that mansion!
Make for that mansion! Enter the survival horror. And we
There are only
start!
3 STARS members left
This
now.
is it.
Captain Wesker, Jill, and myself. We don't know where Barry is.
Is everyone all right?
Barry? Where's Barry?
I'm sorry, Chris, but he's...
No.
No!
What was that?
I'll go and check it out.
All right. Jill and I will stay and secure this area.
Alright, this still says the fucking Fortnite stream on the stream
Take
thing.
care.
Let me just change that real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Alright, does it still say the Fortnite stream? Okay, good, it doesn't. Yeah, because this is not the Fortnite stream. We just did that. Okay, we only did that to stall. We're here now. I'm gonna take this. First things first. Oh yeah! You guys ready? This is the Fortnite game. We're gonna get so much victory royale, guys. It's gonna be so fun. Wait, I went the wrong way. Look. I can't go any further until we finish this cutscene. I saw this guy and he started eating shit. Ew! Oh my god! It's the same guy! He's eating bodies now! We have to get out of here. This bit is not funny. I'm so sorry. Hold on, guys. I think I gotta report this to Wesker. Wait a minute, where is everybody?
Wesker? Jill?
I just made a viewer leave. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop.
Where did they go?
Oh, Jill, I miss you already. The Bloodline Linear awaits for you. That sounds weird. I guess I went the wrong way. I'm supposed to be going right over here. Yeah, we go in, we go back, we go here. We need to go past the zombie that comes by. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Repeat, rinse, repeat. No chatters this time, because, well, for obvious reasons. This whole stream has been just a shit fest, and, you know, I feel bad. Because I should have planned this ahead. But hey, you know, what else can I do? This is the best I can do for you folks. I'm so sorry. But hey, look, we're in the Xbox now, and everything is going out way smoothly. For good reasons. Wow, guys. It's a dead body. I think this person has mags. What the hell happened in this mansion? Alright. Wait, wrong way. To be fair, in the PC, the image looks much more sharper. I kind of like the blurry feeling though. Kind of adds on to the, you know, whole thing, right? I gotta stop yapping. My bad. Let's get to where we were. I did not mean to do that. That's alright. One bite don't hurt nobody. Well, we got the arrow key. We just need to go back to where we came from. Philippines, not in the entrance of the mansion. Go back to where you come from. Now, funny enough, I've actually heard that phrase before. As an immigrant myself, it was not funny. Peridot. Poor man's emerald. And it's a very hurtful thing. Very funny too. Alright, sorry, that was a really weird tangent. Alright, so one thing we need to do is go to that basement. We need to get that mansion key, then we can go to where we need to go, and that is to get the pesticides and the dog whistle. Look at that, guys. We're learning together. We're doing this like a team. Exactly, like a team. Whoa, guys. I think there's zombies here. There are no zombies here. I don't know what I'm saying. Put this right over there. We can get this done. Gotta head on down. Now we're here. Book of Curses. Examine this, get the mansion key. Get the mask, it says. Look at that, guys. We're going at world record speed right now. Over here. Oh, wait, wrong way. Go over here. Go this way, go this way, go this way, open this. Go through here. Did I just go backwards? Oh my goodness, I did that. I'm so sorry. I think I wasn't looking. It can't be me, right? That it looked like. Ah, whatever. I can't explain myself. I did something goofy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being goofy. Goofy. I cannot carry that right now. What? Well, that's not good. Hey, look, the pages where it says the origins of the herd is not here. Perhaps it's over here. No, it's not. Well, we got to where we needed to go anyways. This guy. Close call, buddy. Don't try to get me. I'm infectious. Quite flirtatious, I mean. You want to touch lips? Do you want to touch lips? I should probably save. I'll put this over here because I don't really need it. I'm untouchable. That works. Take this. I think I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Just for now, because I don't really need it as right now. Alright, let's go save. We're gonna overwrite what we have done before. Yes. Thank you. Let me get rid of this. Well, not really get rid of, but yeah. Alright, folks. You know what we're gonna do? Let's start burning some bodies. Alright, let's see if I can master this first. This might take a while for me to master. Yeah, see, like I said. There it is. We're winning. For now. Guys, we did it! Our first... Ooh. Well, that was our first time being able to fight without, you know, anything else but a knife. I think that's a win. Fuck. That crumbled my health a little bit. Alright, let's go burn this guy's body. Hey, friend. Gone are the days when you do shit to me. Hasta la vista, baby. Well, that's it, right? He's dead. We're gone. No more him. Oh yeah. Oh, scary, scary doggy. Wait. What are you talking about? I need to get there. Damn it, I was trying to do something. Right. Well, no matter. Go kill you. I gotta loot this guy like a Dead by Daylight character. I'm confusing him. I'm confusing him. I got him. I got him. I got him. He's dead. He's dead. What a weird tactic. Well, there he goes. Dead now. Alright. We gotta go back. We gotta get the dog whistle. We need the dog whistle. Gotta make sure them dogs whistle. What? I gotta stop talking, man. Yeah. Oh, doggy. Whistle. Key. Dog has key. Whistle. Dog come to you and you get the key. Exactly. Okay. Capiche? Comprende. Wait. That's something. I mean that's a is that a pine cone? What is that? Ornament? Is that an ornament? I guess it is. Alright. Don't mind me. Oh yeah, I need to go to that crow place. The place with the crows in it. Need to go to the place with the crows on it. Yeah, I should probably just... Whoa! Fuck, am I dead? Oh, I'm still alive. Am I in danger? I am in danger. Not in danger. I am the danger. Fuck, I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead. I was indeed not him. Well, at least I keep my head this time. Fuck. That was your fault, viewer. It was you, not me. Okay, let's try that again. Oh baby. I think I'm gonna try a challenge where it's I'm gonna try to keep it just 10 saves, eh? Fear can't kill you, but what? Alright, let's put this away. Yeah, this is fine. No more distractions. We finish this and we're done. Take this with us. Little herb. Where you going at, buddy? Whoa! Oh shit. You know, it's not really. It's unsanitary. Don't touch me, baby. Ah! Stop it! Enough out of you. Die already. Jesus Christ, am I dead? It's like all the skills I had from before just kind of got sucked away from that one thing, dude. It's gonna be a long game. It's gonna be a long game. Man. Is it still saying I'm streaming Fortnite? I'm not streaming Fortnite. Please don't say I'm streaming Fortnite. I'm not streaming Fortnite. It's like 5 games ago. It's been 5 Moonlights now. Just gonna dog it out. This one. Okay. What are you eating? Hit me. Bastard child. Don't puke at me again. Did it again. Someone stop this man. Holy days. He's done me so wrong. Oh, baby. Head. There's no knob on this. Can't go through. Well, that. Dog whistle. Dog whistle. Dog whistle. I'm manifesting it like those people manifest the Candyman. That I get the memo. Call dog, get key. That's it. Call dog, get key. Hell yeah. Get that key. Died from that man. Just gonna avoid him this time. Bye bye. I need that. Quick. Got it. Defensive items. The old key. It's the whistle dog, right? Dog whistle. There it is. Oh, am I finding help now? Look at that, I'm in fine help now. Alright, so now this is just a matter of skill. If I mess this up, I mess this up, right? Call it here. Alright, let's use it! Do the dog whistle. Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy! Oh my god! Wait, hold on. Jeez. Someone stop this dog. Is that another dog? Oh god! I need a pistol. I need a pistol. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna go back for that. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm fine now, but I need a gun. Oh boy, do I need a gun. Alright, let's go get that gun. I can't fight that dog with just a knife. I'm too scared. I'm mad enough to tell you that I am not good with dogs. Those guys be fast and stuff, and that ain't cool. Hubby? Hi. Ah, come on, I'm sorry. Back away. There. Okay. Let him chomp on me, I guess. One. Two. There's another one, and I'm fucked. This never happened. Rebecca, are you here? Please tell me you're here. You're not. Back already. Not even a brief fight or anything. Alright, let's go. Alright, that 10 save minimum shit is just not gonna work. It's just not my Resident Evil. This is, I'm unfamiliar with this. It's just not even technically, this is a first playthrough. I haven't beat this game before. I don't think I have. I haven't. Oh. First for everything. I just so happen to that we can play Resident Evil 2. That pesticide too. This trick just works way better than nice. Oh, there. blow up anything. I don't really need that from you. Alright, so we're holding our stomach. It means we're in red caution, so might as well use. I already hear him, dude. this dog's fucking rabid, man. Get him! Get his ass! Come on! Let go! Damn dog! Get away! Ah! God, chill. Yo, watch out! That it? Good. One more? Alright. Nothing now. All silent. Alright, you got something on you. Press it. There it is. Coin was hidden inside it. Not a coin, is it? There it is. Change into a shape of a key. Like imitation crab, but just not as tasty. Alright. I just need a pesticide for vegetable people. So happy for the old. So bad in this. Oh, friend. Always. Right. What am I expecting? Plants. Come on, I can clearly mix it, dude. Just use your offhand, bro. Ah, whatever. Oh. Didn't go to a school. I need to unlock everything that this mansion has up, like has to use. Best part of this. I guess they didn't have that back in Resident Evil 1. 1960. forgot this happened. God damn it, Chris, come on! Lock in, man. I'll show you how to do it. Well, now I have to fight him. Oh, he's not coming. Oh, shit. I'm dead. Oh, weak, weak, weak. Bad gamer, bad gamer. Yeah. Fight your fear. It's not even fighting my frustration. Game sucks. Game sucks, man. It's a mansion. It does too much. Just it has too many things. I waste a bullet on you. Alright, let's get this over with. Died. Oh, Chris, you, man, come on, man. It's rough one. Do this, do that, do that. Off we go. Ugh. Damn key. Alright, we finished our first step. Get that armor key. Get this. Pull out of there. Out of the way. Good. Up. Left. Down. In. Sword. Dagger. Don't need to do that anymore. Stop moving. The mag. Oh, wrong way. Oh, we got our handgun. Oh, hey, look, it's the thing we need to go to. Confront our enemy. That. Back. One. Knife. Oh, he's dead. Good. Guild key, yes. Alright, we're just trying to match our pace here. We're almost done. Key, open this. Wow. Doggies. Chemical, yes. Back to the doggies. We're never coming back here ever again. Can you unlock this? Ooh, fancy. Dagger, take this dagger. Take that coin thing out soon. Not right now, though. Alright, I forgot about this shotgun. Well, I need to get an imitation shotgun like I needed an imitation key. Yeah, I need that shotgun for the snake. I think that is the first boss. Open sesame. Where are we? Who knows? Oh! Oh, it scared me. No, I tried to avoid it. Oh, shit. shoe. Or travel some more. I hope that's not copyright. Is the 1-2 buckle my shoe thing copyright? Is that a copyright strike song? Alright. Oh, I did not mean to go here. Well, let's take the opportunity. What's my health right now? Oh. I guess I don't need to be here actually. Go through. I can open this. It's a cold, dark night. Ah! Shit! Dogs! Oh shit. How do I stop that from happening? I don't know what the struggle button is, I forgot. Why am I trying to use the pesticide? Oh yeah, I had milk with me here. Milk. Shit was gross. But I need it because it's the only cold thing that I can drink right now. It's the only thing keeping me alive. Keeping me from overheating. Where am I supposed to go next? I forgot. I honestly forgot. Oh! Wait! Wait! What the fuck? Get away! Get away! Oh my god! Oh. I am not really in a good shape. Anything else I need to open with this? Running out of time. I'm in danger. Trying to remember, there was that herb that we were avoiding. Alright, I think it's time to consult the map. So in progress means I can unlock it, right? Wait, I'm missing something here. There's another collectible here I'm missing. Oh, look at that! I found it. Uses of medical herbs. It is a well-known fact that there exist many plants that are credited with medical healing powers since ancient times. Mankind has been healing wounds and diseases using various plants. In this book, we will sample 3 herbs that are native to the Arklay Mountains. Let's just say the Raccoon Mountains. Briefly outline each of their medicinal qualities. Each herb has a distinct color and a distinct medicinal quality. The green herb recovers physical strength. The blue herb neutralizes natural toxins. However, the red herb has no real effects by itself. We have found that mixing green and red herbs results in magnified effects. We will outline the effects of red herbs when mixed with other herbs when we have more data. Meanwhile, feel free to experiment on your own. So, for true knowledge is only hard through experience. Did I sound nice? Did I sound like a scientist? I hope I did. Alright, this should be green now, right? Let me check. No, it's not green yet. Imagine is this. What's that one? Oh, hey. Wow, it's a mag. Well, that did it. That's the one. That was the one I was missing. It's just zombie here, right? Alright, good. That works. Hello? Hey! Fudge. Is it now? Man, I really wish I could drop items right now. I need a heal so bad. Damn it. All right. Did you guys know? Here's a fun fact. You guys know that the T-virus, when you kill them, can turn into Crimson Heads? And do you know that Crimson Heads can turn into Lickers? Isn't that so cool? So Lickers are actually zombies that just further evolved, or evolved, I mean. They evolved further and further until, well, you know, they're just whatever they are now. Anyways, we're gonna open this. Gonna press this, and we got our shape of a key. We're fully healthed. We got everything. All right, we're good. So now to go over there. There, that's the place we haven't gone through, that one spot there. Alright, let's go there. But it said I needed a key to get there, right? Green means I haven't gone through it yet, right? Yeah, I think that's what that means. That one's locked. Saw that. Let's go check Mansion 2. Because that one's unlocked, but I didn't get to open that one particular door with the golden, the place with the golden arrow, that one. Let's go there. Don't mind if I just choop. Alright guys, so what you're gonna need to do to complete Resident Evil is you need to backtrack all the way to the very beginning. Yeah? Then after that, you have to backtrack again. And then we backtrack again. See, this is just how the game works, you know, you just kind of backtrack, you backtrack, and that's it. I mean, I don't mind it, but golly, it sure does happen a lot. All I know is this gets worse in Resident Evil 0. But Veronica I can kind of hang with because, well, I'm not really, you know, I'm too used to that game now. Buddy, can I have that VCR you have? Thank you, Kenneth. You have a good day now. Don't turn to a zombie yet, not yet. Uh-huh. Whoa, that's new. I hope those guys don't come and eat me later. They probably will. I'm fucked. That's a Crimson Head, I think. Well, at least we got the imitation key now. Alright. Will you take the mansion key? Give me a second. I want to read that again. May whoever take this emblem find peace in death. Very knight-like. Here, can I take that? Thank you. Well, they're coming to eat my ass. I need to replace this right now. I mean right now, like stat, like do it now! Alright, good job, Chris. That was a scary experience. See, you don't know what was gonna happen, but they were gonna saw you in half. Gotta be careful next time. Well, I can't really go back there because that's where monsters are, so... Well, no matter. Let's just do what we need to do. We do what we can, because we can, right? It's not... Fuck, it's an armor. Wrong key. Shit. Engraving of it's a sword key. You know, I've been looking at that key, that mansion key, and I've been thinking, what is it for? Of course, the sword key. Right. There's an inscription on the shield. Death is only the beginning. Okay, buddy. Thank you for the ominous reply inscribed in your shield. Hey, you're not gonna touch me out of nowhere, right? Really hope not. Be gentle with me. Oh, God! Jesus Christ! That man's gone rabid. Holy moly. I need a gun. I need a gun stat. That hurt. Well, that was something. That sure was something. So how bad do I want that gem? I gotta sneeze again. That was a long one. It was just coming by and it was sneeze, ha-choo, ha-choo, ha-choo. Yeah, it was really cool. I'm glad I didn't show it in the mic. That would have been bad. Wow. Hey, zombie man. Can you give me a second? Push, buddy, push! Alright, we're good. See you later. You snooze, you lose, right? Man, it feels so nice just being able to play this game without any other, you know, other things going on. Armor key. Shotgun? Oh, I know this place. Hello? Shotgun? Oh, of course, I'll take that. Thank you. Someone was using the bench in place of a stand. Foliage plant. Someone was using the... Oh no! It's Forrest from Bravo team. There are wounds all over his body. What could have torn him up like this? Oh, I know what it is. It told us in the very beginning of Resident Evil 1, 1960. It was a crow. Oh, we're gonna figure it out now. Forrest? Forrest, be smart! Forrest, be smart! God damn it, Forrest. What you made me do, Forrest. I'm so sorry, Forrest. Shit, he got me. Well, use the dagger, will you? Oh, I'm in danger already. Oh, this guy needs to die, bro. I'm so sorry, Forrest. He dropped something? Yeah, no, Forrest is just dead. Well, regardless, thank you for your patronage, Forrest. You died of crows. I'll remember that. That's what I'll let everyone know, that you died from crows. You know how cool that sounds? Dying from crows. Man, that sounds like a boring ass death. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Out of all the things to kill you, zombies, dogs, a crow. And those are scavenger eaters, right? I'm gonna eat those words once I get eaten by crows. Alright, so there's other things we need to open. We need to open so much doors. There's so many doors. Alright. Well, I know what doors they are now. There. This one. Alright. What am I missing? Let's see it. Okay. Rebecca.
You.
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you? Chris, this place. Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Jesus Christ, look at that arm.
Don't talk. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on. I'll be back.
Well, I think I know where the serum is. Oh, I wasn't thinking that place. I was thinking about the other one. Well, that works. All right, go right now. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Yeah, I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. No, I went the right way. I need to go past through there anyways. I just go down. I go down there. And I can... Yeah, that works. The door. Down there. Then to... Oh, it is that... Okay, it's that spot. Alright. It's where we meet Rebecca in the, you know, the last one, the original game. Can we just cut the middleman if we go over here, or no? That's not how it works. Looks like we can open that one. I want to try it. Because if we can open that one, it gets rid of the time we need to do. I don't want to really go into like a lot of rooms just to get to a place. We need to find optimizations. Fucking locked from the other side. Damn it! Damn it. Dagger. Go to sleep. Fuck. You dead? Are you dead now? Good. Armor key. Oh hey, it's the piano room. Hey, I wonder if I want to hear Chris try it. No, I guess not. You take the increment? Yeah, sure, why not? I need to go to this. I can find one. Well, yeah, I can't do much over here. I need to go to Rebecca first. I need to help her out. Can I access this now? This one? I still have pesticide on me. Discard it. The sword key? This was the only thing I need to unlock with it? Oh, I'm so upset. That's so stupid. Ah yes, the worm place. The place with the worm on it. Well, it's giving me it for a reason, right? Oh hey buddy. Yeah, if that guy caught me, that would have been it. I just noticed. Take that. We're just not gonna go past that guy anymore. Not when my health is just this low. Don't be good. I think this is for something else. Well, I got everything, right? Yep, it's green. What? No. Not right now. Oh, I'm screwed. Can I kill this guy? Alright, gotta time it. Alright, we're good. Ah, safe and sound. Remember folks, it's Resident Evil. Don't kill every single zombie you see, just run. Yeah, if that zombie turned into a Crimson Head, man, that would have been bad. Wait, there's a save spot here. I should save right now. Yes, please. Alright, good. Oh, the tedious things we need to do. So many. Mind you, this is the first half of the game. Man. I'm just not gonna open that. Alrighty. Thank you. Thanks for puking, man. Well, we got the medicine. There it is. Can't carry any more items. Okay, alright. Item box it is. How many handgun ammo can I... all of it, I guess. I guess the chemical I don't really need right now, so I'm just gonna put that away. Yeah, that looks fair. Alright, there's the serum. Let's go save that man. See if we can go the opposite way. this place. Jeez. No! Oh, there's armor key done. Any herb? Sure, I'll take the flash grenade. This room is giving me bad omen. What did I just tell you? So what's my health go? Okay. Guess I can do a quick one. Alright! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Get out of there! that actually scared me. Oh baby, my health is not looking good. This is for another place, right? Oh, hey buddy. Oh, I unlocked it. We really ought to heal. I think there's a herb that I missed. A herb? A herb. I said herb with a V. That's how exhausting I am. That's how exhausted I am. Yep, it's this spot. Oh, this is where I needed the herbicide for, I think. Yeah, it is. See? Told you. Dude, just give me the herb, alright? Ah, no space. I have no space. There's a zombie. That's what that noise was. Ay, caramba. What do I do? I'm panicking. No, I'm good. Watch this, folks. Told you. Win. Alright, we gotta use our first aid kit. We have to. We have no choice. Alright, this can stay here for now. Let's take this. Use it. Take the chemicals to use on plants. Herbicide. Alright, good old Billy can wait. I forgot his name. Is it Billy? The one that dies? Or the one that's getting snake bitten right now? The one with a snake poison. Alright. Now the herbicide. This. Let's go kill the plant real quick. Die! Yeah! That's what you get for, I guess, being a plant. Is that a mask? It is a mask. Yes, I'll take the death mask. Well, I can't carry any more. But I'll remember that. I wish I had more space. Really? Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm already out. Well, let's at least get this. Let's see. Will it be only 2 or... Alright. Do that. You die, dude. Honestly. There it goes. Another old key? What's with the old keys, man? Keeper's Diary. May 9, 1998. Played poker tonight with Scott and Elias from security, and Steve from research. Steve was a big winner, but I think he was cheating. Scumbag. May 10, 1998. One of the higher-ups assigned me to take care of the new creature. It looks like a skinned gorilla. Feeding instructions were to give it live animals. When I threw in a pig, the creature seemed to play with it, tearing off the pig's legs and pulling out the guts before it actually started eating. May 11, 1998. At around 5 a.m., Scott woke me up. Scared the shit out of me, too. He was wearing a protective suit. He handed me another one and told me to put it on. Said there'd be an accident in the basement lab. I just knew something like this would happen. Those bastards in research never sleep, even on holiday. May 12, 1998. I've been wearing the damn spacesuit since yesterday. My skin's getting grimy and feels itchy all over. The goddamn dogs have been looking at me funny, so I decided not to feed them today. Screw them. May 13, 1998. Went to the infirmary because my back is all swollen and feels itchy. They put a big bandage on it and told me I didn't need to wear the suit anymore. All I want to do is sleep. May 14, 1998. Found another big blister on my foot this morning. I ended up dragging my foot all the way to the dog's pen. They were all quiet all day, which is weird. Then I realized some of them had escaped. Maybe this is their way of getting back at me for not feeding them for the last 3 days. If anybody finds out, I'll have my head handed to me. May 16, 1998. Rumors going around that a researcher who tried to escape the state last night was shot. My entire body feels hot and itchy, and I'm sweating all the time now. I scratched and swelling on my arm, and a piece of round flesh just dropped off. What the hell's happening to me? May 19, 1998. Fever gone, but itchy. Today hungry, and eat doggy food. May 21st, 1998. Itchy. Scott came. Ugly face, so I killed him. Tasty. Or itchy, tasty. Okay. Yeah, he turned to a zombie. Poor guy. He's still alive? Why is this guy still alive? Jeez, man. You guys sure do die hard. That's a movie. Hey, what I miss? Whoop! I'm not there. Alright, let's go get that thing. The serum. I'm supposed to get a shotgun, right? Yeah, I forgot to get the I don't know how to get it. The shotgun? Forgot. But I swear I need it for this fight. Well, it's not like it's gonna happen instantaneously, right? Let's just hope for the best, honestly. Emblem, that's the only key I'm missing. Well, we can go over there instead. Let's try that. Sure, why not? Oh, I need to figure that out. Good old shotgun puzzle. Not sure how to get it. Oh yeah, right, the dogs. Bye guys. Bye guys. What are you doing? You're gonna get us killed, Chris. Jeez, man. Instead of running away, you're pushing a box. I know you were gonna punch a boulder in the future, but come on. No training right now. Oh yeah, right. This is where I got the pesticide. Right. Just not a good place to be right now. No, I'm in the washroom now. No, I'm not supposed to be here. What am I doing? Ooh. That's a crimson head. Here's hoping. Who? Why? Who, what, where, when, why? Right. Well, we can't do that right now. I have no space. Alright. Something happened there. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there to see. This is a password. Title is written as follows. Bring the light of truth to the three spirits. Bring the light of truth to the three spirits? Hey, crows. Not right now, eh? Lisa protected by the three spirits. A picture of a woman wearing a bracelet, a necklace, and a crown. There's a switch at the bottom of the picture. Press it? No. Picture of a valiant wearing a bracelet. It sets in a yellow stained glass. There's a switch here. Yeah. Oh! Your bracelet needs to be orange. Pictures of Sage wearing a it was blue, right? Or was it purple? It was purple, okay. Green. Right, that looks like, yeah, that looks like it. Picture of a woman wearing a bracelet. Yes, I got it. Press it. Uh-oh. They got mad. Jeez, fellas. It was just a prank. Oh my days. Oh no, it's coming back to me. I said I was dissing that guy and saying, oh, how could you die from a bunch of crows? Look at me, I'm dying from crows, man. I gotta lock it. That was scary. Close call, close call. Where were they supposed to be again? Oh yeah, right. Damn it, do I not have any more daggers? Oh yeah, this is where Forrest died. Hey Forrest, buddy. That's not Forrest. That is far from Forrest. That is not Forrest at all. Shit! It's over. Yeah, so that did not really go as planned. They're starting to get really hard to avoid now. Nah, actually, I think that was just a skill issue. Even if they are Crimson Heads, you can still kind of avoid them like zombies. They're just a little faster. Yeah, that was my fault. In the darkness lies your... Well... At least we know what to do now. Alright, let's do that again. Let's do the pesticide thing later. Let's do that later. We don't really need to do that right now. Do I not have it yet? Oh, I don't. Alright, let's get it over with. Isn't there a Crimson Head here? Oh, there is. So I'm just not gonna be going here. Nope. Wrong way. Alright, scare me. What? I guess not. Neat. Knife. Bomb. Damn it! Why is this doctor giving me a hard time? What doctor? You can't treat your wounds anymore? What? There's a timer for that? That's stupid. Well, there should no longer be any banging now. Right, see? All quiet. Can you not do that anymore, please? Thank you. Where does this go again? I forgot. Well, now I know where it goes. I'm fucked, aren't I? Not as fucked as I thought. Great. What? No, no, he's eating my asshole. No, no. That was a weird death. Yum. Metal, clip that. In the darkness lies your fears. Or just anger. Unfathomable anger. You know, we need to start using our weapons now, our ammo, our gun. Gotta start shooting shit up. Damn it. Can't believe I had to use that. Damn it! Bastard! How? Yeah, no, this is just yeah, no, this is intentional. I'm just clip farming, guys, that's all. Let's get this done, yeah? Four hours. It's been 4 hours since I've been here. I played the version the PC. I played Resident Evil, like the original. Then I had to go switch to Xbox, and I played some Fortnite. I had to play Fortnite, and then after that, now I'm playing it here, and it sucks. No, this sucks. Bad experience, man. Bad experience. Let's change our tactics here. Oh shit. Well, we're here. God damn! Annoying ass zombie, by the way. That was horrible, man. Alright. We're practically invincible now. This works. Alright, I forgot to take that with me. Use this. Let's take this. Alright. We're gonna do that pesticide thing later. Alright, we're here. Use the armor key. Hey, grenade! Let me take that real quick. Thank you. Because it's really simple, the pesticide thing. Right now, this is where the itchy guy is. All it unlocks is an old key, right? Well, it's like I technically still need that. Yeah, I'm gonna go get it. Let's go get it. I really wish we can cauterize these guys right now. Hey, can't I just burn them right now? I forgot there's an option. Alright. Let's go deal with them. Hello. That. Reload. That. Oh hey, they're dead. Great. The old keys are for something. I'm not really sure what it's for, but well, it's for something, right? Well, regardless, let's get out of here. When the two things, something, blah blah blah, destiny. Alright. I ain't reading all that. Okay. I need to do something else for that. So currently, that is none of my concern. Up here, right? Double check. Doesn't hurt to check, right? You know, I forget that I can just press one button to get here. See? Keep forgetting to do that. There, 3F. I need that thing though. There's so much things I'm missing. I already killed Forrest, right? Forrest is as good as dead? Yeah, Forrest is dead. Well, can I go out now? Thank you. Well, this is where I needed to go for the medication, so I'll need to go down here, I guess. I always do that, the opposite. Go left to right, go left to right. I mean, it's a good philosophy. Right, the dogs. Don't be. You guys are not gonna be concerned anymore, right? I don't know why I'm moving this. I just did for no reason. Well, at least no more dogs for me to walk past through. I need to go back there anyways. Yeah, dogs don't become Crimson Heads. Luckily. I should get that medication here. I have 2 slots, right? No slots at all. Alright. Jeez, that's running out fast. Oh, I might need to use a lot of handgun ammo for the snake. Because I haven't figured out how to get the shotgun yet. Cool, cool, cool. Well, here we are. Taking open doors. That's what happened. Do I not have any more daggers? Alright, it's this door. I really need to burn that. Oh! I left some bullets in a room on the right. I'll go ahead and look for a way out. Wesker. Thanks, Wesker. Oh, baby! See, this is why he's my... He's my what? I can't say much, you know, to make it not sound gay. Man, he's goated, man. What a goated individual. He would never betray us. I'm telling you. Wesker just doesn't have the heart to betray us. Don't you understand? Yeah, no, these old keys need to go. I don't know what they're for. Alright, I'll take these then. Take it. Store. Actually, right now, let's do this. So we can collect all of it right now. We're gonna do that. Take the handgun ammo. And take the other handgun. Oh, that works too. We'll take that. Take this magazine. Take the shotgun ammo. We won't be needing it yet, but we will. Then the fuel canteen. Yep. Let's fill it up. That should be all of it, right? Yep. Alright. So we're gonna switch this with the handgun. Get the magazine over there. Mix it. Get the serum for our current quest. What else? Get the armor key because we haven't used it all the way. Yeah, sounds good. Oh, let's save too. Let's save. We got so far, right? take our 4th save. There it is. East Wing storefront. Storeroom. Thank you. Get rid of the ink ribbon. We don't need it anymore. Alright. Let's get to where we need to go. Thanks so much, Wesker. Just to honor you, I'm gonna burn this body. Oh, armor keys for this too. I didn't even notice. Here's hoping there's nothing bad here. Oh. Well, that's just a deranged sound. I don't know what's going on. So something's looking at me there. Take the first aid box? Sure. Well, what is it for? Can I examine it? Can I open it? Is that an old key? It is, dude. Stupid. Oh, it's a herb that I can't use. What? It looks like someone took something then left in a hurry. It sounds very Super Mario 64 in here, man. I'm holding too much things. I think this is what's going on here. Yeah, the kerosene can wait. We don't really need to use the kerosene right now. But I do need that too. I don't know what the first aid box is. Oh, it's probably for that guy. You know, that guy. Alright. Let's go finish this thing. I mean, it's not like we're speed running, right? We're just trying to finish the game. We don't need to be super fast. Just need to take our time sometimes. Let me just take this. Thank you very much. How to use it now. Yeah, it's good for now. Right, the old key. Sorry. Hold on. It completely went out of my mind. There, now I can open this, right? Alright, what holds beyond? Fish? 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 The water tank smells like something once lived in there. Perhaps someone was using it to raise some kind of creature. Fish, man! Whatever. You take the fish hook now, right now. An unlocked case. It's full of various biological reports. Can we read it? What is this place for? What is the hook for? Am I missing something? There's a large scratch in the wall. Doesn't look like the work of those rotting freaks. Oh, it's a liquor. Well, why is it here? Oh, hey. Will you take the lure of a bee? What for? Maybe I need to get the goldfish. Oh, all right. Let's go clean Billy first, man. Forgot that guy's dying from poison right now. I don't know why I'm taking my sweet time. All right, I'll be right back. I'll go get that, whatever that is. For now, let me just help out Rebecca's friend. Yeah, I can use the armor key there. Hey, I got you your medicine and stuff. What now? Hey dude, you good? Richard is already dead. If only we've gone... That's serum on... Oh! Wait. There was an actual timer. I didn't know. Is it too late? Is it too late? I think it's too late. No, that's so funny. No, it can't be. It can't be. Let's see if it's too late. Alright. Working out. No! Too late! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Richard. I've been calling you Billy this whole time. Well, why do I still have it? It's just enough for one dose. I think... this is for someone else. And I think I know who that is. Because I think we're gonna need to go there right now. Damn you! I in danger already? Yeah, yeah. There's a door here. Oh wow, a mag. Let me just take that. What do you mean? Equip it, dude. You have a lighter. Oh hey. Oh shit! A rat! Thank you. Well, I wasn't able to save Richard. Poor guy didn't make it. Ah, it's over. Hey, funny idea. You want to use the old save that I did back before? I mean, if you want context, right? You can just watch the VOD. It's good advertising. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Mikey, I am curious though. I'm curious. I want to know. I want to know. Fight your fears and survive. Save 5. Okay, so caution. I got the sword key. Okay, so how far am I during here? Ooh, that's fucked up. I don't know what I was doing back then. That's pretty bad. Well, it's like I've outdone myself. Good on me. Forget I could open this. Let me open this. Helmet. Yeah, I thought I could open it. I was wrong. So man, this lack of inventory is starting to get to me. This is what happens when you play a game in the wrong way. Might as well check this, because I already know that Richard's already dead. There's no point. What now? Woe to those who disturb my sleep. There's a switch here. No. There's something in this depression, but the grate is in the way and you can't reach it. Sleeping night. Pretty sure it's gonna be a gas thing again. Well, regardless, we need to go there. That place. Alright, Richard's dead body. Oh, Richard, I'm sorry, buddy. I was too busy looking for herbs. Anyways. Alright, buddy, let's go. Hi. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't even have the thing. It's dead now. What is this? Oh, sure, I'll take it. Man, how am I gonna equip? Because my lighter is light, but it won't let it be considered as light. Oh, hey, I can just do this, right? I was right. Great. Sure, I'll take it. Take it off your hands. Oh, wrong way. Whoop! Poor guy didn't make it. You can't carry anymore. Oh, piano thingy. Shotgun ammo. Wow, I really need to fix that shotgun. Ah, okay, let's go get that shotgun. We need it. We need it. We need it like bad. We need it bad. Ah, all right. What the? Give me a second. Trying to blow its head off. Didn't work. Did not work at all. Alright. Piano sheet, mask. There's so much key items I'm missing. Because I don't have any inventory. So it looks like we're gonna have to upgrade ourselves. I don't know why I went here. There's no use for me to go here. Right, because that's had. Alright, I think I need the old key for there, I think. If I remember correctly, I do. Yeah, I do. What else can I open? Old key there, helmet key there. This is a helmet key as well, right? Mention B1. Alright, let's go get the shotgun. I forgot that we need it for the snake fight. Well, we don't really need it, but it would help, you know, kinda increase the pace. Hold on. My earphone did a thing. It went in my ear, and now it's stuck in my ear. That was stupid. I don't know why that happened. There, I'm back. What? I picked this up, right? Alright, I did. Let me just take this real quick. Thank you. I wonder if I could have saved Richard. I probably could have. Maybe in the jail run. I think I just went back to where I needed to go. Yeah, I did. Yeah, the piano tile is for that thing. Alright, let's see if we can open this now. We probably can now, right? Was it in the helmet key? I swear it was in the helmet key. Hey, buddy. Oh, this guy stood up. Look. There it is. That's what I wanted. There it goes. Oh, I can burn this guy actually. Great. Let's do that. Can I burn this one as well? Well, these two are not going to be problematic in the future. That's what I know. Well then, that was a useless endeavor. Truly was. Alright, we need to use up this key because I'm running out of space and I want it out of my way. What if I can shoot these guys? Probably a waste of bullet. Well, we've already went there. There's the Crimson Key. Oh shit! Come on! Die! Headshot? Come on, get a headshot. Well, he's dead now. Will they disappear if I use it now? And the snow. Oh hey, I got an achievement, guys! Break out the marshmallow. Burn up 2 zombies at the same time with the lighter. Great! I didn't have that before. That's new. Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. I feel like if I saved Richard, I could have had like a cutscene, but I missed it. I have a lot of pistol ammo. Ah, my ears are doing this thing again. This thing keeps getting stuck in my ear. Alright, we're back. Did I open this yet? This place again, dude. Alright. Not much to do here. We already killed the things we need to kill. Just in case, let's check it out. Yeah, green. That whole thing's green. The only thing that isn't green is that one spot there. Right? Well, what's on the opposite side? Okay, so that's where the piano is. Down there, it's unlocked. Alright. Let's go check the opposite side first. I missed a lot of things up here. I didn't even notice, honestly. Yo, got his ass. Very cool. Oh, hey. Could have been it. Helmet emblem. Unlock this. Here's the shortcut. Well, no matter. Shortcut is a shortcut. That one we already tried to open. I needed something? A key? Right? Alright, now it's just the opposite side we need to check now. I just want this key gone, honestly. Oh, key. This key's killing me. Bar. This key is killing me. Alright, on to the other side we go. We need to go to where the shotgun is. Backtrack of backtrack of backtrack. Yeah, okay, so we need to go there. Goes over to that side. Alright. It's this one, right? Yeah, I'm standing on it. That one I haven't checked yet. You saw that? There's a door that was gray. That means I haven't interacted with it at all. Yep, there it is. Wait, right, but this thing has the... oh man. Well, let's at least get this. It's over here anyways. Yeah, ink ribbon. Might as well heal up as well. Yep, old-fashioned lock, old key, old key, old key. Man! Oh hey, I haven't actually checked that one there. Wonder if I could open that one now. Right. Fucking emblem. Helmet. 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 Alright. Let's go over here then. Go down. Man, this sucks. So I'm guessing I'm not gonna need the serum anyway. You know, I'm gonna research this. Can you save Richard on time? I need to get to him within 5 to 7 minutes. Oh, so we're only saving him for an assault shotgun. Well, that's stupid. All that for a weapon, dude? I mean, it's a good reward, but not really worth it. At this point, I don't need the survival knife. So then what do I need the serum for? Can I search that up too? RE1 serum. What to do if Richard dies? But what do I do with... What do I do with the serum, dude? RE1 serum. If Richard dies. I don't care about it lore-wise. I know that he dies, but... What to do with the serum? Oh, okay, so I can just leave it. So I don't need it anymore. Alright, great. Good riddance. There it is, serum. Now that's my proof that I didn't get to save Richard. Unfortunately. Alright. I'm gonna need that medical kit and the old key. I feel like Wesker brought those ammo not for me but for Rebecca. We already know about his thing with Rebecca now. That's just his lore. He just likes that girl. Who doesn't, man? Short-haired people are really nice, especially the ladies. I like them. I like short-haired ladies. They're very neat, I think. I think. I will take the green herb, yes. Before I do, though, give me a second. Let me just stack this up with my red herb. Hello, red herb. Oh, there's a red herb. Ow. Ow. Alright, I gotta change earphones here, because this keeps getting stuck in my ear. Alright, next time this happens, it's gonna lodge and... This thing's gonna kill me. Alright, let's use it. Wow, look how fast we are, guys. Oh, wow. Super fast. Alright, we need this. Thank you. I think I'm starting to remember. Alright. I wanted to confirm it, just in case if it was the room, but I think this is where I get the broken parts for the shotgun. Wait, I can also unlock it there, right? The one in the cemetery? Let's do that. No, let's not go through there. What a waste of opportunity. Nothing here yet. Let's go press that thingy. Hello, friends. I've come to press the button. So that's just not possible. Okay, alright, I'll press it. Oh, I just die here? Is that it? Oh no, okay, good. I thought I just died there. That damaged me a lot, actually. Well, I might as well take a herb here. I know it's a bad move, but what can I do? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, baby. Fucker. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, that scared me so bad. It was so bad. Am I dead? I might be dead. Yes, please. Slow it down now, Sonny. Slow it down. Jesus, he's going for the head. Somebody kill this man. Oh. Ugh, Crimson Heads, man. Really? Oh no. Oh man. This is why you gotta burn bodies. I forgot that this is why we burn bodies. This is what happens, man. Forget how to play the game, you forget that you gotta burn bodies. Shit. How am I gonna save myself here? Gotta combine this now. Alright. We're gonna have to use a lot of ammo, but the only way. This is the way. Good riddance. Holy moly. What a pain in the neck. I did leave that body on the bottom there too. We burn bodies for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. That's why. There, I can use the old key from this. What? Oh, I thought it was. Alright. I guess I'm just being stupid. Oh, man. Well, let's go to that spot. We need to go there anyways. Yeah, right here. This man will turn one day, and I will not be able to fight back. And I find that stupid. What do you mean? Oh, what? Wait, when was this a thing? No, really? Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, okay, I'm a little... Okay. I guess. I am a little upset about that. The whole inventory management thing here is just kind of out of whack. I'm running out of inventory, and I have to keep backtracking. I really dislike that. Thank you for backseating. Oh, yeah, you're right. I gotta examine the first aid box. Alright. Wait. Well, I have tried it before. Can't open it yet. Will it only work if I zoom in? It's not working. Oh, there it is. That's so stupid. Well, hey, it worked out just fine. Thank you. Oh, Molly's savior, man. Thanks for that. Honestly, thought it was a quest item because it was very different. Well, now we can complete this piano thing. What do I see? Molly's? Mo? I'm just gonna call you Mo. Alright, now we can push this. Pick this up now. Yes, I will take the musical score. Let me examine it. Thank you. It's open. Just gonna say it's not complete, right? There it is. You had to see that. Don't worry, I'm just clip farming. That was intentional. Well, hey, we got it working now. Let's try this out. What do you mean? Fire! Fire!
It's me, Chris.
Oh.
You okay?
Yes,
That
I'm
was
okay.
bangers.
Can't grieve forever.
Yeah.
This is the Moonlight Sonata.
Can you play?
I don't know if you saw that, but I forgot to save a certain someone. Nah, I don't like it. I think I like Chris's better.
Oh, what was that?
What are you talking about? You played it worse.
Let me practice for a while.
Yeah.
Sure. But don't get too carried away.
Oh, I won't.
There's no way to skip this, right? I think there is. I need to do stuff. Alright. I went out of my mind. Yeah, no, that first aid box thing. I feel a little stupid now. I thought I needed that, like, cause I remember someone getting hurt. I think I needed to use that for something else. No, it was just a spray. Oh boy. Well then, where were we? I think while we let her practice, we should try to get the mask now. So I need my pesticide. I also need the shotgun too. There's so much things. There's so many things. But hey, there's no more one brain. There's two brains now. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm supposed to replace it, right? I don't know where the replacement is. I mean, I've done it before, but I honestly forgot where where to go. You got it. I got it. You know what? I gotta impress you real quick. I gotta get that shotgun now. Fuck. Oh, no. Oh, I'm running out of options. I need to burn those bodies, man. Oh, this is so bad. I might as well just... Yeah, because there's kerosene on that spot. Alright. Come on. Just gotta lock in. No! I'm faster. Oh god, he's faster! Oh, no! Please, wait, hold on. I'm not ready, I'm not ready. Is it over already? I might be dead. I might be dead. Oh god. I'm cooked. Wait. I need to burn that body stat. I almost did. I almost did. There's kerosene here, right? Did he come back? No, they don't. I don't think so. He's gone. Oh my god. This is why you burn bodies. This is why you burn bodies! Oh my god. Oh, you used the old key here, alright. Good opportunity. An accidental finding. Is that a bomb? Yeah, I need that. Oh! No, I was just talking about this! There it is! Broken shotgun! Oh, I found it. And there's also kerosene here too. Great, great. Things are looking up. Well, that's just not gonna work. Alright. So now the problem is, if I die, that's it. Alright. Watch this, pro gamer. Wait. A certain distance I can get a headshot. Oh my god! What are you doing? Yeah, yeah. No headshot? Well, I can at least burn your body. No more crimson heads. Sick of seeing you guys. What? Gotta let me do the thing, man. Oh, you're still alive. Come on. Not this. What? It is necessary to use it now. There's a crimson head at hand. That is true. Oh, yeah, you're right. Alright, we'll finish it. I wish I had my knife right now. Alright, let's go burn you. Sweet peace. Ah, thank God. Not gonna need to deal with another crimson head. Right. So, let's get that shotgun right now. Now, where's that shotgun? Just gotta remember where it was. Chris didn't write it down. Damn it. It looked familiar. You know, you're right. You're absolutely right. If I don't save now, I'm gonna have to do this whole thing again. And me and you don't want to see that. I should probably burn this too, right? Can I burn this too? Yeah! Let's burn this one. I almost let one escape. Oh, we're so ready. We're so ready. Let's take this. I think I'm gonna wait to use this when I really need it. Right now I should save. Really? Did I just waste security? I'm just cliff farming, alright? I swear. God. Blunder after blunder. 5. Alright. I'm just cliff farming. I swear. Alright, let's put this back. Alright, we're gonna need this heal. But there should be a lot of herbs on the way, right? This is gonna work out just fine. Gonna go get the shotgun, then we're gonna go back to Rebecca. I honestly forgot where the shotgun is. I need to... Should be the first floor, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, first floor. It's right over there. Oh, okay, I found it. One hit away to title screen. Am I? Oh! Why? Oh, I didn't burn the body! Oh shit. Oh my god, you're right, I'm in danger. I thought I was in caution. These damn crimson heads. Why aren't you aiming there, Chris? Wait. Pause. Alright. That's not good. I don't have my gas anymore. Oh god. Well, yeah, I can kind of loop him. Alright, I'll keep this one alive. That went smoothly. I did not waste ammo. Oh man, alright. So where's our spot? Gotta go up there. Wait, no, we can go that way. Okay. That's way better. I honestly thought I was in caution. Like in orange, but... Good catch. You're paying more attention than me. No, honestly, I'm just clip farming. Got it? It's all part of the plan, right? Right? I'm just glad dogs don't turn into crimson heads. If that was the case, this would have been just impossible to play. We're in. Right? I am? Oh, one more passageway. Alright, I forgot about that. Okay, so... You can kinda ignore this. Slow is better than Crimson. Alright. Okay. Push him away! Okay. Am I going the right way? I am. Oh! Oh yeah. Alright, we got the shotgun. It's at hand. I don't think anything else happens here. But if there is a boss that I forgot about, it's over. Alright, I'm just gonna take this. Mine now, thank you. Here, take this. It's way better. Oh yeah, shotgun obtained. We're ready for the snake. I think I gotta call one of these guys. Or I can go the other way. Let's see. I mean, this is technically on the way, right? Yeah. This will work out just fine. I'm not kidding. I think there's like 5 rooms where I didn't burn the body. Yeah, this is one of them. Okay, alright. Oh, I made it harder for myself. Oh, I don't know what to do. It's over, it's over. I can? But yeah, with the thing, there is something, right? I can unlock it, but I forgot how. Is it the hinge? Do I use the hinge on it? Shortcut through the graveyard as well. Wow, I'm missing a lot of things. Alright, you know ball. lead the way. So I need what you just said. A shortcut through the graveyard as well. I think I know what you're talking about. I think. It could be wrong, but I think it's the door, right? That hinge on the top. Oh yeah, right. Ah. You almost made me forgot. You almost made me forget about it. I was not gonna burn these bodies, but I have to. Can't let you laugh at me too much. There's a lot of oil. I haven't touched the oil in this one. About half of the kerosene. But it should be enough to burn those 2 bodies. I think this one is necessary because I need to go back here for something. I don't want to deal with 2 crimson heads, at least 1. Oh, when I can... No, I can't juke this one actually. These? Come on, there it is. This one I can't juke. The stairs will slow me down. This one I can kinda do. Yeah, I can juke this one. Just enough, it's enough space. Isn't there like limited kerosene? You know what? You said that, so I'm just gonna do it. I trust your instincts. If it... Come on, there it is. Fuck. I thought I had the shotgun on me. I didn't know it was the shotgun ammo box. You're killing me. I'm clip farming, I swear. Oh, that's unexcusable. That's just so bad. Wait, to be fair, I do only need this for the snake. Still fine with this. I need that storage for something. Right, that hinge. The one that we were just talking about. Just this one. There it is. Gonna take this wooden mount. It's this wooden mount, right? For the door? Or did I get it backwards? Is this for graveyard? Now I'll figure it out. Room at the end of this corridor. So let's just go right over there.
Oh shit! Alright!
Oh, this room. Right, I'm supposed to burn this, right? All right. Or can I just use the lighter for it? Use your lighter and plank. Oh, that's what the plank is for. All right, okay. I didn't know that. Smooth. Oh, look at that. There's another one. Hello. Just an ordinary guy. Jog. You know, I'm gonna call you Jog. That's a cool name. I got Molin Jog here. There's a map. Mansion. Yep, I'll take that. Is that what it... Is it just for that? The map? That it? Yeah, this is still locked. I need the helmet. Oh man. Yes, welcome to the stream. If you know ball, you can help me out. Because I don't know ball. GG. Are you saying I'm gonna die right now? I can't, there's no way. But that's the last of the kerosene. I think did that again. 1 second. The earphones that I'm using keeps getting stuck in my ear. It's not really fun. Feel. Alright, that's the 5th time I've done that. There it is. I don't even know what emote that is that you just put on. Is that a Minecraft disc? What is that? Is that a bean? I don't know what that is. Alright, let's go look at Rebecca. Right. We got the shotgun. Oh, that's an ink ribbon? Sick. It's really cool. I didn't know they had an emote for that. That's so cool. Right, but we're here for that thingy, that Rebecca. We need to go back to Rebecca. Gotta focus on the task at hand. Oh, I just noticed my title. Yeah, I forgot I'm gonna be here forever if I don't finish this. Oh man. I can already sense a 24-hour stream because of this. I'm too garbage and I just forgot everything. Get the emblem on my way. You're right about that. Actually, I forgot what this is for. Do you remember? Because I remember examining this once. Is this for key? Yeah, I completely forgot. Gold all around, outer fitting. And one more slot, you're gonna need it for the piano room. Well, there should be a place with the old key on the way, right? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. Yeah, I haven't checked that one door there, the gray one. Alright, let's see if we can find a slot for this old key. Pretty sure it should be on the way. Sounds good. Where did that guy come from? I don't understand where that guy came from. Oh, the burning bodies, it's starting to get to me now. It's starting to get there. It's catching up to me. I swear I'm just clip arming. Oh man. Oh, I think I might lose all my ammo. just for this whole entire. Okay, this is consequences. I need to face it. He's coming so fast! Oh god! Alright. This is an obstacle. But it's an obstacle that we can deal with. Die! Wait. Pause. I need a breather. Oh! Oh my god, he's so fast. That's not fair, man. Oh wait, I can just do this. There. I'm burning you. Wait, you're not dead yet. How are you still alive? Okay, good. Oh, when they die, you don't need to burn them anymore? They're just dead forever? They don't turn into liquors, right? I feel like you're messing with me. I feel like they're gonna turn into something worse and yeah, no, I'll trust you, I'll trust you. It can't get any worse than a Crimson Head, right? No liquors here, sadly. Oh, really? What? I thought there was liquors in Resident Evil 1. Oh, I didn't know that. I came here for those doors, right? Which is the complete opposite way. Shit. Keep going to this door, I don't know why. Alright, let's go open those gray doors. I think there should be an old key thing there. Here's another one. Clever. Clever. Oh, it's that door. Yeah, I mean, I already have the pesticide. But it's just a mask. I can get this any time. I guess I need to go back anyways. I may have just wasted a little bit of our time here. Yeah, no, I did. I wasted our time. Let's go fix our inventory. We're gonna need one inventory slot. We're gonna do that right now. Do I need the shield right now on me, or can I put that away too? Oh, it's so nice and quiet here. No fast boys. It's good. Yeah, we're gonna have to put this away for now. Fuel canteen? Or something else? Well, it is just one. I just don't need to pick up the mask. Now let's just do that in one go. Doesn't matter. Alright. Yeah, 6-hour stream! We're gonna be here for 24 hours because I'm going sloth. I'm going so slow and I don't know. Yeah, how many more content do we need to do? I think there's like a shark fight that I never got to. Oh my god, there's so much things. I'm gonna be here a while. Alright, since we're at it, we're probably gonna be beating our longest stream, which is 10 hours. I feel it in my bones. Is this enough time? Does Rebecca have enough practice now? Sadly, I have not. Still a long way to go, my friend.
Chris,
I think I got it.
I have not been this before, no. I've only finished Resident Evil Code Veronica, because that was the one that I was like, that I grew up on. So this one is just fresh. So once we get to the waters, I don't know what happens next.
Practice makes perfect.
Room.
This.
Oh, that's what the thing is for. Yeah. Oh man. Well, I hope you guys stick with me a while. This is our journey now. It's not just me now. It's both of us. We're gonna beat this game. Trevor's Diary, November 24th, 1967. Oh hey! Oh, I thought Trevor died. Clear pass baton to just ordinary guy Jaw. Mole wants to leave already. How did I end up like this? A guy in a lab coat brought me a meager plate of food and said, "Sorry to put you through this, but it's for security reasons." So when it hit me, it all makes sense now. There are only two people that know the secret of this mansion, Sir Spencer and myself. To kill me, Sir Spencer will be the only person who knows the secret. For what purpose? Doesn't matter now. It's too dangerous here. My family. I hope they're alright. I've decided to escape. Jessica, Lisa, I pray you are safe. How could I be so careless? I lost my favorite lighter, the one Jessica gave me for my birthday. Now it's going to be that much harder to escape this dark place. November 13th, the date when my fate was sealed. My aunt was hospitalized just 3 days before that. Jessica and Lisa said they were going to visit her. I wish I could be there with them. But wait, even as I'm writing, my memory is coming back to me more vividly. Just before I passed out, I remember the men in the lab coat said something like, "Most likely your family is already. Pray for their safety." Somehow I managed to get out of that room, but getting out of this mansion won't be as easy. I have to get past all the booby traps, tiger eyes, gold emblem. I have to try and remember for my own sake. Oh, look at that. Another survivor. So now it's okay to lead stream, to the title screen. I love being spectator. I like that you guys are chatting now. It felt so quiet, but now it's not anymore. You guys filled that. I'm grateful. Hey, I already put the title in, you know? I can't change it anymore. Oh, I forgot to talk to Rebecca. Crap. So, plus the pesticide, and then what we're gonna go to now. There's like 3 more. That's like easy fix, I think. I've gone to there.
Were you all right in there?
Yeah.
So that emote, gonna just I'm expecting to have a long journey ahead. Oh man, you know what? Doesn't matter. We'll get through it, right? Snail pace, but we will win. Plant, snake, statue, puzzle, gallery room. Alright, the plant. I need to kill the snake. The statue, puzzle. Okay, alright. It's starting to get back to me. But I know what you're talking about, the gallery room. That's the one with the crows. Alright. So we just put this in, right? It has stopped. No, not yet. There's a puzzle. Okay, when the two have run each other, the path to your destiny will open. It looks like you can turn the gears inside the clock. Alright, but what does this mean? Was 600. Alright, let's do that. One more. Well, that did not. Alright. Yes. 6 o'clock. Need to get to 6 o'clock. I swear what I'm doing right now is probably like pissing off Molise right now. Wait, what am I doing? I looked away once. I don't know what I was doing. Alright. That's the wrong way. Completely wrong way too. I gotta stop pressing like really fast. I'm sorry. Hold on. Large gear. Turn. To the right. Go backwards. Large gear. Turn to the right. Clock. Oh. Hold on. The large one. Oh, not the small one. Oh man. Right. Okay, good. Fuck. Go back there. Small gear to the right. Large gear to the left. You're gonna beat this for me by proxy. I don't get it. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I don't know why it's 0600. I don't know. Did I do it backwards? I think I did. Hold on. Let me fix that for you. It's supposed to be like the other way around, right? To the left. 6 o'clock. That's 6, is it not? Alright, good. Okay, I thought it was gonna go by automatically. That's good now. That was so fast. I did it all by myself. all me. Well, we got the helmet key now. I assume. Oh, there's the shield. Okay, so which door has the shield? All right, let's go to that gallery first. Let's fix that one. It's the plant we did, or will do. That one's fast. Snake, we can just kill that one. Should be fine. The snake is not as fast as the Crimson Heads. Statue puzzle. That one I haven't. Wait, I think I have seen that one. No, those are knight armors. In the gallery room, that's the one we're gonna do first. Alright. Let's get that one done. Problem is, there's like 2 Crimson Heads there. How am I gonna... Okay. Alright, I got a plan. This plan will go well. It will go smoothly. You're right. Well, I'm not fighting the snake yet. It should be alright. Oh fuck, I forgot about you. I think I'm like one hit away after this. You're right. Fuck. All right. I burnt the bodies in here. Have I used up all my herbs in this thing? I feel like I haven't yet. Let's try it out. Yes. Good. Alright, we're back. I'm glad I conserved that one. I will not lie though, the dogs, they gave me a hard time. Really hard time. Sit down there. Ah, it's in the ground, I think. Yeah, it is. I need to go there, so I need to go down. Alright, let's do that. Oh, it's so overwhelming because there's so many things we need to do still. I haven't even done the first half, which is this, the masks. Am I still going the right way? Wait, that uses the shield, right? Alright. Wrong way, wrong way. That one's just locked on the other side. I thought that was like a shield key or something. I guess not. Oh, can't escape him. Just can't do it. Oh, thank God you swung. Alright, we're safe. Man. Bad spot. Alright, we need to go there on the bottom side. That's the safest route. Helmet. Ah, thought I... Alright, let's... Oh man. Alright. Alright. It's alright. It's starting to set to me the realization that I'm gonna be here for like a long time. Oh, the shortcut is here? Right, right. Storage room should be on the way. Yeah, I'll do that right now. Yoki. I love that angle. Who's this mugging me? Oh. Fast. Fast. Oh no! I took unnecessary hits. Damn. Yeah, it's the spot. There he is. This is the shortcut you're talking about, right? Alright, I burnt them here, so it's good. Oh, where is it then? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Yeah, I'll at least have it at hand. Canteen. Well, I think I burned all this. No. I'm gonna regret that. Just locked red bars. Check it out. That one's on the other side. That one's for the emblem itself. But it's in the same corridor, right? The one that we just were, where the Crimson Head is. You gotta tell me now, because I is that lost? Oh. Wait, that's actually a really good indicator. Hey. On Mansion 1F, the long corridor. Oh. That's the basement. Which floor is that? There's a lot of long corridors. And 1F. Oh, okay, I see. Alright. I'll need to get past through here, right? I might as well kill that Crimson Head. It's too much in the way. There's too much things. Already? Oh, you pranked me! Come on. Jeez. Oh, I can juke you, I swear. Dude, what are you aiming at? Okay. Please tell me you're dead. Alright. Alright, we're back. Armor key. Yep, get rid of the armor key. Now the old key. This one, right? Did I bring it with me? I think we should fix... Yeah, we should do the gallery puzzle first. We're already here anyways, right? There's the crows. You know, I'm not sure what's supposed to happen. Just inside the door after you complete the puzzle. Oh. Alright. That's a quick fix. Green, purple, yellow. Come on. Green. Please don't. Purple. Yellow. Alright. Press it. Get out and reset it. Right. Said that again. Oh, is the crow like supposed to signify that, you know, like you fucked up? Is that it? No, that's probably it. Ah, crow chase, your wrong answer. See, like, how would you, like, know that, like, beforehand? Like, if you're playing this blindly, right? How would you know? Oh, you're supposed to press this. Oh, I'm so stupid. Alright. I missed another part of the puzzle, so I'm just gonna restart it again. Alright. Oh, we know what it was now. The necklace, so that's yellow. No, this is purple, I mean. Okay, purple. It's supposed to be green. Wait, this turns into a different color. So it should be backwards, right? Be behind here. Switch it. There it is! It turned orange. We won. Lisa protected by the three spirits. Picture of a woman wearing a bracelet and necklace and a crown. There's a switch in the bottom of the picture. Press it. Yes! Win! We won. All that for the mask. There it is. Now we can open this. There, the old key. I wouldn't have known that if you weren't here. Honest to God. Thank you for your service. Alright. We're back. Since we got this mask. It's good. Yeah, we have space for it. Let's go get the other one. Okay, puzzles, puzzles, puzzles. I'm not sure where that statue puzzle is. I'm gonna assume it has something to involve with his blue jewels. I'm just gonna take it with me. I'm gonna go to the storage anyways. Need to get the pesticide. Alright. This is the room with the mask. Once we get this, we fit those two on. We're good. For now. I should probably get the shotgun as well then. The kerosene. Probably not. Yeah, no, I'll be fine. Oh! Yep, there's my alarm. We've reached 12 o'clock. And we're still here. That means... that means we're cooked. Nah, we'll be fine. Alright, I got the shotgun. Just got it. That's aside. That's aside. Alright, we go back. Forgot one thing. Honestly, I was supposed to rest at around 12. But I feel like we're lagging behind a little too much. Cause I think when I used to stream, yeah, when I streamed this before, I think my first stream ended with me with the mask. So I need to at least get there. Then I'm gonna take a break. Then, you know, we go back. Right now, I'm not liking our pace. Alright, we can take this away. Almost forgot it again. Jeez, alright. We're gonna be a long way ahead. We at least gotta get the masks, right? After that, well, I would, but there's just no space for that, so. Well, actually, I think I might need it for these guys. Unless I burned them. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. Yep. I think there was like 4 zombies that comes by. Build a plant. And it's gone. I'm pretty sure we need to go back here again. It'd be nice to have those just lying around. Alright, let's go put these masks to where they belong. I'm fast. Chris is fast. Early. Alright, we get to put our mask on. The basement. Actually, it's not really a basement, it's more of like a tomb. Catacomb? Yeah, catacomb. We're gonna go to the catacomb. And I feel like if you guys weren't here, probably would have took another like 5 hours just to get to where I am right now. It'd be like 3 in the morning. I'd just be like stuck on this. Hey, this is why backseating is just good right now. Because this is gonna... Yeah, no, I think this is where I left off. Fuck, yeah, alright. This one goes over here. Oh, where the mouse should be. There it goes. This is just a normal mask. Could be this one, right? Pull where the eye should be. There it is. There's 2 more. Alright, let's go kill that snake. That's what the shield key is for, right? For the snake room? Speaking of, shotgun right here. Take that. Yes, I'm gonna need you. We're gonna blast our way through. But I should probably heal. I didn't know I was in caution. No, we need to kill the snake. Oh, is there no reward for killing the snake? Oh, you get like a weapon. Or a key? Nothing? Well, if that's the case, probably gonna be just running. First encounter is not mandatory. Oh, that makes sense. All right. Oh, it's the opposite way. Let's go this way. All right, so I don't even know why I brought this. You know, just having it around me is it just feels nice. Maybe it'll scare the Crimson Heads away. Okay. Am I on the right spot? Oh wait, I went past it. Alright, oh no. Force camera is messing with me. No! No, okay. Alright. Man, I love the charm of the force camera perspectives, but sometimes it just doesn't work. If you use tank controls, it works, but... Let's get this done. In and out. What? What do you mean? Yeah, alright. Good. Delete this. We just got space. That's big. I should have saved. You know what? It should be alright. I'm not gonna activate them, right? Okay, good. Try to loot everything before I leave. Alright. There you are. Alright, where's that mask? There it is! Noseless one. I'm way too fast for you. You're way slower than a Crimson. Yeah, alright, we're good. One down. Now we're just waiting for the statue. Yeah, the statue puzzle. I don't know where that is. Well, it should be there, right? The one with a lot of locked doors. Could be. Yeah, it probably is. So that means I need the helmet key now. Yeah, the poison gas room. Yeah, I don't know how to solve that one. Am I supposed to do things? I'm supposed to touch the knights. It's probably, yeah, probably has to do something with those guys. But yeah. Okay. Top right, bottom left, right. Push the statue. You're supposed to push the statue. Woe to those who disturb my peace. Yeah. I don't know how you would figure that out. Like, by yourself, top right. Bottom left. Then right. Yeah. Win. We won. There's the helmet. How would you know that, like, blindly? How would you find that out blindly? Oh. Oh, I forgot to put my nightbot. Sorry about that. Jog. Wait, I saw it. The celebration. Okay, I'm supposed to press this. Sunshine will awaken. Where is it? Yes, that's this one. Press it. Oh, am I supposed to press these ones first? Got it. Oh. Press the... Dude? Yeah. Have fun with mini boss. Does this give you a... Is there a mini boss for this? Just if you failed. Oh, I need to put it in sequence. Okay, you got it. Oh, no, 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 don't press that. Press the other one. Yeah. Oh, that mini boss. Okay, I know what you meant. Mask without eyes, nose or mouth. Okay. This is it. This is what the shotgun is for, not for the snake. Totally knew that. Totally. You're right about that. I need to save. If I don't, kind of hard to die in easy mode though. I am in medium mode. Don't worry. I am in medium mode. If it was easy, I wouldn't be stressing as much, but... Wait, this is closer to the shortcut, actually, yeah. This can get me to the safe room. Very easy, normal. Forget that you're cracked at the game. Alright, get this. These guys won't attack me now, right? Good. Imagine if I didn't save and we died. We wouldn't have to do like half of what we just did. This fails on me now. I'd be so sad. Alright, hopefully that wasn't the last use. Let's go save right now. Get rid of this masks, just a little bit. Ink ribbon. Let's save. Gotta make sure to save. Alright, so after this boss fight, I'm probably gonna be right back because I need to eat. I haven't eaten yet. But after that, well, you guys are gonna be my full-on guide because I don't know what happens after this. All I know is there's gonna be a coked up Crimson Head that we need to fight right now. The rest is history. Ah, it broke on me. It broke on me. That's just funny, man. The timing. I was just gonna say too, you know, that was probably the last. It was. So now we're gonna do the Walk of Shame, because we ran out of time. We're here now. Alright. Watch this really fast. We'll go by in a flash. This really has that final battle feel to it, but it's not the final battle. It's just the beginning. No mouth. No, yeah. Put that over there. Last one. Last but not least. Wait, what? Not close enough? Okay. I should probably equip the shotgun right now. What do you mean? Right there. Statue with no nose. Alright, it's time. Come on, Chris. You punch boulders. This should be light work. Closed. My worst enemy. Crimson Red, again. Do I not have any daggers? Shit. Okay. What? Oh, it... He takes away 2 health states. That's so... That's... It's over. He died. Alright. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Did I win? Oh, I forgot something. It's on the coffin. Here. Grasp it. There's something here. There's the stone and metal object, and I know where that goes. Alright, there should be a safe room near there, right? Let's take a break there. That felt so anticlimactic. Triumphant. Oh wait, other way, other way. Yes, this way. There's a dog that I need to kill. I didn't kill that dog. Imagine if I died through that dog. Oh, that'd be so embarrassing. Oh, but just imagine though. Oh, no, no, no. I can't jinx it. Worst case scenario, we just need to do that boss fight again. It's not that hard. Alright, dog. Sorry. Not supposed to get the shotgun treatment, but you kill me, that was it. It was either you or me. My Nightbot has to chill. That's not a spam. Just 2 words. Nice try. We're here. We made it. Imagine if I, Okay, no, that's probably a boss fight, right? Please tell me not. Oh! First aid kit! Why? Why? Take it! Oh, okay. Alright. I guess I'll take this first then. That's a win in my eyes. How come I can't take it? Why, am I too tall? Oh no, that's mean. That's cruel. Really? How come? What the heck, dude? Why show it if I can't even take it? Oh, that's cruel. That's not cool. Oh no. I gotta go to that Nightbot. Shouldn't be timed out for that. Hold on a second. I'll do it through Birdie. Hold on. I have to disable that part. Is that thing just... I can't get that first aid kit? Oh shit. Alright, let's take a breakthrough here in this one room. It's not gonna crash or anything. So I can at least kind of stop the timeout of Jog, because that's not fair, man. You just said nice try. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta eat stuff. Then the rest is just gonna go by faster. Alright. I'll be right back. Unban. Table excess cap. Alright, I'll be right back. I just need something. Alright, John can now, supposed to. I'll be right back, folks. Give me just a second. Right. Right here? There it is. We're back after eating. For everything else. I gotta get my chat up so I can see what's going on. Finally reached 7 hours. Oh man, we are gonna reach our longest stream ever. That is not by design. That just happened. Oh, it's over. It's over. Alright. Cool. Yep, we're back. Alright. So our boys are gone, so it's just us again, me and you. VOD watchers. So, where were we? Right. They led me, both Molise, well, just mainly Molise, but they led me to the places I need to go. I'm still trying to get this. I can't. Not fair. I'm supposed to get it. Oh! Okay. I got it. There it is. I got it. Just the longest we've ever been in this game. This is gonna be, well, new to me. And since that's the case, we gotta take it slow and steady. If we don't, we might die, and well, we gotta do everything again. I don't really want to do that. Don't want to do that. Let's get this party started. Alright. Where are we? It seems to be some kind of signpost. Each direction is accompanied by a corresponding destination. North, Valley of Destruction. South, Cave of Hatred. East, Summit of Madness. And west, Path of Revenge. And there's a lot of spite in this, the names here, the naming here. I don't like it. Yo, it's a red cock. No way. Press switch here, yeah, here. What did that do? This is a puzzle. Alright. I don't know what the puzzle is, so now I just need to figure that out. But this is the Cave of Hatred? Is that it? Is this what this cave is? Alright, so each color is a correspondent of what they are supposed to be. I don't get it. There's no colors in these words. Destruction can be any. I mean, hatred, I guess, could be red, right? North, south, west. Okay, let's try south. Oh, not there. And now. Damn. The one says when it hits west, that's when I press it. Check the dog stat. Oh, hey, welcome! Welcome back! Huh. I thought you guys left. Check the dog stat. Well, I don't really know where the dog statue is. Is it on the bottom? Well, to check the dog statue, we need to go to it first, right? Right here. Oh! Supposed to face each other? The gate will open when the guard dog's desires are fulfilled. Statue with red eyes. The inscription reads, "The war cry of revenge." Oh! This was the clue I needed. Statue with blue eyes. Inscription reads, "The last grasp of destruction." Alright. Revenge, destruction. This one's fairly easy. See, I get this one. What was the time one? the clock, the father clock one. Alright, destruction, revenge. West and north. So this one's west. To be west. Oh, it's already in west. Alright. What was the other one? It's north. Destruction. Alright. You're not supposed to go west. Try that again. Oh my gosh, alright. There it is. See it? So they don't like facing each other. Thanks, wolves. Alright, we're in. Bros! Can I scare them? I feel like if I scared them all, they're gonna start. Yep, I was right, I was right. Alright, so I guess what we need to do first is to explore the building. Alrighty. What is that? What was that? I think we should go back. You have the Windcrest, you can get the Magnum there. That was a friend? A friend. There's something carved into the... Alright, so I don't have any of those. The wind. Oh, this is the Windcrest that you were talking about. Ah, gross! Yeah, no, I don't have any crest at all. Alright, it's time. Let's go meet this friend. Alright. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna assume that friend that means something differently. So I'm gonna equip this shotgun just for safety reasons. Was it you that was crying? Living statue? No? Well, does this have lore? I wanna know. A large statue stands silently in the darkness. There's no lore there. The only way but forward. Is that a hole? Wow, this goes long. This is an entire... What's going on? Why is this so long? Your friend can't die, best to run. Well, that's that's good to know. Am I fighting mold? Why is there Resident Evil like 7 enemy? It can't die? What does that mean? Oh, I might be cooked then. What? It can't die? Are you here, friend of mine? Alright, firewood looks fresh. Waste your ammo and try. Well, you've already told me, so I'm not really gonna try anymore. Alright. Scanning through now just to make sure. Oh, wait, there's the map. Typewriter and item box. Hey, this is a safe space. Yeah! Now I can save! I just need the safe box. Is where? Spot is so ambiguous. Oh, there it is. Ink ribbon. Something happened. I heard a noise. Family picture. There's a journal left by someone. Daddy attacked first. Attacked first? Mom attacked Scon. Inside. Red and slimy. At this point, you either go with handgun or shotgun only. But I can't choose. That's true. I guess we're gonna have to go back to the old reliable. Daddy attacked first, Mom attacked second. Inside red and slimy, white and hard. Not true, Mom, where? Don't know, Dad. Found Mom again. When attacked Mommy, she moved no more. She screamed. Why? Just want to be with her. Oh, that's kind of sad. Mom, where? I miss you. Oh. Rude bed. Looks like no one's used it in a long time. Oh, that's peak lore. Oh well. It's always safe to assume that. Alright, Meg, yeah. How about a survival knife? Would you recommend a survival knife? Good old knifey? Or is it a skill issue? No way. Did I save yet? I don't remember. I'm gonna save again just in case. If you want to troll yourself, sure. Alright. Well, I don't feel like doing a little trolling myself right now. I feel like that's gonna make things longer, so keep that in the box. This goes in the box. It's just less than a pistol. Alright. Will you take the crank? Yes, please. What for? Oh, this is all I need it for? Who the fuck? Oh, baby. Oh, that's what you meant. Well, that's not good. Okay, so that's normal? That's supposed to happen? I thought I died right there. Uh-oh. I'm not dead now. No. It's Nemesis again. Holy shit! No, she swings! She swings. She's fairly slow though, eh? Okay, I gotta not be cocky. I don't know why I'm being cocky. Happy friend indeed. So I'm gonna assume that's like a Nemesis system here, and that's the girl. Well, I have enough space for this. Better safe than sorry. Time. Combine this. Alright, we got health. Let's equip this. Alright, we got the crank. I don't know what for. But I'm gonna assume we're gonna need it right now. I hear zombies already. Alright. The fear of the unknown. That's what I'm feeling right now. Alright, let's head back. Oh hey! You guys are awake now. Alright. Should be able to outrun these guys. Not that. Gotta make sure. Yeah. Alright. I don't remember this being in Resident Evil. I've never been here before, so I never knew this was a place.
Oh, yeah! Alright!
Do I go all the way back? I'm gonna assume yes. But have any of those medallions. Alright, so there's 4 in total for medallions. Fuck, I only have 2, eh? This mansion is you're right about that. Alright, this is a mansion and they have like this big ass backyard. Yeah, this is the courtyard for a mansion. It's too big, man. Did I go too back? Oh. Alright. Supposed to go here. Where they're going, they don't need clean clothes, I guess. Alright, the place with the dogs. That's where we need to go. The dogs. I can probably just outrun them, right? Take this. I saw blue herb. That's not good. That can only mean bad things, like poison. Gonna take it anyways. Shit, I might need to fight back. No, I can outrun these guys. I can. Alright, I got somewhere. Ah, thank you for yeah. I had fun just making this this PNG model. Oh no, I'm scared of water. I don't want to go in there. Hold on. There it is. That's where I need it for. Oh, nice fun. That was a dam. You can hear the sound of a waterfall in the distance. It's not out yet, so that means I'm gonna be needing it. Combine these two. Are there such things as poisonous sharks? That's not a thing, right? Why'd they give me a blue herb? What? Oh, sick. Alright. Shortcut. But that is not a shortcut. That is an elevator. I don't know where I just went. Okay, I love the concept. Keep that up. Guess it kind of gives me clues what's gonna happen next. No! There's too many crows. Battery's been taken out, so I need a battery. I already got the crank. Did I go here too early? Caustic crows. Oh, waterfall. That was... Alright, time to get wet, Chris. Looks like there's something beyond it. Well, go beyond it then. No? Chris hates water. Chris hates water. Alright. Now I got a red herb this time. Alright, there's way too much herbs going on here. Oh, snakes! What is this, Indiana Jones? What's going on? What's the concept of this place? Where am I? I'm in unknown territories. What? Oh, okay. So the poisonous snakes. That's what it is. That's good to know, right? Oh, the safe room. Yes! A full can. So I'm probably gonna put this back in replacement of the fuel canister. I'm not gonna make the same mistake. I will burn corpse this time. Holy, there's so many stuff here. Oh, this I'm probably gonna need. This I'm gonna use right now to save. Easier to save. There it is. I have gone further than my past predecessor. And that is with less saves too. I'm happy about that. But it wasn't because of me. It's mainly because of Molise. Alright, let's go fill up our canister. Do I need healths right now? You won't need that crank till you find the battery. Alright, so I can get out of the way. Thank goodness. Mixed herbs. Need that for the snakes. Feel like I'm gonna get hurt on the way, so might as well take this with me. Alright, door. Ominous door. Back to where we came from. Alright. Whoa! What? What the fuck was that? What was that? Was that a snake? That scared the shit out of me. That was out of nowhere. Move the box to bypass that. Oh. I should probably do that now. My body moved a little too fast and it hurt. Yeah, just do your thing. Let go. Oh, I'm already hurt from that. Alright. Unless you're into that, we don't judge. I may be a VTuber, but I'm not that kind of VTuber. There. Good. We're safe now. From now on. No more tentacle monsters. Not much here. Did I do it all? What was this? It seem to contain articles about stars. People are obsessed with my team. So they're all keeping an eye on stars. It's locked. The door plates read gallery. I see something glowing here. Map. Map of the residence. Take that real quick. Wow, this place is pretty big. Alright. Does this resident happen to be evil? Can't be, no. Can't be. There's no way. They're not evil. Is that a boss, a tentacle that, like, hit me? Actually, no, never mind. Plant 42 report. 4 days have passed since the accident. The plants at point 42 is growing at an amazing rate. Although there are many unknown aspects about this plant, we know that in comparison with the other groups of plants, the T-virus has had a substantially stronger effect on this one. The T-virus has drastically morphed its host anatomy, as well as its size. Look, in its current state, it's difficult to imagine its original appearance. Nowhere on Earth will you find anything like it. We've also found that Plant 42 has two main sources of acquiring its necessary nutrients. One source is through its roots, and somehow it has rooted itself down into the basement Immediately after the accident, the scientists went mad and destroyed the aqua ring. Ever since, the basement has been like a pool. Okay. High possibility that there's one of the chemicals in the water that's promoting the Plant 42's rapid growth. Alright, we're fighting a plant monster. However, we have yet to determine the specific chemical, bulb-like body. The Plant 42 has been sighted hanging from the ceiling on the first floor. I need to shoot upwards. We ensured that it used the air ducts to reach the first floor. Numerous long okay, so what got me was not a tentacle. It wasn't an octopus, I mean. It was this Plant 42. We believe the vines are the second means of acquiring its nutrients. When the Plant 42 senses prey, it uses tentacle-like vines to capture its prey, suckers from the vine, and drains the prey of its blood. Oh shoot! Vampire! Vampire octopus. We've also been noticed. We've also noticed that it has some intelligence. When it's captured its prey, or when it's inactive, the vines twine around the door to stop possible intruders. Fortunately, several of our scientists have already fallen victim to this Plant 42. When we heard the stories from the survivors, they all observed one thing in common. When a uniform petal, like flaps, open and reveal its vital internals, it has a tendency to become more aggressive. One witness reported that it was as if it was trying to protect itself. While it behaves the way it does, it's still unknown. Ah yes, the yellow orb that you need to shoot in every single enemies. That's the one. What? Why? 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 What? What enemy? Oh, there's a zombie here. I thought that was Plant 42. No, it can't be. That was so random. Like, not in a good way. That was just weird random. Can I restart this? Might have messed this up. Oh, you push in. Okay. Alright. Kill and burn. Right. Kill and burn. No crimson heads this time. You will control Rebecca later. What? Oh, I'm damaging myself. Alright. Wait, we're actually good. Oh! I didn't know we control Rebecca in Resident Evil 1. Neat. I can do a thing with that. There's a ladder here. Climb down. Go down only after you have key. I should have looked at chat first. Oh, look, scientist place. Alright, let's go up. We don't have a key. But that's the one we need, a key. Go down only after you have a key. So where would that key be, perhaps? Well, I haven't fully explored the map, so I'm gonna find it somewhere. Wait, we haven't opened that door yet, eh? There was a door next to it. Let's open this. This one. Right. This one's ominous for some reason. I hear zombie sounds. Oh no, it's just water. Key! There's the key. Is this the key? The resident key? The residence key? The evil residence key? Is that it? Water's leaking from the tank. I'm gonna assume that's the key. Right? Is that it? Check the doors across. Safe room. You got it. Alright, so you're telling me to save means there's probably a boss fight soon. It's locked. The door plate reads gallery. So that one's locked. Okay, we haven't checked that one place yet. Go back. Not yet. Looming looming threat there. Not yet. Yeah, we haven't checked this door yet. We kind of hyper focus on this spot because of the tentacle monster. We got rid of these guys. Heck, man. You won't be needing the flask anymore. Oh. Yo, it's a spider! Oh my god. No warning about that one. That's mean, man. Fuck. All right. I wish I brought my shotgun instead. You know what? All right. It's no better than the snake. Same old, same old. Shit. Oh wow, just 2 hits, really? I expected more. Oh. Is this thing gonna start laying eggs? Just grab the red book. A red oil lamp. Oh, I got lucky pretty much. Wait, am I poisoned? I gotta check. Semi-poison? No. I'll be fine, alright. Poster. No. Yo, that thing's tweaking out. I feel like it's gonna regenerate or something. Partition is decorated with dishes. Great. Arm wrestling tournament. Means there's guns here. Guns. Well, I don't have that shotgun. Damn. Look, it's the thing! What is that? That's a first aid kit. A green oil lamp. It's not lit. Should I light these up? What is that gonna do? Or I'm not seeing an immediate no, so I'm gonna light it up. Strange silhouette hovers in the green light. Could it have some kind of meaning? Oh, I. Just grab the red book. Won't be necessary for the Chris route. Okay. Oh, well, I might as well heal. Well, I feel like I'm gonna need this for if I ever get poisoned. I'll use this for now. Oh, that hurt. I don't have my safety anymore. Bandage with blood. You take the red book? Yes, I will. Salmon. Book with a red cover. Open it. It's a book with a red cover. Nothing is printed on any of the pages. Is there a special way to use it? Do I burn this? If I combine... No. I'll just take this. I heard that. I heard a little skittering. Oh, poster. It's a bad bit. I'm gonna stop it. I'm just gonna stop doing that bit. It's so cringe, man. Some billiard balls. 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a code? There doesn't seem to be anything significant about it. Order, but said these aren't necessary, so I'm just not gonna touch it. Oh, but I do want it. Okay, let's touch it. Not necessary, but looks satisfying. Strange silhouette hovers. Yep, there's the eyes. I gotta get out of this room. I'm gonna get TOS banned from butt. But yeah, all I need is the red book and I can get out of here. That's what you said, right? Yeah. Just grab the red book. Just means that's it. we're back. So let's just get rid of this flask. No more burning things. But I feel you don't want to grab the shotgun shells also? You're probably right about that. I shouldn't get poisoned if I... Oh man, it's because it's Chris, you know, there's just not that much inventory. This is hard. I was gonna fall into the tentacle again. Well, I have to grab that shotgun shell. It is a survival horror after all. It needs to be done. Taking this. I need you for the shark fight. That's the only boss fight that I know. Because I don't like sharks. Water's scary sometimes. And we're in. Alright. Got the shotgun shells. Yeah, that's 24 shotgun shells. Rope freshly cut. Well, there's nothing here to explore. Alright. So that this means I've finished everything, right? Oh wait, I should probably get the lever. Because I got the key and stuff now. Did I save? I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm gonna save anyways. Just to be safe. I don't know anything after the part of the masks. Gotta be safe. Let's just use this real quick. We are now officially even on the saves. Number 10. We're about to reach our highest save, which is 12. Still back in the medical room. I'll put this away. Wait, what was the blue gemstone for? I feel like we're gonna have to go back to that mansion. Alright. The crank. I'm gonna assume I need that one. Crank, that soldier boy, crank. Oh, right, you told me to get the crank for when I get the battery. Okay, alright. Put the book away. Alright, so I don't need the book right now either. That saves me a lot. Thought maybe like the book you need to like put in a special light or something, like UV light. Gives you clues and stuff. Well, this is a perfectly good spot. Yeah, so I got a weapon, the key, and health. I'm set. Get it after you return from the basement later. You got it. And I went the wrong way. That wasn't even intentional. That wasn't even funny either. That was just, I don't know. I don't know why that happened. Alright, let's go back. It's officially past midnight. And we're still beginning the game. Open the door across the safe room. Oh yeah, there is a door there. So what the? I didn't touch you. Why? What was that for? There's no further use for this key. Great, more inventory. That tentacle has a problem. That was a personal beef. Oh no, I'm cooked. Oh, okay. Oh, that's worse. Oh no. Sayuri cosplay. I feel like this guy goes back to life. I should loot this whole thing then. A well-polished mirror. That's it. Is there anything in the washroom? Full of dirty water. Alright! This thing's gonna come alive, I can tell. There's something inside the bathtub. Will you take the control room key? There's a lot of keys in this one. Before I go. Oh, no, nothing here. So there's the control room. Yeah, and that sounds like something that would be in the basement part. It's completely okay. Sorry for your loss. Poor guy. Yo! Is that Mag? Will you take the self-defense gun? Yo, this looks sick! Wait. Suicide. Oh. Suicide note. I had to do it. June 22nd, 1998. I had to do it. We ran from those things, helping each other to survive, but Robert started to show the symptoms. I had to do it. Those damn things are pure evil. There was no other way. He would have done the same if it were the other way around. After I put him out of his misery, I had to leave him in the bathroom. Now I'm probably the last one. How could this happen? I'll never forgive myself for being part of this project. Eventually I'll get what's coming to me though. There's no way to escape from this nut house. Just a matter of time now. Everything is set. All I need is a little courage to get it done. Knowing that, I'll leave many things undone. It's regret beyond words. But this is better than just waiting to turn into one of them. Please understand that at least let me end my life as a person. There's a message on the back. Linda, please forgive me. Oh. Fake Magnum. But you said it is a Magnum, so that means it has the damage of a Magnum. Gonna use it for when necessary. It's gonna be my trump card. The books are mostly concerned with literature, philosophy. Alright, we're done here, right? Did we get everything here? Alright, good. We can leave now. Yeah, this room is disturbing. Let's just leave. Time to meet Fishy! Oh, wow! I get to meet Bruce! Alright, Jaws time. I didn't know! I didn't know it was the time. I just gotta equip it. I shouldn't. Not yet, not yet. Not yet. I'm getting too excited. Imagine if it's no need weapon? You don't need a weapon for... Well, that's no fun. Really? So does that mean I just run? I just run? Is that it? Some shotgun ammo plus magnum ammo below. No need for a weapon. Magnum ammo below? Oh yeah, the Magnum is still stuck in the wind crest thing. But this loot is good, right? Ah, that's true. That's true. I need all those ammos for when we do the big fight. I don't know who the big battle is, but... Why did I pick Chris instead of Jill? Well, it's because I like Chris. I grew up on Chris more than Jill. So like Resident Evil Code Veronica. These tentacles interrupting me. In Resident Evil Code Veronica, the second part of the game is through Chris, and Resident Evil 5 came out I think when I was kind of growing up a lot more. So Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil Code Veronica, and seeing, you know, Resident Evil as a whole, which is Chris, kind of just like this character. And plus I like that, you know, I don't know, there's just something about Chris. There's just charm on it. Even like the latest renditions of Chris is just great to look at. Even his personality, like him being traumatized and all, it just fits. I don't know. I like everything he does. Just get rid of this gun for now. Alright, so when you say no need for a weapon, is this like one of those, what do you call those? Is this like there's already a weapon in there that I can use? I don't get it. What's the premise? You say no need for weapon. Just exploring puzzle down there. So I can get rid of the handgun? No. Probably a bad idea. Just gonna get rid of the herb then. Alright. Well, I'll try to focus more on the magnum ammo. Because I probably need those a lot more. It's tentacle, man. Alright. I think we're ready. Time to explore the deep down. Alright, this feels tense all of a sudden. I felt like I was hearing music in this map part. Certain someone saves Richard. They can get an assault shotgun with 10 ammo capacity. Well, I wasn't there on time. I mean, who's even Richard, right? Nah, we don't need an assault shotgun. We're gonna be fine. Alright, we're here. The secret laboratory places in every Resident Evil. It's very open here. Oh, you saw that. This is pushable? What for? Why are these pushable? Alright, there's gotta be some hidden stuff here. Oh, that's why. Alright. I get it. You know, sometimes you gotta take it slow and steady, right? I'm playing Minecraft right now with these puzzles. Block after block. Alright, this is gonna be a while. One more. I want to check this room for. Oh, it's locked. Well, that's no fun. So, like, give me a percentage here. How far are we into finishing this game? If I see 25%, it's over. Okay, alright. No, that's not bad. That's not bad. As long as it's not 25%, right? Can I jump in this? Shark. You know, I probably put this here for a reason. I'll take it, just in case. There it is. The level with the fish in it. It's the thing with the fish. Water level. We're here. Shark place. There's a lot of sharks here. Supposedly. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared of sharks, so this is gonna be bad. Run to the door and try not to get bitten. Whoa, they go through the fences! Run! Oh my god. Wait, okay, it's not an instant death. That's fine. What door? That's not fair, they can go through the boundaries. Wait! I'm not ready. Okay, they can't get me through here. This is the door? like there's like crazy weapons in there right now. I'm not prepared for sharks yet. That was scary, man. The warning lamp indicates that there's an emergency. Wow. Really? I didn't know. There's the sharks. Pressure shelter. Oh, okay, so this is the puzzle. Alright, give me context. Any context. Caution, in case of a drop in oil pressure control. Open valve 2. Alright. There's a map on the aqua ring. Take it? Yes. Give it. Oh wow, this thing's... Okay. Got the map of the aqua ring. Is there any other clues than just that? I just saw that fin. Is there a big ass shark in here right now? You can interact with the 4 panels here. Valve behind door. Control rooms. Everything seems to be in proper working order. Error. To have gone wrong while the water is being drained. There's a switch to drain the water. Press it. Valve behind the ladder. Oh, there is, eh? Behind the ladder? Oh, yeah, right here. So this is the valve. Alright, so I'm gonna go press this now. Time limit starts after you start? There's a time limit? Alright, this might be bad. Have gone wrong. All the water. Well, there's a lot of time limit puzzles out there in Resident Evil games. They shouldn't be as bad. Oh no.
Emergency. Unknown source of pressure detected. Locking all doors to achieve maximum safety.
Oh no. Alright. Let's assess the situation. So it says valve 2, press it, right?
Reaching
Right, it's here.
30% of pressure threshold.
So the safety is released. So where's the safety? Oh no! Wait! But it would be right here, right? Yeah, release the safety. There. Now I can press this. Yeah, pull it.
Reaching 50% of pressure threshold.
Oil pressure lost, shelter operation terminated. Restore oil pressure and release the safety. Alright.
Activate emergency drainage system immediately.
Oh, that shark's going for it. Wait, number two. Look, did I mess up? Right, the safety.
Reaching 70% of pressure threshold.
Alright, I might be... Oh my god! Alright, we're good. I won, right? Ah. That made me very anxious. Pressure's already been lowered. Well, why is he still going ham? Might be over. This is not the time? Oh, do you need me to go up here? You got it, boss. What am I missing? I thought I won. I didn't win? Middle panel. Oh shit. I missed one. Yeah, drain the water. Oh, I missed the step. That's what's going on. The water has been completely drained. Oh, that's why you said no need for weapons. Well, they're dead now. They didn't even stand a chance. Poor sharks, man. Alright, I want to know what's in here. Aquarium? There it is, it's drained. But I shouldn't be dealing with sharks anymore, it's over. I feel like backtracking would be the way. What? Okay. Wait, I feel like I missed a lot. Let me check the map. Yeah, no, it's still red. There's still something here. Oh, there it is! The thing you were talking about. The shotgun shells and stuff. Keep going. Hold on. Let's get this shotgun shell first. No magnum yet. Oh, that's the last of the sharks. That's good. There they are. The sharks. Can I end its misery? I feel like it's a waste of bullets. What is that? Why is there still water here? Wait, I'm scared. Are we not done yet? The big ass shark, man. Yo, we're supposed to be done. What? Oh wait, right. Electrocution, right? I saw this before, I think. Wait to drop it in the water. Push the box down first. Oh! You can push it? Oh yeah, you can, eh? Alright! Light him up! Yeah! We won. Fair and square. Is the water still electrocuted? That means it grounded, right? Okay, good. Yeah! We won. Caught herself a big fish. Alright, it's not aiming at it. Will you take the residence key? Yes. If you look at the size of this thing, it's close to a great white shark, but slightly bigger. Oh, wow. Alright. Okay, this was a lot more easier with the guides. Thank you so much about that, Melise. Alright. We get to go home now, right? No more sharks, I hope. There is a door here too. Oh, I need to check this out. I feel like I missed a section. Should I go back to that spot with the ring? Or was there nothing on the middle of the beginning area? Oh, there, the magnum box. Oh, shit, okay. Well, can use this. Magnum rounds. But no magnum. Magnum rounds, but no magnum. The materials are packed up tightly. This place looks just like a garbage dump. Oh, I go this way. Okay, alright. Metal doors. Oh, that's where it all came by. Alright, so... yeah, that's what happens. Okay. I didn't miss anything, right? I don't think so. Yeah, it's all green. Alright, we're fine. Then I'm back. I got the residence key, but there's no electrical box. I need the box. Alright, there's a lot of unopened doors here still. I think we can open this now. That one door right there. We reached the 8-hour time. Yeah, this is gonna be my longest stream ever. I feel it. There's no further use for this key. Discard? Yes. I did all that for this door in particular. This better be good. Okay, alright. Fancy. All the warrant certificates lines to the shelves. Most of them are from the city or the army. Alright. A lot of distinguished gentlemen here. Is that a bee? There's mutated bees here, man. Sick. Oh no. Oh no. Those are not bees! They're wasps. He's holding something. Will you take the... yeah! Oh, I need this. Oh, I don't use it now? Oh, I use it for this! Oh, fuck. But that's not happening. It's too dangerous to go any further. Can't I just use the pesticide here? I don't get it. Oh shit. I gotta get out of here. It's locked. Door plate reads 003. Oh. Use where you found the map. Oh, okay. I know what you mean. I wouldn't have found that blindly, honestly. I would have found that like 5 hours from now. Like it's like sunny skies. Well, there it is. It's like, how is this implied? How do you figure this out by yourself? That's so hard. Oh, there they go. The fall of Caesar. Alright, no more bees. Or are they still here? No, they're not. Good. The lock mechanism at the door. Use it? It was 033, right? I don't know. Figure that out later. Let's see what's in here. Man, guy died from bees, by the way. Fortunate. I'm not gonna pick this up, just in case. Will you take the residence? Yes. Give that to me. Is that it? Okay, great. So it should be over here, right? No further use for the... Alright, so there's a lot of one-time use keys here. That's very concerning. I'm not gonna be picking up like 3 keys, right? Well, that's just not necessary right now. Oh look, it's the same room. This time it's different. Old maps have been tossed into the wastebasket. They look like road maps, but they're of no use right now. Alright. Why is there a save here? Is there a boss here? Giant plant is crushing the wall. Swarm of angry moths surrounds it. Alright. Your view is blocked by the dense. This is Plant 43, right? Man, we're calling this plant like COVID-19. Plant 43. Alright, what's in here? Plant monster? The tap for the wash basin doesn't seem to be working. Alright. The roots of some kind of giant plants are sticking out of the wall. It's full of dirty water. Pull out the plug. Yeah! This should be another resident key. There's something in the bathtub. Use it. It's a dagger. That really it? Came here for no reason? No, no! Well, I left. Is it still red? Alright, that part is green. It's still red here because of the ribbon, so that's fine. Alright, let's go back to the other rooms. We'll explore these things one by one. It's blocked from the other side. Oh, shucks. No, no, no! Not that one. Nope. Not right now. I need one slot at least. Alright, what's the clue for this? There's no clue for this. Use the red book there. And then boss time. Alright. See, when you explain it, it's like way easier now. Wait, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be in the other door. Well, wrong way. So I'm back to the safe spot. Which is not here, outside. Since you're saying it's a boss room, I'm gonna get the shotgun now. Should be plenty enough. The shotgun ammo that I have, plus the ones that I currently have. I feel like that sentence didn't make sense. I don't know. My brain's in jambles. We're here. Alright, so we don't need this right now, so I'm gonna take this. That right over there. There's these two. Put that away. Gonna put my gun away. We're gonna enjoy our 36 shotgun ammos. First aid box. Alright, the red book. I was about to forget that one. There it is. And printed book. Do I need anything else? Oh, there's another shotgun shell here. Yeah, I feel like for speed's sake, I should take the crank now. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna need anything else, right? I'm not seeing any immediate response, so I'm gonna use the crank. I'm gonna grab it now. Perhaps the battery is right after the boss. And I didn't save. Still don't need the crank. Why give it to us now if we're gonna be using it for a real? Well, no, that makes sense. Resident Evil 0 did that. The hook gun. I did all that, but I didn't save. You know what? It's fine. We should be fine. The boss is the lady, right? could either be the lady or the snake. Alright, time to see. But I need the red book. Went the wrong way again. Alright. I'm starting to loop. Alright. It's red, so I forgot something. Can I just use the red book in here? Like this? No? Yeah, probably not. Go examine this. 2, 3, 5. Play around with that order. Examine it first. Maybe there's stuff in here. What would be the natural way to fix it, though? I want to know. I'm curious. Okay, what if I do this? I think I've done that before. 2 through 5. Wait, these are the eyes. Nothing. Oh no. Oh, that's why. Five, 3. Ready? Did 5, 3, 2. Fuck. 3, 2, 5. 3, 2, 5. Alright, I'm gonna just solve this like normally. Alright, so how would we do it? Damn this. See, maybe if Chris opened it on like other pages other than this one page, it could prove useful, no? Oh wait, red cover, bandage with blood. No, there's nothing on the cover. Nothing suspicious about this. He's still in the bookshelf on the other room. What other room? Oh, other room, that room, okay. Assuming this room then. Oh wait, no, not this one. Wrong one, wrong one. This one. Alright, time to look for clues. Oh, look at that! Wow, there's a white book. Sure, let's take it. Organic chemistry lab experiment. Similarities in the cellular characteristics of the rapidly growing plant infected by the tyrant virus have been reported in previous papers. However, while repeating these experiments, an interesting new fact became clear. We learned that a chemical in the UMB family, UMB number 20, contains a compound that is toxic to the cells of the plant. We have given UMB number 20, a new name, V-Jolt. If calculations prove correct, when V-Jolt is applied directly to the roots of the plant, the entire plant should be dead within 5 seconds. The V-Jolt can be made by simply mixing the VP and UMB chemicals in a specific ratio. However, extra care must be taken when handling these UMB chemicals. They have been known to generate toxic gases if mishandling. The characteristics of each UMB chemicals are as follow. Is it? UMB number 3, yellow 6, UMB number 7. Red, yellow, green, orange. I feel like that's unnecessary. So let's use the red book now. There. Reorder the book? Sure. Oh, it's a picture thing. Oh, wait a damn minute. Just gonna fix this. Oh, this is a painting. That's alright. This is a piece of work. I know this piece of work. Good now. Anyways, let's move on from that one. Can't comment or commentate on that one particular puzzle. Yo, what? There's a boss right now? Right there? What was that?
Chris!
What was that?
It's no use. The roots are in the basement. You can...
Oh my god, I came in here for more clues. Shit.
Take that file. It'll tell you how to make the potion to kill this thing. Use it on its roots. Hurry!
Oh, this is where I play Rebecca.
Chris!
I gotta pause after this for certain reasons. Give me a second. Oh, this will be really fast. Not even gonna press the BRB screen. Hold on. I didn't know we're playing as Rebecca. But it displays. Oh, give me a second. Gotta do this thing. Or else I'm gonna hit myself if I don't. Give me just 1 second. Yeah. Came in for the occasion. Alright, we're good. Let's just go back and... Alright, I'm ready. Took a while. That took a while. It was a quick change. Alright, I'm Rebecca Chambers now. Alright, am I in a timer? Oh wait, I forgot to resume the Xbox. I know it's silly, but I don't have the... Hold on. Technical difficulties. Give me a second. Alright, we're back. Alright, okay, it's working now. Right, so where were we? We were here. Alright, I'm in. Make the V-Jolt and head to the basement. Right, so I need to read this book. V-Jolt? Is Chris dying right now? Do I have a timer? Oh wait. You said no, so I can take my time here. The V-Jolt and head to the basement. Well, is this the lab? Well, there's the assortment of flasks. Oh, solve that door. So, in the end of the day, I don't even get a clue. Fuck. Alright. 2, 3, 5. Shit, man. 3, 2, 5. Fuck. Okay. I haven't tried 3 here yet. I haven't tried 5 here yet. I haven't tried 2 here yet. Hero. Is it the eyes? Is that it? Is that the clue? The eyes? Okay. Let's see. So 1, 2, 4. Oh no. While I'm doing this, Chris is getting. He's feeling things with tentacles right now. We gotta hurry up. He's feeling things right now. Wait, yeah, 5, 2, 3. That makes sense. It's over. Chris is dead right now. That book that Chris gave me. We'd have clues on that run, right? Does Chris just die by default if I just go there right now? I have to hurry. There's 003. Let's try something here. Maybe it's one of these books? But these ones, no? Books? There's books here. Damn, okay, you've never seen before. Could these have been used for some kind of experiment? I'm grasping straws here. Oh, 3, 5, 6. You got it. But how would we find that out? I want to know. 3, 5, 6. Uh, 5, 6, 3. 5. 6. 3, 5. It's over. Chris is dead as we speak. Getting cracked by tentacles as we speak right now. It's over. Breathe. 5, 6. Is there like a different chime? Get it? I don't get the... That's a lot of numbers. Alright. This is why we saved Richard. I don't know what you're talking about. That's funny. That's really funny. 3, 4, 5. Damn it, Richard. 3, 6, 5. 6, 5. 5, 3, 6. Let's try 5, 3, 6. Damn it! 5, 6, 3. 5, 6, 3. That's the one! 5, 6, 3. And we didn't need Richard. That man was unsavable. Okay, my time strolling through the mansion doing nothing, that was more useful than saving Richard. Man, alright. Oh, right, this is the thingy. The book's... I'm confused now. There's so much jars of unfathomable knowledge. I'm gonna lurk. Alright, that's it. Molise is done. Thank you for helping me out throughout this whole entire time, honestly. I wouldn't have gone this far before for you. So props to you, eh? Alright. Let's figure this out. Take the empty bottle. Alright, so I'm probably just gonna be taking... Yeah, yellow 6. Okay, so if we combine this and this, combine this and this, failed the synthesis V-jolt. Alright, let's go back. Water. Red 40. FCF yellow. So I gotta combine the red 40 and these two. Combine it with a yellow F, CFC. FCF. And then missing another compound here, aren't I? Maybe another water? Could be water again. Fuck. Alright. Let's read the book. This is why they have files in each. Always. Mention 1, mention 2. Oh, they're there. 940 report. So that's not it. There. We learned the chemical UMB. We have given new name V-jolt. Okay. That'll be made by simply mixing the VB and UMB chemicals in a specific ratio. However, extra care must be taken when handling these UMB chemicals. They have been known to generate toxic gases if mishandled. It needs to be dark brown. So red, yellow, green. I need to mix red and yellow. Wait. Yeah, red, yellow, then blue. There's no fucking... Oh, this sucks. Alright. Red, yellow. Makes orange. Alright, I know how to do it now. It's red. Yellow. Then water. Water. Find this. That fucked up. Okay. Yellow. Needs to be dark orange. There, this is the UMB, right? Alright, so if I combine this with the orange, good. Combine this, it makes NP004. Guys, we're doing some scientist shit right now. So we made B017, which is the blue one. Oh, yeah. But you just need to mix this with orange then. Got it. Take some of the red Kool-Aid, water it down with some water, then mix it with the orange juice, lemonade I mean. Combine this, combine it with this, and I combine it with this. Well, that just did not work. See, this is why Melise left. Well, I died. Uh-oh. So I get 2 attempts for this, eh? Come on. Alright, red juice, water, then orange juice. Yeah, lemonade, I mean. We can't mix. Wait, can we mix lemonade and water? Oh, we can. Doesn't green and orange make light brown? It is. I'm having so much fun with science right now. Watch this, guys. This. Combine it with this. Combine these two. Look at that. It's blue. VP017. Okay, so VP10. I'm close. VP017. Dark brown. Remember in color theory, if you mix orange with blue, that's it. That's dark brown, no? Shit, I forgot, man. Gonna be number 20. Jolt. Alright. I think I just need to make it blue and... Wow, this sucks. Alright. Blue and orange, is that it? Combine this and this. Makes nothing. Sneeze. Alright, we're back. Do I have water in this already? Oh, it's an empty bottle. I feel like I'm just missing the clue, and it's already here. We have given you MB number 20 name. Can be made by simply mixing the VP and UMB chemicals in a specific ratio. So that's red, green, and orange on blue. Mixing the VP and UMB chemicals. So it needs to be red, green, and orange. Alright, let's make orange first. Know how to make orange. is combining this and this. Combine this, and that's orange. Combine it with this. Fuck. Oh hey, we're still good. Oh man, this is gonna be a while. This is all clues. This is like an escape room clue thing. Dude, how did I do that last time? I combined this. I combined this, which made orange. Right? So I need that. And I need green. Then red. So green was just yellow and water. Yellow, water. Man, Chris is probably dead right now. I'm out here brewing potions. So green and orange makes the blue stuff, right? So then that means I just need red. This should be it. There it is. I got V-Jolt. Alright, let's go. That was super fun. Did you guys like that scientific thing? I sure did it. Alright, let's go. Quick, Rebecca, run! I have it. Why do I... Am I missing something? This was it though, no? Sorry about that. Sneeze. So it looks like I'm missing another formula here. Alright. What am I missing? I got everything, didn't I? If calculation proves correct and V-Jolt is applied directly to the root of the plants, the entire plant should be dead within 5 seconds. So I have V-Jolt. I just need to go to the root of the plant. Where would that be? Alright, let's look for that. To look for roots now. And I think I know just where it is. Over here. Is it this way? I think it was. Yeah, it's this thing, right? Oh, it's down here where the roots are. Watch this, folks. Man, I sure do love being Rebecca. It's because we have the same hair. It kind of fits with my character. The only difference is glasses. Let's head on down. Don't worry, Chris, I got you. Just gotta go down here a little bit. Take my time though. Remember to breathe in when it goes in. Alright, so where should I be looking for these roots? It could be up here. I'm not saying could be, it should be. This will be the only way up. Or the only way, I mean. Alright. Go over here. The root should be where the sharks are, right? I haven't checked the middle one anyways. Sharks. Okay, so this is the place that flooded. There's nothing here. I don't get it. Man, I got the vault, but I don't got the roots. Oh, okay, I have an idea. I think I know where it is. Should be. Well, not there. Should be over here. Oh no, this is where we came from. Isn't it? Yeah, it is. Where we came from. Wrong way. Go back. I have hurry. Alright. This way. I just need to keep going forward. I guess. Let's go, Rebecca. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Rookie number 1. Who the fuck is Leon? It's just us, Rebecca. The medic. We're the strongest star member. We hold shit down. We run it back. We run it down. Yeah, no, it was over here, maybe. Wait, I just went through here for no reason. Why? What for? I don't get it. I'm missing something here. So I just need to poison the well? Is that it? I put it on water, it's done? No? I have no idea. Oh, I didn't even notice this. There's a door here, I didn't notice. Oh, tentacle monster. Well, there it is. Die, bastard, die! Got his ass. Probably don't need the bottle anymore. Throw them away. You got it. We won. And we walk out. It's like the control system for the water tank. But it's broken. Can't be used. It looks like the control system. Okay, stop. No more. Alright, Rebecca. Your time has shined. Thank you for doing that. That was fun. Oh, do I need to change back to my Chris avatar? Oh, I do. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. It's fast. This. Oh no, hold on. Give me a second. paused it. Oh, there it is. Alright. Got it working again. Hold on. Let me make this pretty. Isn't pretty. Alright. Popped out of transition. Now I can just go back to my minute. And we do it like this. Alright, we're back. Look at that. Ooh. I know it's silly, but I made these characters, you know? I can't help but just to have fun with them. Alright, I forgot to unpause the game. Hold on, give me a second. Right. We're back. I know it only took a minute or so. Those minutes are worth it. Anyways, we're in a fight. Good song. Shit. Just noticed if I die, I need to restart this whole thing, right? Oh no. There, it's open. Shoot! Golly! Alright, that was hard. That was hard. Come on, Chris! Ah, acid! Dead? Did I kill it? I won! I won! Got his ass. It's like he never existed. What plant? Drop anything? Oh. Key. You take the mansion key? Yes, I will. Alright, let's go examine this first. Oh, this is the helmet key. Wow, it only took this long. We got the helmet key, that means we have to go back. Oh, we're supposed to be looping and stuff, eh? Well, I didn't do that. All the shotgun stuff. That's alright. Alright, let's go outside then. Put me with Rebecca. Let's tell her the good news. Dive in. The only way out. Go through it. And we're in.
Chris! You're okay!
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I think we got to the root of that problem. I owe you, kid.
I'm glad I could help.
Rebecca. Thanks.
Thanks.
Chris, this is Richard's radio. A moment ago there was a transmission. Brad's still flying around, but I don't think he heard me.
Okay, I'll keep the radio. We have to somehow let Brad know about us.
I found a pharmaceutical room. I think I can come up with something useful. I'll be there if you need anything.
Got it. Thank you, Rebecca.
Anyway, I'm glad you were alright.
I'm glad you're alright. Thank you, Rebecca. Alright, we're back to where we were. Back to being alone. That pharmaceutical room. I think we should save now. Right? We just beat 2 bosses. 3 bosses? Yeah, no, the shark and the plant. If I die now, well, what's gonna happen, right? I don't know, guys. I think we're almost done this game. Room 11. Look at that, it's my favorite number. Save 11. You know, usually this is where I would end off, but we're not done yet, so... Shit out of luck. Alright, I'm supposed to go to that examining room. Rebecca did say she's over there. Go meet her. I mean, I kind of have the gist of where we need to go, because I got the key to go out. Hey, Rebecca.
This room is equipped with all sorts of medical supplies. I could pretty much treat any wound. Want me to treat your wounds?
Not right now.
No, I'm okay. But if something should happen to me, I'm counting on you.
Somebody sure knows how to get a deal. Most of the medical supplies here are from Umbrella.
Umbrella?
Don't you know? They're only the biggest taxpayers around here. They make most of these medicines right here. Homegrown in Raccoon City.
Oh, Umbrella? Can't be. That pharmaceutical company has helped me with Tylenol. And other things. They're a trustworthy pharmaceutical company. They can't be here working evil stuff. There's no way. I don't believe you. Alright, we head on back. When I say back, I mean all the way back. Whoa.
Wesker?
Wesker.
Chris, you're alive.
My words exactly. Where's Jill? Thought you were with her.
Yeah, I know. We got separated.
I see. Anyway, we better find a way out of here before we turn into zombie food. Got any suggestions, Wesker?
We should get a better grip on the situation. There must be areas still to be explored in that other mansion. Chris, I want you to check them out one more time. I'll continue my investigation here.
Sure thing.
Yeah, you just want to be alone with Rebecca. Fucking guy, man. Hey, but hey, right? I get it, that's his thing. Alright. Head on back. So I guess we won't be getting that electrical box thing soon. I think that's why, our boy left. Or our girl, I don't really know. Molise is a girl or a guy, but, you know, I think that's why he's lurking right now. Alright, let's get in there. Should be okay with this loadout, right? And he did say from this point forward, one gun allowed.
This is Brad. If you
Brad.
can't answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Chris to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad! Damn!
Brad can't hear me. Oh shit, I forgot you guys are here. Bastard. Dog. Something beyond. Well, nothing I can do but take this herb, right? Alright. We're gonna have to come back here, but for now, we've done everything. New territory, places we haven't been on. So that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be just exploring. Not a little, you know, not too long, but enough, you know. Snakes! Where are these guys dropping from? Am I poisoned? Please tell me I'm not. There's so many snakes here. If any snakes drop here, I'm gonna be confused. Alright, good. Still not sure what that blue gem is for. We're gonna have to check it out. Alright, we're back to the dogs. You know, I've been wondering, is there other places here? Well, there's that one hallway. Yeah, there's a long hallway ahead there. But there's another door there. Okay, I'll remember that. Things! What are these? First aid kit? Oh yeah, taking that. What's this? Use this to protect yourself from that monster in chains. That can't be hurt by guns. I also fixed the doorknob to make sure you can get away. Wesker. Man, see, this is why I love Wesker, man. Wesker is just the nicest guy ever. He could never betray us. Ever. That would be ridiculous. If he just betrayed us out of nowhere. I don't know, it's out of character. It's out of character. Just can't believe it. Well, we should be goated enough. Let's do this. Oh, this is the mansion. Alright. We go out there and open those doors. You see those doors? Some that are not open yet? Those are the ones we're gonna go to. There's a lot. I mean a lot. On the third floor too. Fuck! Alright, let's go. Time to go back to the big ass mansion. No dogs this time. This time I'm gonna be using mainly my shotgun, so should be alright. Do remember there being There it is! It's a hunter! Oh shit, I am screwed. It's over. Oh no, alright. Alright, he did say he fixed this knob. So we're gonna go check out that knob right now. Here's the knob. There, the doorknob has been repaired. Great. Shit! Oh, skull. Die already! 3 shots? Jeez, that's way too many shotgun shots. They take way too long to die. 3 shots. Alright. Gonna be a problem, isn't it? So do I still need to burn the hunter? You know what? Probably. Yeah, let's see if we can burn him. Oh wait, right. You know what? I just want to try it, honestly. I want to know if it's possible. Let's burn some lizards. I want to know if it's possible. Fucking disappeared, man. Shit. Okay. I guess I can't experiment on that, but oh well. Alright, let's put this back. We don't need it. Put this back. Self-defense gun. Alright, let's go open these helmet key doors. So which the doors should I open first? See. There is that one in the doorknob one. Let's open that one first. Alright, let's go check it out. Spencer family emblem is carved. Okay, so that's not part of it. There's nothing ahead there, but there is one near the basement. See that? Closed. Floor 2. Alright, so this would be the best way to go. Where the gallery is. Shortcut. Man, I'm set it up for success. I should be fine. Should be. If I play my cards right, I should be fine. No hunters here, please. Thank you. Alright. Main floor. Just hoping there's not a lot of hunters. At least 1 or 2. Alright, I don't hear anything. That's a good sign. So there's that door in the bottom. Go open it. Sounds like a dog. I don't know what that sound is. Well, there's our friend. We're gonna find out soon enough. Alright, let's open this. Helmet key. Alright. I've always been curious. What's in here? Okay. I have an internal organ inside. Can't tell whether it came from or an animal. That's fun. There's something handwritten. It's not dated. Things change. Never thought that this room I designed as an experiment would pay off like this. I can hide here safely for a while because nobody knows about the secret behind this painting. Not even Sir Spencer. Painting of a mansion in the back of the art room. Painting of a mansion in the back of the art room. Back of the art room. Elaborately fashioned glue. Back of the mansion. An ink ribbon. Well, I can't take that. There's nothing to save from here. Is that it? Just this? Well, I don't really need that, sorry. Alright. We're here. Whoa, it's a mirror room. I feel like this is unnecessary, so I'm not gonna fight him. Ah, it's a dagger. Great. Can you just stand down, please? Alright, good. He's dead. We're good. Take this droop. Yeah, I'll take it. Money. I'll probably take this as well. Just in case. Even the slight convenience of it helping you. Can I unravel this? No? You don't need to use them right now. Okay. To examine this. What's going on in this thing? Nothing unusual. Oh yes, there is. You don't see that umbrella right there? Ah, you're ignorant, Chris. What you see? There's something going on. There's a round reception approximately 4 centimeters. Well, I know what goes in there. It's in my storage box. A certain jewel, per se. I can just go to my box right now. Oh, this is gonna be one of those wind stuff, right? The crests. It must be. Right bottom there, not good. We can open that one there, so upstairs. That spot. Alright. Well, there's also that spot right there too. Let's open that one. On that one missing door. That one looks familiar, or important, I mean. Let's go for that one first. The only door that's closed in this one side of the mansion. We're gonna see what's going on here. I am just cooked already. I'm tired already. Well, not from this game. This game is just fun, but just throughout the whole thing, the puzzles, honestly. A lot of things to collect, and the inventory management thing. You know, I'm not hurting from lack thereof. I'm hurting from too much. Oh well, it'll be fine. Alright, let's go open a shortcut. Or assuming it was a shortcut. Could not be. Really sure. Alright. It's the helmet key. What am I looking at? Okay. Statue. That I push. Push it. What does this mean? I go through here? Is that it? There's a switch here. Press it? Sure. What is that, dude? Oh my gosh, okay. Wait, what is this puzzle? It's a okay. I can do this one. Come on. Alright, so we gotta press it, go back, and do the same thing again. Switch, press it. Go here before I get crushed. Go here, push it. Push like your life means it. Quick. Uh-oh. Will it get crushed? Okay, alright. Well, can I still push it through here? Alright, so I just need to push it once and then on the corner. That's easy. That's fairly easy. I can time that. This feels like a Warframe puzzle room. Really funny. Alright, go through here, go through here. Alright, I got time. Nothing but time, actually. Shit. Oh, I should be fine. Oh wow, that's gonna take a while. I need to be faster. That's it. Go. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Quick, quick, quick! Shit! Oh, this puzzle sucks. I need to be way faster. It's gonna be a millisecond twist. Millisecond? What does that even mean? It's gonna be a close call. Man. Come on, Chris. No dilly-dallying now. Shit, man. This is a little slow. It's alright. Hey, sometimes you're slow in how much you can do, right? I get it. Alright, this should be it. Fuck, I needed to push it one more time. This is so bad. Yeah. Okay. 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 1, 2, 3. Push, 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 push. Am I missing something here? The wall really closes in on you. I don't get it. I feel like I'm missing something for this puzzle. Something to jam it with, maybe? Okay. I just need to be that fast, is that it? Yeah, I just need to be that fast. Wow, that's crazy work. Well, I've done this before. This is like Code Veronica all over again. Quick, 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 quick. Shit, man. I need to be faster than that, dude. Why did I press it twice? What about that? Like that, right? Let it pass through first. Okay. Well, it's closing in. I press it. And I'm just dead. Alright, fuck. I might have messed up. Just slightly. Well, back to the main menu I go. So how bad is this? Oh no. Okay. This is pretty far, I'm not gonna lie. I should have saved. I honestly should have saved. Alright. Fuck. Are you guys ready to watch me backtrack for the whole entire 30 minutes of this? Okay, I need to save when I get there. First thing I need to do. Oh yeah, right, I need to do that cutscene first, because I feel like I might miss an ending if I don't. Alright. Hey, Rebecca.
This room is equipped with all sorts of medical supplies.
No, it's alright.
No, I'm okay.
Alright, we do that cutscene. Go over here, go all the way down. Well, at least we know where to go now, right? That's what matters. Alright, we meet Wesker. We're gonna go through these because we're already at the 9-hour aspect and we're not even done the game. Not even a little bit. Oh yeah, there's no more tentacles. Yeah! We won that. We won that one. Right over here. I guess we take the blue ribbon now. I think that would be the best way to do this. Alright, we shouldn't get hit as often now. We know where they are. We know where to go. We'll be fine. Ooh, wrong way. Alright, we're outside. We're gonna be talking to Fred? Yeah, Fred. Fred's gonna tell me what's going on in the sky. Oh, Brad, I mean.
Answer me, somehow give me a sign.
Chris to Brad. Can you hear me? Brad!
I can hear you. Brad can't. I can't.
Damn!
I need to adjust my headphone. This thing just really likes sticking to my ear. Okay, we gotta watch out for snakes. Alright, this will go by in a flash, trust me. We have the treasure box now, so we don't need to backtrack. Yeah, this is a win for us, I promise. Gosh darn it. Grab that herb. Got it. Good job. Settle down, dogs. I got important business to do. Come on. All right. Snakes. Imagine that poisonous. And I jinxed us. I jinxed us, and that's my fault. I did that. That was my fault. Oh, we gotta fix that ASAP. Oh yeah, there was blue herbs where that place was, right? Should be fine here. Hold on. Promise. Fine. Come on, dog. Still poisoned. Well, this first aid won't help me. Am I still poisoned? I am. Can I use this? Yes, I can. Yep. Gotta protect myself. You can get away. Got it. Thanks, Wesker. Fucking show. Alright, first aid kit. Got everything we need to succeed. Just need to do it. Right, we're here. Hunter. What are you doing? 2 bullets. Oh. Oh, I'm in danger. Alright, this should be it, right? We don't need to save right now. We just need to get that box. I feel like it's that important. Plus, there's healing stuff in there, right? We'll be fine. We won't die this time, promise. Alright, we're here. Well, we gotta pick up the pace. On. Helmet key, thank you. Can be a little tight, but alright, we've already read this. Go through here. Go through this door. Zombie. You two shot? Alright, that boy's dead. No, not gonna take that. Gonna take this. Yes. Peace. Alright, we're not poisoned anymore. We're safe. We're fine. Literally, this time. Alright. So this goes with the jewelry box. Combine this and this, right? What? What do you mean? Approximate. That's the one, is it not? There's a round recession approximately 4 centimeters in diameter. Examine this. Beautifully cut and polished. I guess they don't mix. I was wrong. Well, crap. Well, it was a good guess. I don't have my superpowers of backseaters anymore. I miss Molise already. I miss Molise already. Could this be a telescope? Looks to be pretty old. Wait, did I go in here last time? I got this wrong. I got this wrong. The more I open and close doors, the more chances of things happening. Can't let that happen. I can't let things that are happening happen. Can't do it. Makes things harder for me. Oh yeah, and I forgot to solve that beetle puzzle. Noticed. Right here, right? Yeah, it's here. Alright. Might as well solve it, right? There's a hunter nearby. Oh, wow, he jumps. Bastard, no! I'm dead. Oh. Wait, I win! Close call. Well, he's gone for good. Not touching anybody anytime soon. Alright, so we can't be crushed to death here anymore. We need to do this whole thing again. There's a way to stop that thing from doing it. The thing it's doing. Alright, let's save first. Let's be safe, right? Alright, we're here. This time we can save. Man, that jewelry box is very tempting, but I don't know how to use it. Oh, we should save. We are no longer using our lucky number. It's now episode 12. There it is. Save number 12. We have finally reached our save from before. Our past predecessor only made it to Act 1 with 12 saves. So I think I'm doing pretty well. That self-defense gun. These things, they have to be connected in some way. Right now, matter. Gotta fix this puzzle. Well, now we can die if we have to. And I'd rather prefer to not die. But I won't ignore the fact that it's possible. Most likely that it will happen like that. I will die. Gotta be able to prevent it, right? Alright. We're missing something here. There's gotta be like something, you know? There's something I'm missing. Kind of text, maybe? Alright. Well, this doesn't really matter right now. Just let's make sure it pushed all the way. I can have more ample time. Just gotta get it to the corner first. All right. Oh, I just needed to push it. It pushes by itself. That's so stupid. I knew that, totally. Fuck. What a waste of effort. The hole at your feet. Can't see very far into it. Go down? Yeah! I trust it. Is that a book? Eagle of South, Wolf of Horn. Will you take the last book volume? Sure. Trevor's Diary, November 26, 1967. I can't get out. I have tried every possible way to escape, but only to be faced with the reality that I'm trapped. I've been everywhere. The laboratory with the large glass tubes filled with formaldehyde, those dark, wet, and eerie caves. What can I do? First, I didn't want to believe my eyes, but that familiar high-heeled shoe in the corridor. It's like reflex. One name came to my mind. Jessica. I don't want to believe they share the same fate as me. No. Can't give up hope. I have to hope they're alive. November 30th, 1967. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for the past few days. I feel like I'm going crazy. Why is this happening to me? Why do I have to die like this? I was too obsessed with designing this ghastly mansion. I should have known better. November 31st, 1967. It was a dark and damp underground tunnel and another dead end. But even in the darkness, something caught my eye. Carefully, I lit the last match. I had to see what it was. A grave. But deeply engraved with the stone was my name, George Trevor. That instant, it all became clear to me. Those bastards knew from the beginning that I'd die here. I fell right into their trap. Too late now. I'm losing it. Everything is becoming so far away. Jessica, Lisa, forgive me. Because of my ego, I got both of you involved in this whole damn conspiracy. Forgive me. May God justify my death in exchange for your safety. George Trevor. So this guy was the person who made this thing. The name is carved into a small gravestone. George Trevor. There's a switch. Yeah, let's go press that. Alright, George Trevor. The last place you were. This is where you met your final end. Oh no. Kill with fire! Kill with fire! Kill with fire! Okay, good. I don't like those things. I really don't like those things. More? Please tell me there's none. Okay, good. There's a map of Mansion B1. Yep. Take it. Oh look, it increased. There's a lot more things in here now. Got the map of Mansion B1. Alright. BP. Okay. Oh. Am I poisoned? Damn it! Just when I wasn't poisoned. I get poisoned again? This sucks. Well, these tunnels are starting to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So many things. Oh hey, I've never mixed a red herb and a blue herb before. What does it look like? Nope, not the red herb. There it is. I just want this, please. Yeah. Let's use this. This is for when I need it. At least I'm getting away. Oh no. Did I kill both of them? Great. I feel cool. Holy, I did that 2 times in a row. Got them together. Great. I'm so goated. This might kill me. Looks like the power supply for the elevator. The main fuse is blown out. Wanna switch it over? Sure. Power supply appears to be functioning. Great. I just turned on the power. What else am I missing? It's a huge shortcut. Yeah, I'll take this. A bunch of spices you've never seen before. Oh, it's this place. Wow. This guy's still dead. Alright, I want to try this out. This elevator. There it is. Got it working. Alright. Can I go in now? Yeah. You guys see that? So what they did was the mesh, they squeezed it together and they made that elevator look. See that? That's so smart. Good game design. Whoa! Where'd you come from? Can you not do that? Can Thank you. Good night. The man died. Yeah, can I examine this? What can the words of the cover mean? Eagle of South, Wolf of North. Let's open it. Some metal. Medal of Eagle. Well, I know how to use it. Alright, I know where that medallion goes. I don't know why I'm holding it though. Because of it I can't heal. There's zombies somewhere. There's an oriental scroll in the wall, but the picture on it is Western style. There's zombies inside. It's through the window, eh? Alright. Oh, it was you all along. Thought I killed you, by the way. Alright, so there's a door here with a knob broken. Not much to do there. On to the next floor. Alright, what's in here? Nothing much. You know, I thought the elevator from the top here is connected to the elevator here. I guess not. Thought it was. There it is. Yeah, this thing. Only you can access it from this floor. Oh, okay. We're running out of ammo. I saw that, and I don't really know what to do. Okay, look, you see that door there? Can't be opened yet? That's the one I'm gonna access. Or at least try to access. Alright, you get it. That thing's bigger than usual. Dead yet? Yeah, that thing's dead. That is an affirmative kill. The gray. Oh, over there. It's grayed out. I don't know why. Alright. Okay, what changed? What changed? Not much. Oh, I went the wrong way. That's why. Whoa! Get up! Okay. Shit, man. Those crimson heads. That door. This way? Am I getting further away? I am. Where's that door from? Oh! There's always been this little hinge here. I didn't even notice this. We haven't been here before, I think. Oh! There's an inscription here, a tiger glowing with blue and yellow lights. There's always been a puzzle here. I didn't even notice. Well, I know where the blue gem goes now. It only took a while. Alright, so the blue gem, I got that, but the yellow one, I don't know where to go for. But I believe that's how we can get our Magnum. So that one's important. Have I ever told you guys that this soundtrack sounds like a Among Us? I don't know. It just does. That right there, still red. That could be where I need to go. Maybe. There's so much red still. Well, I might as well go to the door I haven't gone through yet. Right here. Alright, let's try that. Alright. We're almost here, folks. We're almost there. Not really, we're not done yet, but we're almost there. This is bad. Here a while. Well, I know where to go now. At least. Hey, can someone tell me how bad am I doing right now? I know I'm about to reach. Yeah, I'm about to reach the number. I'm glad these guys haven't retaliated. Alright, yeah, that door right there. You see that door? Let's open that door. Need to go through that. There's so much things, man. There's too many doors. Alright. Go through here. Yep, this is the room. Open this door. Why is it making that noise? Oh. Yeah, I thought that was a bug. Yeah, look. Take this? Yep. We're gonna take that dagger, for sure. Alright, I need to know what's going on here. Puzzle here, but I'm not sure what the puzzle is about. Regardless, let's get this eagle. Hello. Hello, eagle. Mail to the Chief of Security. Confidential. Chief of Security, July 22nd, 1998. X day is drawing up on us. Execute the following procedure within 1 week. Prompt actions are demanded. 1. Lure stars on the estates and obtain BOW's raw combat data against stars. Collect 2 embryos of each mutated specimen to sample, excluding the tyrant. Dispose of the tyrant. Ensure complete disposal of the Arklay laboratory, including all personnel and test animals. Disguise their deaths as an accident. When the above procedures are executed, report to headquarters for further instructions. For some reasons, you are able to execute the procedure by the deadline. Report immediately. In case of emergency situations, report directly to the extension number 5691. Good luck. Umbrella Headquarters, Umbrella Inc. Okay. So that did not give me any clues. Like this? I don't get it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Alright. So I guess I went the opposite way that I'm supposed to be. Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, is that not it? I don't get it. Alright, let's restart the puzzle. Do I need to go to the moose heads? Is that it? Okay, this is it. A trophy of a bull. Need to close the lights. Yeah. Dang, I made a noise. Dang it. Well, I need to... Okay, let me at least get this. We're gonna have to distract the eagle. Alright. Quick, 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 quick! Yes, take it. No. No. Fuck. Take it. Good, I got the yellow gemstone. All I really needed. There it is. I got almost all the Chaos Emeralds. Well, I don't need the metal now. Item management sucks when it comes to Chris. I remember playing as Jill once, and wow, that's a lot of inventory. Chris, on the other hand, Jesus. Inventory is just not in six. It's 6 slots, man. What are you supposed to do with 6 slots? Oh well. No point complaining. Let's get this metal eagle out of the way. I'm gonna get this out of the way too. Yeah. Get the blue gemstone. Wait, I got everything I need for that tiger. Is this good enough? Jesus Christ. Die already. Shit. Alright, it's dead. These things take a while to kill, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, these hunters. Oh my gosh. Well, I got the gemstones that I need. With blue. Okay, so I got ammo. Okay, good, good, good. And yellow. What does this give me? It is a disc. Look, you take the MO disc? Yeah, sure, the Mo disc. Mo? You mean Molise? Yeah, my guide? Guardian Angel, I mean. Let's go examine this. It appears to be a disk for booting a system of some sort. Not sure what disk it is for, though. Now we'll figure it out. Oh, we're good here. Gotta get that red gem out of the way. I don't know what we're needed for. We're gonna need it for something, I think. What's the disc for? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Now let's go get that red jewel. Perhaps the red jewel will fit straight to the jewel box. Yes, there it is. Get a little closer. Oh, it's glowing right now. Take it, take it, take it. Alright, good. Get it. There it is. Blue, red gemstone. Is that it? Am I good? Is this green now? It is now green. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Imagine if this is not quest related and I've been doing this just for a singular weapon, dude. I'm gonna be a little upset if it is. Well, do we need to go through here so we can go to that door? I might as well. Perhaps there's something there waiting for me, like a treasure. Unless it's still budged. Which is not actually cool. Yeah, alright. I need to get there through different means. Alright, I have been there. The elevator, right. Right, that's the elevator, right? Yeah, that is the elevator, isn't it? I'm so confused. What could that possibly be? Eh? What is that? What room is that from? It's blue, so it's in, I've been there, but you know what? Your guess is as good as mine. We're not really sure. Together, we're not really sure. Hey, look. You know, now I'm kind of happy that I didn't take these right away. I can use them. Don't mind if I do. Back to normal. Right. There's that one place. Here, yeah. Alright. I remember this place. There it is. There's the door. Helmet key. Discard the helmet key. Alright, let's see what's in here. Forgot about the spawn, honestly. Oh my fuck, dude. This looks long. Okay, alright. No point groaning and moaning about it. Just gotta do it. Long ass game, by the way. In a good way. That's a good thing. Got a lot of lore out of it. Lizard man? Woo! That's a boss. Shit! I don't know why I got into a boss room. I didn't expect this. Shit, reload. Alright. We'll be fine. Shit! Did we kill it? Yes! I managed to kill it. Jeez, man. I didn't know I was going into a boss room. That sucks. Well, at least we survived, right? Man, that was scary. I didn't even save either. Alright, gotta... There it is. Jeez Louise. Oh. We got one. Examine this, open this, and we should get a medallion, right? Come on. There, we got our second medallion. We know what it's specially for. Jeez. That was scary. This thing won't come back alive, right? Should I burn it? Imagine a crimson head snake. A lurker snake would be scary. A licker, I mean. Lurker. Can I go through here? Be good. The only way. The other door is broken. We're good. We did it. We won, folks. We won. Somehow. We won somehow. That wasn't even chance. I mean, that wasn't even like skill. That was just chance. Oh, we got... Alright. We're just missing four more medals? 4 more medals. And it has something to do with that treasure box. Alright, what else have I not explored yet? Okay, we checked that one as X'd. Means it doesn't work. What else is not? Typewriter item box. Oh yeah, that's the doorknob thing. There's mentioned B1. I think we've exhausted everything. Okay, we just need to get the metal out of the jewelry box. I think that's what we need to do now. But we should have explored everything by now. I think we're good. Oh folks, guess what? We've reached our 10-hour mark. This is our second longest stream ever. Are you guys excited? You guys are watching the longest stream I've ever created. And all because I titled it, the stream, a certain way. Is it that? Nothing I can do. I gotta finish what I started, right? Yeah, honestly, I think we'll have a better chance if we go back to the courtyard. Let's go check out that item, the treasure box first. I feel like we're missing something here. Oh, this sucks. What do you think would happen if I should know? I haven't even tried mixing them yet. Alright, let's try it. It's right over here, right? Yep. Over here, and over here. Then I should get to the safe room. I can try to mix the red jewel with the box. Did I mix that one yet? No, I haven't exhausted that room yet. Right over there. This sucks, guys. I don't think we're even barely... I don't think we're done at all. Metal Wolf can go by here. There, that jewelry box. It should have something to do with whatever this is, right? A4 space. Oh my god, dude. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't. Mix? Do I mix this and that, maybe? Oh my god, it is. I was right. Okay. Pieces. I've done this game before. I played these games before. Corners first. Would it make sense? No, it wouldn't. Can I rotate it? Okay, good. Yeah, hold on. Let's make the big piece last. Alright, like this. Be like this, right? Alright, so this is part of the square with where it's where it's like that. Okay. Watch this. Right? Just adjust it like this. Take this piece and back it up. Here. There it is. Okay, that's good. It should go over here. Should fall into place, no? Okay, let's try this part then. There. What are you talking about? Okay. Look at that. Last piece. Boom. I did it. There's a brooch inside. Can't just be any brooch. It's a key, isn't it? Good. Change into a key. Emblem key. But the emblem... Well, I just know where that is. I know where that Spencer place is. I've been there before. And I think this is the end of the game. I hope it is. It's probably not. I haven't even met Tyrant yet. Fuck, it's over. It's gonna be the end of my life. Alright, gotta go back there. Well, I can't take that. Alright. There's a shortcut. I think. Not sure. Could be, could not be. Not really sure yet. Alright. Alright. Go through here. Wrong way. Here and there. Oh my gosh. Our longest stream is ridiculous, guys. Can't believe it's Prison Heat. Alright, we're sitting properly now. Go to that mansion place. That approximately that's right over here. Yard. Here. Big cage. Open this shit up. A lot of puzzles now. Crows. Lots and lots of crows. We're here. Time to open that door. Where's the ammo key? No further use for this key. Yep, let's discard it. Oh, hello? Oh!
Rebecca!
Rebecca!
Is she upstairs?
Oh no! Oh no, Rebecca! Not the way to do it. I don't know if there's a secret timer again, but yeah, I'll take that. Oh, I need that for sure. Collection of thick tomes. There are books on everything from genetics to statecraft. Nothing else? Alright, let's go help Rebecca now. I hope that stroll didn't kill her. Alright, so where could she be? From where I am. Up here. Follow this. I can't read that shit. Alright, but I think I got the idea. Or the gist at least. I hope I don't need to save. Save anymore. Sorry, Rebecca. Gotta wait a little longer. You can tell from my tone of voice, I've been talking like the whole day for too long. And now my voice is starting to get tired. Just normal. I'd be impressed if you're not tired yet, talking all day like this. Alright, ink ribbon. Save. We have now suppressed our predecessor's save. There it is. 13. Alright. With this, try to save Rebecca. I don't know how far we are in the game. Hope this is the last. Upstairs was right here. Where would Rebecca be? Here? This is directly up to where that place is. There it is. Well, you gotta help her, Chris. I did
Rebecca.
it.
Chris!
You okay?
I didn't mean to get you worried.
We can't stay here any longer. We have to get to the others and find a way out of here. You with me?
Yes.
Then I'll go ahead. Until then, Rebecca, you're on your own. Stay cool and use your better judgment. Got it?
I can handle myself.
Good luck.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be Rebecca again.
I didn't mean to get you worried.
Alright. You look on her. Well, that's good. I almost died. Well, at least I got to save Rebecca. I'm happy about that. We technically have all the medals, right? Am I right? What is this? 7 is has to be. Engraving. I have a lot of engravings now. Way too many to be. Let's combine this. Nothing here. Alright. Got to save Rebecca. We're good. I've exhausted everything. Time to leave. That's the case. I'm in the wrong spot. This door. We'll save when we get to the other side of the once we get to the courtyard, I mean. For that, get all the medals on us. Get that done. Medal of an Eagle. Medal of Eagle. Medal on. So with that in mind, probably haven't got all of them. Fuck. Well, Rebecca's safe, right? Oh man. Oh man. Get out of here. Daddle. We have heals, right? We're good. Oh yeah, there's this thing too. Can't carry anymore. Wait, take this back? It's the same one. That means there's another object like that somewhere out there. Shit. So which place have we not gone through? There's a lot of places we haven't gone through yet. Oh. Alright. Not gonna lie, guys, I'm almost close to giving up. It's just hard, you know? Oh fuck. Out of my way. Bastard dogs. I'm still fine. Alright, we ought to go there. Red path. Forgot how many snakes there are in here. Way too many. And out of me, I'll be good. Oh boy. Oh, this sucks. There's so many things I need to do and stuff. Well, at least we got half of it, right? I just went the wrong way. That's my fault. Please don't do it. Oh, there's so much things to do. Alright, so I need to go back here. I have to go back to where that sister was. Sad friend we have. Put these medals on. That's the opposite side of where we need to go. Snakes, man. They never stop falling. This is their job. This is their full-time job. Trolling me. Over here. I go through here, open this door. Gotta make sure you can. That was smooth. Well, almost smooth. Almost. It's officially 4 o'clock in the morning here where I am. Been here for 10 hours and 22 minutes. This is officially now my longest stream ever created. Back when I was a kid, now longest one. Gotta tell you, not having fun. Not having fun. It's alright, we're almost done, aren't we? What the? Where did you come from? Okay, thank you. Alright, those are new zombies. Practically naked. kinda simple. Yes, it is. Right. What? No. It can't be. Really? This is not for this? I'm lost. The wind sweeps across here. Okay, at least put this here. Did I go here for no reason? Please let me know. I don't want to do work. Alright. Well, we're almost there. Not really. Not really. Gotta keep saying, almost there, not really. Yes, truly. We're almost there, but not really. Oh! Police is back! Windcrest? Yeah, I'm not sure where these medals go. Oh, I know, it's not from here. Medal is to unlock. Finally read. Oh. Even the metal object? Wait, final area? I'm almost done. I'm almost done. All 3 plus 1 missing. Need all 3. 1. Right? So how close am I to finishing this game, by the way? Probably like, what? 3 more hours? Well, if this is for the final area, might as well put it back. Metal object. Oh, actually, the ammo disc I'm gonna put in that. I haven't seen anything to do with that. Not gonna lie, the hunters were easy with the shotgun. I'm just glad I chose the shotgun. If I chose anything else, I would have probably not have had fun. Other than that, okay. No. Alright, I can interact with that metal. I'm gonna see if I can interact with it. The waterfall, right, that place. I don't know how to open it. I don't know what's supposed to be there. I don't know how to get rid of the heavy flow of water. Looks like I'm missing some things. Let's get the Windcrest first. 2F East. Alright. One more. F East. Is it where the snake was? I fought the snake. Oh wait, no, east. There's still some there. Alright. I can just open. Well, let me just take this. Want to check. Perhaps it had something to do with it. It's not. The gray room. Alright. Mind you, my friend, most of these rooms are starting to get really gray. The colors of joy is slowly seeping out, so they're all gray right now. Gray room should be here, no? Yeah, I thought I researched everything here first. Give me a second. Please stop spamming that. Ah, that's what I was missing. That green now. Yep, that's green. So I need to go upstairs to the gray room. Alright. Glad to have my pal back, by the way. Welcome back. So the gray room. Oh, is it that place with the aquarium? That upstairs. I don't have the old key for that anymore. I still have the old key. Alright, I'll have to check. Oh, I opened it. Alright. There it is. It has something to do with this. I've been here before, and I died. That doesn't count. Press it yet. I get the fish hook now. Alright there, this one. But they're both yellow. Color matching's fun. Combine. Alright. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Press this. Item. Switch, yes. Wait. Did I miss something? Press almost, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, Martin Crackdown. So I'm clearly missing something here. Examine it. Panel near door? Oh, this thing. Yes, B specimen. Let's combine them again. Or just as is. Yeah, I am worn out. Yeah, press. Nothing happened? Oh! Am I supposed to put the hook on this guy instead? Examine it first. See if it's a real bug. Oh, B is correct here. I keep erratically pressing A. Flip this, put it over there. I guess over here is where I put work. Alright. No. Yes. Yay! There's the wind crest. That'd be. Oh, it was real all along. Poor bee. Just trying to live. Alright, we got the wind crest. We did it! The wind crest! It was all you. I wouldn't have gone to this room any other how. How about the 3 panels? I'm not sure what to do with those. It feels like the 90s. Then you know, back in the 90s, they had these things called game wizards. Because back then, they didn't have the internet. So they're doing what you do. Be proud of that, Melise. You're a gaming wizard. Get your magnum first. You got it. Yes, boss. Oh, we're here now. Alright. Be same. Maybe hunters will spawn because I got key source. Down we go. Again. The 5th time. Probably gonna go back again. So I should save the magnum for Tyrant, am I correct? Incorrect. Put it where it needs to be. Whoa! Well, there they are. Look at that. 3 medals. The difficulty has too much ammo, so do as I wish. Alright. It's just the opposite of this first. Oh, combine it. Brother. Can you combine this with this? I pressed it. Here, use it now. Wow, this is very tedious for no reason. This is padding our play right now. Just put it in there, man. This is unnecessarily. You know what? It's fun. I guess it's okay for Chris to push some buttons nowadays. There it is. Magnum. The gun. Before Requiem, there was Magnum revolver. Alright, I'm gonna take this with me. Or when it needs. Alright. Got the Magnum. Gonna keep it, I guess, in my box. I think I went the wrong way. Supposed to go to the waterfall now, right? Let's go there right now. Can you grab Crank? Oh, you're right. Oh, so that means the electricity thing is, yeah, the electrical box is also in the waterfall. They're very close to each other. That's neat. Oh! Yeah, that's true. Well, I was gonna go to the just gonna go to the storage over here so I can save as well. Because now that you're here, you made me remember that I haven't saved a while. The last time I saved, I haven't even fought the snake yet. If I die right now, oh boy, that would be another hour. That's strong. The ending is amidst. The end is close, I think. Maybe not, but I think. Alright. Put this home. Get the crank. Crank the soldier boy. What else? Right. We're gonna change to a handgun for now. Yeah, that's good. But take this with us too. You move a bit past her without wearing any weapons, really? Oh, there's only hunters now? There's no zombies anymore? I did not know that. Yeah, I thought there was gonna be zombies. This is why it's good to have someone, you know, who knows what enemies pop up. Like in... How about the ammo disc? Do I need this? This is for the waterfall. I don't know, I've had this like a while now. I don't know where this goes. This metal? Oh, alright. So ammo disc and metal object is not necessary right now. Okay. Alright, I think I'm okay with this. I just need health. Yeah, first aid spray. Alright, we're set. Oh, you're right about that. Move like a little faster when you don't have a weapon. Right, to the waterfall we go. Am I correct? I'm not sure. Alright. Did I not save again? I think I didn't. Shit. Gonna get me this time. I'm fast. I said that. I jinxed myself. No, I have not put the battery in. I don't know where the battery is. I haven't gone to the battery. All I've been doing is just exploring the mansion. Why, is the battery in the mansion? That is it's making me nervous. Please don't tell me I need to go back. I have, yes. Is it there? Fuck, is there actually? Well, that means I didn't explore it thoroughly. Shit. No. Well, it's alright. Oh, okay. You meant the generator, right? Like, this power? Alright. Map it is. Mansion. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Smack. Yeah, the face palm. But no, right? Battery's been taken out. Oh, I don't know what to do about this dog. Okay, but it's on the kitchen elevator, right? Well, at least we know where it is now. Yeah, I haven't obtained it yet. Well, at least we know where to go now. We might have wasted a little time. Oh, I got poisoned. Damn it. This guy. Yeah, I don't want to finish this game. This is my first time here. This is me playing blind. After the mask was done, I was like, you know, my fate was yours. I gotta get rid of this poison right away. I don't even know what that emote is. I'm not well versed in Twitch language yet. Yeah. Alright. Go here. Go here. Onto here. Go here. Oh boy. I still have that blue and green herb, right? I hope I do. If I don't, I'm cooked. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Oh no, it's right there. Okay, okay, we're safe. We're safe. As long as we're not poisoned. Fine. Alright. Time to go to the kitchen. Look, I thought I got everything. I honestly thought I did. To the kitchen when we go. Been here for the 20th time. Easy peasy. You got it. But first, we gotta get to the elevator. I've been wondering why things have been the way they are, but I did miss things there. And I got the tiger thing. I don't know what the CD is for. Alright. We go. We're here. Hear noises. Okay. Yeah, this guy never became a Crimson Head. He's just dead forever. Finishing thing. Might turn into like the Tyrant or something. Oh, we're here. So battery. Shit. Oh, fucking jinxed us. That was my fault. Fucking Crimson Heads, man. Are you dead? We can combine this now. Alright, we're good. Take this. Aim upwards to head. Oh, I should have known that. I haven't been doing that. Alright, so where would the battery be? Yeah, I've been here. I honestly don't know where things are supposed to go. Oh, right, there's a hallway here, right? Shit, I've never been to this hallway. Yeah, I missed a whole entire section of here. Speaking of. Yeah, shotgun. Take that. Alright. Oh my god, there it is. It's the thing that I've been looking for this entire time. I got the final things before this. I'm so goated. I guess you could say I'm special. Special ed. Well, unlock the shortcut. Amazing in so many ways. Well, we did it. We got the thing we needed for the thing. So now we can head back now, right? I got the 2 medals. I got that one thingy. And I got this. We're gonna put the battery on. We use the elevator. We use the crank. Then we turn to elevator. Then head to waterfall. Alright, this is gonna be a long walk. Yeah, I should probably equip my shotgun so I can walk faster. Yeah, that works. There it is. Wait for it. Where was I supposed to go again? Oh yeah, right, that place, alright. Go here, take the shortcut. This is rough, man. Alright. Go over here. Gotta say, this stream is gonna hold a special place in my heart. Elise, you have been the most active chatter ever in my whole entire community. Gotta let you know. I'm happy about that. Thank you so much. Weren't for you, probably wouldn't have been Resident Evil. The one where you never fully explore room. Alright, you know what? We got everything, right? The one where you never fully explore. Yeah, I never truly. I don't know. My mindset is because usually, if I did this in parts, I would be so thorough, and we would be like at snail pace. Like we would be at a pace of like One Piece right now. But since I need to finish this game, or else I can't end stream. Well, shit, you know damn well I have to rush a little bit. It is 4 in the morning. Challenges make things fun, right? This is it. Okay, I put the thing here. Okay, alright. Go there, go down here. I'll go up here, I guess. Expected that elevator to go down. Alright. What? Oh shit. This is the same. Oh, look. Well, at least we got the shortcut, right? Can I activate this now? The waterfall is okay now, right? Oh, go up then use crank. I missed the step of the crank. I missed the crank part of the step. I'm just a little guy, man. Where? I need to get rid of these guys. Or maybe. I don't need that. This side? Oh yeah, right, we're gonna just open the dam. Right, because there's another side now. Alright, that makes sense. Use the crank. After this, we never need to use the crank again, right? Yeah! We put the dam back. There will be another red crank. There sure is a lot of crank for one Resident Evil game here. I'm trying to get really good at avoiding these guys. Not fully, but at an extent. Hello, doggos. Shit, man, that was fast. Whoa, whoa, whoa now. Oh, there it is. Congrats on new area. Thank you, thank you. I totally did all the work. Go and save there? Oh, there's a save room here. Safe room? But that is just, that doesn't look safe. Blue. Not even saying herb anymore, I'm just saying blue. Do I need the crank here right now? Should I keep the crank? Save for now. Take this. Throw it away. Got it. Alright. 14. Cave successful. Alright. So now we can just get rid of this. And throw this away. Boom. Hunter and spider. That sure is a lot of things to fight. Oh shit. Maybe the self-defense gun will have a time to shine. It's a one-time use, right? Yeah. One-time use. Guess we got the Magnum anyways. Hexagonal. Is this for a crank? Can't be. Impossible. 2 crank area in the same approximate. Oh, okay. Ignore the power source. Alright, so spiders I can outrun. Hunters I need to shoot by shotgun. No matter what. Shoot to kill. Never hurts to heal. Might chew those words and it's gonna hurt me to heal. Elevator's power source. Oh wait, right. I need to ignore this. No. Huge gaping hole. Wonder what it was dug for. Alright. We're in puzzle. Oh, we're supposed to combine them. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Oh.
Enrico, don't come any closer, Chris.
Rico.
What happened? Double crosser. Enrico, wait. Enrico!
Oh no, there's a betrayer in stars. I wonder who it is. Maybe a blonde person, I don't know.
Double crosser.
No way, I wonder who it is. Saw that tint of glasses. No, he didn't. Must be Chris. Enrico. Killed him with just one shot? How could it be? Maybe someone had a Magnum that always is in every single Resident Evil game. Oh wow, another crank. I can take this, right? Take crank later. Shit. Ah. Why did I take? I was trying to decline it. Okay, that was a skill issue on my behalf. My bad. I'll just have to use that first aid kit if need be. Oh shit. Is it time for me to use the self-defense gun? Not yet, not yet. Okay. Okay. Shit. 2 hits, dude? That's it, right? Alright, good. He's gone. Long, sweet good night. Save it for spider. Oh, so we're not talking about just any spider here, are we? You're talking about a big ass spider. Oh, I went the opposite way. Yeah, I did. Let's go this way instead. Over here. Then which way? Shit, I went the wrong way again. La 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 la. Liar. I knew it. You knew something. Wait, what is that? What was that? Something glowing here. It's a handgun mag. We need to go to the storage unit, right? Well, I think I need to. Yeah, let's go get that crank thing first. Looks like they give us a separate crank for us to crank on that one crank. Go to sleep! Go to sleep! Go to sleep! Okay, that man is asleep. Alright, we're on the crank room where we need to crank something to crank something. I can't wait to crank things. What? That's a perfectly good crankable. Okay, good. Holy shit, I was expecting a bridge. That was Terra more. That's sick. That's pretty cool. I still need this? Alright. Gonna assume I need to throw it away. Just like my other crank. First. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Looks like we're gonna be fighting a spider. Let's combine this. You know, I'm already in caution. I might as well use this right now. There it is. Back to full. Let's win this. Is that a gun? It's a flamethrower. I want to take it. Can I take this? Oh my god, it's a flamethrower. I love flamethrowers. That makes me sound really weird and villainous. That's a perfectly accessible tunnel, no? I think I'm gonna take it. This looks fun to wield. Yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can I put it back? Oh no, I can't put it back. I've sinned! And I'm paying the price. I don't get it. Just for extra measures, I'm gonna take it. I don't know what's gonna happen, but if it locks me out, it locks me out. Which boulder blocks the way? Eh? Uh-oh. Jeez. What was that? That stressed me out for no reason. Would have been bad if I died right there. Alright, what am I looking at? Shotgun shells. Don't mind if I do. See, if I've never seen a boss room before, this would be what I would imagine it to be. Because why are you giving me a big gun, you know? Alright. Let's get some. I knew it. Fucking knew it. I think we use it right now. Jesus Christ! This thing packs a punch. Yo, chillax, eh? I'm using Magnum. I have to. Hasta la vista, baby. Why is there two? Why is there two? Why is there two? What the fuck? Okay, the other one's just a small little guy. He's just a cute little guy. Just gotta use this all up. Oh, he's dead. Have I used this all up? I have. Alright, so now I need to get rid of this poison. I'm already lacking in health. Well, I see something glowing here. Alright. Will you take the survival knife? Wait, is this the knife that I like? I think it is. Oh, this is the knife that I like. Why did it take so long to get this knife that I like? In fact, this is the knife you use to fight in Code Veronica. Why is there another spider here? I need this guy out of the way. Man, this is the knife you use in Code Veronica. I didn't know you got it from this one. Cool. Yeah, you want your flamethrower back, right? There you go. There you have it. Your flamethrower. Oh, I can use this now. Let me just take that right now before I die from poison. There's a map of the courtyard B1. Take it? Why am I getting that so late? Well, I guess it's part of courtyard. That makes sense. Alright. Can't blame that. Alright, this gives me the key, right? Thank God I kept the crank. Alright, got the crank going. Huge boulder blocks your path. Yes, it does. But what do I do about that? Hit! Hit, no. I don't know what to do about that. Am I missing something? Is there a door here? Yeah, there is a door here. It's one of those ambiguous doors, man. Oh, I guess not. I guess not. I was wrong. Am I wrong? Yeah, no, this is one of those ambiguous doors. There's something here. I need to crank it again. Alright. Set my headphones right here. There it is. So I need to use this now again, right? Is it good now? Yes, it is. Oh shit. No! Did I die? Thank God. I thought I died. I thought I died. Oh, this place is life and death. And it scares me because my save is so far off. Oh man, stressful. Alright. Give me something good. First aid spread, yep. Take that. I feel like I missed an area there. What? What does that mean? What did I just do? Did I just curse Chris? Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, come back. Gotta be a clue somewhere, right? Well, that's the thing, right? So how am I gonna just in the far corner? Why in the shit is this rotating me? Why is there a rotator contraption here? Just a place to make you rotate. What? Is it to rotate this? Yeah, it is. Okay, this room is fucked up. The goddess statue smiles silently back at you. I'm missing something here. Is that rotating me? Can I rotate this? Oh, it's for here. I just need to push it in, right? Hold on, one more push. Come on, that has to be right. God, it's such a... Fuck, man. Do I have something that... Maybe we need to crank the soldier boy over here. Oh, it's right over there. I just saw it. I just saw it. That's where I need to crank the soldier boy. Thank you for that, I guess. What? Alright, now put it back. That is the worst ever. That was so unnecessary. We just did that so that the crank has a use. That's so stupid. I feel like they ran out of idea in this part of the game. And they just kind of made shit up. You know, just for shits and giggles. It'd be funny, they said. I need to rotate this one more, right? And that should be it. Oh, okay. I can get rid of the crank now. Good. I don't like holding cranks anymore. I've been holding it this whole entire time. Alright. Get in place. Alright. Push him like a little more, like, yeah, there you go. Come on. Don't be shy. Push it. Boom. I got. You can't carry anymore. Okay. Might need to use this. Can I just throw this away? No. Alright, I'm gonna have to use it. Guess I don't want to come back here ever again. Alright, we got the cylinder. One more rotation. Now we can go home. Alright, crank done. Gotta get this crank out of my way now. Is this the right direction? Yeah, okay, I'm in the right spot. I can go home through here. I think I was wrong. Let's go here. Wait, I need the flamethrower with me, right? Shit, okay. Might be soft locked here. I might actually be soft locked here. So what am I supposed to do now? Can I throw this away? How can I throw things away? Man, that's... I'm gonna just assume we don't need the flamethrower. Should be alright without it. I'm just gonna assume that, you know, just for positivity wise. Oh shit, where did you come from? Good night. Go to sleep. Alright, that thing's dead. Oh, okay, you can just open it without it. As long as it's in any of the flamethrowers, it can open. Alright. It's good to know. Alright. Frank needs to leave the premise. Self-defense gun can just stay right there. Now we can save. I don't want to do that ever again. Well, not right now. Maybe next stream. Not today. An old typewriter. You can save your progress. Yes, yes, please. We have now reached save 15, and we are now the longest. Yeah, we are now the longest stream ever in my channel. At 11 hours and 21 minutes. Welcome to the longest stream I have ever streamed. Welcome, welcome. I know, it's a special place. Alright, so we can pick the things we haven't picked up yet now. Now I can use the power source, which was yeah, it was this way. Good. I still have my sense of direction, thankfully. If I didn't, that would have been it. Alright. Anyways. Can I get this now? Will you take the shaft? Yes. Combine this. Use. A series of flashing buttons. Press 1. Which button will you press? 1. Which button will you press? 2. Which button will you... 3. 4. Nothing's happening. You got the cylinder shaft. Is there... I'm just gonna brute force this. I don't want to think right now. So it can't be green, so it should be blue, right? 3. 4. No, 1. 1. Alright, now what in the goddamn... Salmon. Symbols are carved in its sides. Will you turn it? Oh, well there you go. There you have it. Oh, you just told me what it was. Well, thanks for letting me know. It's 4, 2, 3, 1. Yep, 4, 2, 3, 1. Yes. 4, 2, 3, 1. Yeah! That looks like a boss battle. That really looks like a boss battle. I'm not kidding. This looks like a boss battle. I'm not ready for this. Let me get my magnum. Friend only, no fight. Friend only? I'm in. Alright. I'm convinced. Yeah, I know what friend you're talking about. Are you sure we need to kill? No. Just gotta move around, right? I think we have enough ammo for it. If things go awry. Alright. Yeah, this looks like a friend-shaped arena. Can I open this first? Oh, I think I was supposed to go here first. I hear her. Oh, hi. There's some kind of lever here. Yeah, pull it. I don't know what happens. Well, I don't know what that's for. Oh, you can loop her. Might as well take this. I don't even have any health. Oh, I should have got rid of this survival knife too. Oh well. What is this place? I'm so confused. I think I'm supposed to bring her here. Device for transporting materials. No, not right now. Alright, let's transport this box as we can. We'll do just that. Transport, yes. Turn it up. Get item on top of the multiple crates. So the thing I just did, is that right? You don't need to dink around with this anymore. Boxes are labeled chemicals. Alright. So this part is done. You can get out of here. Rush the crate. You got it. Climb that crate. If I need to crush it, then I'll need my knife. Hey, buddy. Alright, friend. Hold on a second. Oh, look, it's the same one. I'm gonna press this again. One time. Holy shit! You scared the shit out of me. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm sorry. See, I startled you, alright? I yelled at your face. Shit. Do I need the flamethrower for this? I don't need the flamethrower for this, right? Wait, return to the beginning and crush the crate. Oh, later. That's for later. Okay. friend startled me a little bit. I yelled and it scared her, so she started yelling. And it was just dangerous all around. Right, the box is down here. Oh look, it's the thing. Alright, get on out of there. Place the broken flamethrower later. So this should give me flamethrower. Yep. Just a little while. Oh look, it's the ASMR satisfying real short TikTok thing. Alright. The box turned into a flamethrower. That's so sick. There it is. I got it. Broken flamethrower. So I did all that just so I can go home. Okay. That works. So there's a timer for that little mount there. I saw that. Closed on me, but I saw it. Get the emblem thingy? You mean the metal one? The metal one, right? The one that doesn't look like the rest? Put that knife away. You got it. Emblem thingy. The metal object, right? Alright. Knife has been disposed of and the metal is on hand. Now just to not get scared over the girl, the female. If I startle her, she's gonna startle me. Then it's just gonna be disastrous. Sorry, lady. Hold this real quick. Hey, don't startle me again. Aw, you startled me again. Might have to shoot you for that. Just for funsies. Fuck, I went the wrong way. Well, not enough time. Let's go back. Yeah. Gonna take several tries, but get there. Alright, we'll just follow that trace. Back here. Ow. You're so pretty. Jesus Christ. Did he kill me? She killed me. She killed me. I thought I could go past her. Oh, that's another hour. Nap time? Oh. Fear can't kill you, but you know what killed me? That lady friend. Well, I know what to do now, and I know what to do soon. Alright. Well, I know where to go and what to do, so this will be really fast. Promise. It's mainly because I have way too many ammo now. Watch this. Wait, the crank is disposed of, right? Alright, good. I really want to start playing the the Resident Evil Code Veronica Chris theme. That's how fast it's gonna be. Not really. Because I forgot where to go. Yeah, wrong way. Yeah, I might need to give up on this challenge. It's 5:14. I want sleep. No, I can't. I can't. We're almost there. Feel it in my bones. We're almost done. What was it again? 4, 2, 3, 1. Do this thing. We mix these two. Use it. 4, 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 1. Power restores. Thing goes over there. Go to the elevator. Switch it up. We can skip animations now because we already saw it. Gotta go over here. Gonna get. Where is it? Oh, I already have it. Never mind, I already have it. Do this. Ladies over there. Ignore this for now. Go through here, go through here. Go over this door. Go over here, go over here, go over here. Push this shit. Almost there, guys. I think I'm gonna end it after this fight. I might have failed my challenge. It's 5:16 and I have so much things to do tomorrow. After I do those things tomorrow, I can finish the stream. Doesn't that sound so cool? Looks like I'm gonna have to do a part 2. Fucking part 2. We were so close too, man. Well, regardless of the fact, we made it to 11:37. Oh my, it's so long. Alright, once we get this done and we save, that's it. It's a busy day tomorrow. I'll have to deem it, well, you know, not good. Alright, go down here. Whoa, it's like deja vu or something, man. Have I been here before? I think so, dude. Weird. Okay, yo, you can stop pushing now. You pushed a little too excessively now. Oh, there it goes. Yep. ASMR video right here, guys. Wow, that was so satisfying. So neat, man. Alright, we got our flamethrower. Grab the flamethrower. Got the metal thingy, I don't know what for. You know, I feel like she had, he or she has taken a nap now. She's forsaken me. It's forsaken me. Molise has forsaken me. He has given hope. He has given up hope, I mean. Yo, this guy stinks. Started leaving. Understand, man? Can you startle her? Oh, hey, this will work out. Just where I needed her to be. If I could just get there, jeez. Come on, I have time. Good. Why? Use it. I did it. It's open. Yes! Oh my god. Did it. Whoa, what is this place? The fire has died out, but it shows signs of use. Huge collection of various kind of dolls. I feel like this is a certain room for a certain friend of ours. Yeah, this looks like a friend room. Why is it so deep? No, snakes! I hate snakes on water. It's like the worst thing for me. I don't want to see that again. That was horrible. This looks like a family photo. The mother and daughter seems to be pretty close. We're taking that. Oh. Is this for the metal? Is this what the metal is for? That stone ring. Family picture and note. Alright, I'm gonna read this with so much passion. There's something written on the back. November 10th, 1967. Watch this. Progenitor virus administered. Jessica. Administered virus type A. Plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Now you can move to the main hall entrance basement. Oh. Neat. Wait. Is this a shortcut? Virus fusion negative. Action disposed. Lisa. Administered virus type B. Plasmalizing of tissue during cell activation. Virus fusion. Positive, but delayed fusion. Body modification. Observed. Constant result status. Continue. Protective observation. So these guys are the... Oh, there it is. There's a journal left by someone. November 14th, it's 1967. I was gonna do kid voice for a bit, but I'm too tired for it, so I'm just gonna read it normally. I feel dizzy. After that shot they gave me, I don't see Mom. Where did they take her? She promised that we would escape together. Did she escape alone and leave me behind? November 15th, 1967. I found Mom. We ate together. I was very happy. But she was a fake. Not my real mom. Same face but different inside. I have to find Mom to give face back to Mom. Got Mom faces back. Nobody can have my mom except me. I attach her face to me. So she doesn't go away. Because Mom's sad when I met her without her face. November 17, 1907. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. Hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because stones. That's so sad. Oh, it's just snakes. Thought it was her. Wait, that friend of ours, is she even I think she's still an infant, man. I just noticed that. Kinda fucked up. Not really kinda, it is. Alright, now you can move to the main hall entrance basement. This is it, right? There's another victim of Umbrella, you're right. So many. Way too many. So this is where she came from. I can finally save. Thank God. Hey, I can mix these two together now. Should probably do that before I do things. Oh. Okay, I thought I didn't have any more ink ribbon. I was gonna say, I'm cooked. Alright, Chris, don't stop crashing out. Okay, good. Save progress. Content. Number 16. Alright. That's it. We're in the cabin save now. We're almost there. So long. Such a long game. That's good. A lot of content combined. Content good for Resident Evil game. Because when you play it, you can never play it again. It doesn't feel the same when you play it again. So since this is being fresh to me, that's a blessing. I guess it's okay. Take another copy on your way out. Copy? Oh, the thingy, the other metal. You got it, you got it. So that means I don't need to go back here anymore. Correct? Find my way back, there it is. I wonder if the zombie's still here, just hanging about. Oh, he left. He got bored. Fuck, I went backwards. You're right. Just press downwards here. Oh, he's not bored. He's right there. Thought he got bored and left. I'm glad that they didn't put any hunters here. Just that one singular zombie. See, if I fought that zombie and I didn't burn it, would have been another Crimson Head bit that I've done for so long. I'm glad I didn't. Alright, let's head on out of here. I'm sick of this place, man. Alright. All the way up. I need to take the other metal key. Which is this way, right? Take this. Thank you. Thank you. Imagine if I just kept pressing downwards after the force is done. Wait, I'm lost. Where am I supposed to go? After that. What did I need this for? I'm confused. Is it the place under the stairs? That one? I think it is. It's the last spot that I haven't been through. Oh, shit, just scared the shit out of me. Fuck, man. So I haven't saved yet. So let's just get on out of here. Yeah, before now we're gonna save, eh? Just another one. That took way too long to get here. I do not want to do that again. God forbid I gotta do it again. There's a save point nearby? Oh. Alright, I'll trust you on that. Let's go to the graveyard. I'm glad Wesker fixed this thing. He's such a good guy, man. There's no way he's the enemy. He's so good. He's the better version of all of us. You crows and your noises. Why are you going backwards, Chris? Come on. What a mess. Alright. Under the basement, though. Yeah, we're good. Done. I think, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna end it off at the final boss. Then I'm gonna stream it. And I'm gonna finish Resident Evil 2 at that time. Resident Evil 2, that's fast. Way faster than this. The boxes. Right. One. Another one. One. Save. Grab. Wolf plus Eagle. Final meeting with friend. No need weapon. Alright. 2 emblems fit me. The door. Open it. Yes. So there's a save point nearby here. Need to get the wolf and the eagle medal. Got it. Old typewriter? What am I saving? Alright, can you let me know why I don't need the weapon? I need to know. Gonna bring with me just for moral support. This handgun. Alright, the last meeting with our friend. I think I'm gonna end it here. I really have to. It's 5:32, and I didn't expect it to go past 5. Second thing, I was expecting 5 would be it. I can't take sleep. Thank you for watching the final. Say a few words to you when I get my end stream. Gotta tell you my gratitude. You really are the best. Alright. I'm in. Alright, so what do? Smack him a little bit? Talk no jutsu? Do I say some things? Oh.
You're a bit of a mess up. Chris, take a piece of the action.
What? Push the statues to the abyss and they'll get knocked down. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, take all the aggro, Wesker. You're such a good guy. Alright, let's leave Wesker here. Fuck Wesker. I'd feel